A wooden track, that is.
Last exchange is complete. Also, big exchange here, right coming. Just going to put that the baton in the hand of the other runner at this point in time. Here comes the anchor for the Rams, number 114. Again, not in our program. The Rams are out front. Very quick first 200 for the Rams.
Yeah, she looks very smooth and seems to be running a good leg. I don't know if that's Mia Bettis.
I'm trying to see as she comes down here on the front stretch right in front of us. Still going strong. On the backstretch, you see her coming right at you. We have two cameras today. I know that Maddie Britt is working right next to us.
And we have Sully Cummins. And Sully Cummins doing the camera at the finish. Both former high school runners. Maddie at North Kingstown and Sully at Charahoe.
All the exchanges have been made. Last lap coming up. The bell lap will come. We're at 9:15. Still going strong are the Rams. Heading for home. Bell lap coming. They're at 9:28. Think about that. That foursome of LaSalle set the state record at 9:02.84. That's flying.
That is.
Last corner turn heading home for the Rams, and we will have our first indoor state champion crowned here in the 4x8. You know, we talk about classical and West Warwick. You can never forget about LaSalle, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. Always have a strong team. I mean, a tough year for them is finishing third or fourth.
10:01.63 the time for the Rams.
So 10 big points for LaSalle.
Prout finishes second, 10:15.58. A nice finish for them. They were ranked 2 at 10:20. They went in at 10:15. LaSalle was at 10:12, ranked the number 1 seed, coming in at 10:01. Moses Brown third, Barrington fourth, North Smithfield fifth, North Kingstown sixth. So those will be your point getters right out of the jump.
Almost finishing right where their seeds were, for the most part.
See Portsmouth finishing right there. Here comes Cranston West crossing over that finish line. We have two cameras out. One more lap to go. I apologize. When Socket finishes, two cameras here. Maddie is next to us at the far quarter turn where the 1500 starts, and doing yeoman's work up on the scissor lift is Sully Cummings. Steve Mazzone is joining me. Vanessa Malloy will be up from time to time as well. We are perched right above the throwers' cages, and our next event will be the 4x200 relay, which will start in about 3 minutes. Boys action kicks off this afternoon here on the NFHS Network around 2 o'clock with the 4x8 as well.
The next event on the track will be the first of 3 sections in the girls 4x200 meter relay. The state record was set by Hope in 2012 at 140.
So 3 sections of the 4x2 for the girls.
The record was also set by Hope in 2012 at the time of 1.
3 sections. The first section will see Lincoln High, the Prout School, North Kingston, Portsmouth, and Smithfield. Lincoln will be in lane 2. Prout will be in lane 3. North Kingston will be in lane 4. Portsmouth in lane 5. And Smithfield in lane 6 in the first heat. State record is 140.71, set by Hope back in 2012. The meet record was set in 2012 at the state meet, so the state record was set at New England's by that Cheatham, Sanders, Royster, and McIntosh, who is probably one of the greatest athletes ever to come out of Hope High School.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how many state titles she won, but it was a lot.
It was a lot. All right, first heat again of the 4x2. Getting set to line up. You can see the high jump attempt coming as well down there. Miss on the bar.
With the top 8 teams in the 4x8
as well.
please report to the awards area.
The throws are getting set to start also. We will shoot over there. The weight throw starts at warming up, followed by the shot put and the long jump. But right now, waiting for the start of the 4x2. Again, it's Lincoln in lane 2, Proud in lane 3, lane 4, Portsmouth in lane 5, and Smithfield in lane 6.
So looking ahead at Section 3, we're definitely going to have a very close race between Cranston West and Classical. And Classical, again, is in the title hunt, so they're going to really want to win that and get those 10 points. It's really close. That's how close it is between them and West Warwick.
And you know what happens here, too, Stephen, state meets where every point matters. Between a second and a third or a first and a second, especially when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, when you know you have automatic point makers.
Yeah, and it couldn't apply more than today. You know, I was talking with Bob Palazzo, the Classical coach, and I said, looks like we're going to have a close meet today. And he goes, I got 61-61. I said, that's funny. I got 63-63. So we both have the two teams tying. So that's how close it's going to be. So getting 10 points as opposed to 8 for finishing second could make a difference at the end. That's how important it is. And both their times, 146.6 for Classical, 146.76 for Cranston West. The key here in these relays, though, is the handoff. Handoffs are super crucial in a relay like a 4x200, a 4x100, where the athletes are at a high speed.
You see, that was it. I do work at Cumberland High School. I'm employed by the Cumberland School Department, and watching them again the last couple of days, just fine-tuning, working on handoffs. Do you go open-handed? Do you go underneath? What's your technique? What are you comfortable with?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I coached at Tolman, and, you know, my relay team, they basically worked on handoffs every day. You know, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes some days, but they always worked on handoffs. That's how important it is, especially in these, you know, these sprint relays.
So after one event, LaSalle 10, Proud 8, Moses Brown 6, Barrington picks up 5, North Smithfield 4, NK 3, Portsmouth 2, and East Greenwich 1. Those are your top 8 teams or scores. Top 8 finishers in each event will score here, but as you know, it is a marathon, not a sprint. Did you like that track analogy I just threw in there?
I did. I've never heard it before either.
Yeah, I don't doubt. Davio. Don just said he's not hearing audio. He just texted me.
Oh, no, I think so.
10:06 he texted me.
Yeah, no, I think so.
All right, we worked through our technical difficulties. Thank God for Don Boyle back in our studio. Don always gets the studio job in. Davio DeLuca, a professional setup over here. Came all the way from New Hampshire for this, Davio. Greatly appreciated your hard work here. Wearing a Live Free and Run Fast New Hampshire track and field shirt. I like that.
I do too.
Should be a new state motto, right? Again, we're waiting for the 4x2 to get going. The high jump is underway, and we will go to the throws shortly as well.
Yeah, and speaking of the throws, that's going to be very competitive. There's a number of different girls that could win in the throwing events. The boys is going to be even more insane. This year we've had 5 or 6 new state leaders just in the boys. In the girls, it's been semi-similar.
4x2 underway. Ideal lane positions here, Steve, a lane 3 or 4 when you run a relay.
Yes, absolutely.
With the stagger start, 6 you're out front. However, you got to just hope you do enough to get it to the next person before the split. Handoff complete. The split will come when they get to those cones on the top of the backstretch, and the break is complete. Portsmouth out front, followed by North Kingston, Prout, and Lincoln. Smithfield also in this heat.
You know, it's pretty spread out right now with the first two legs, and all their times are pretty close. They're within a second of each other, if not less. But it's surprisingly spread out right now.
The slower seeded sections go first,
Yes.
and with the higher seeded sections coming in the last heat. This is the first of 3 heats.
And like the last year, and I believe the last 2 years, the top 8 count as far as in the team battle, whereas before it was always the top 6. So some of these teams in the other heats can sneak in to, getting a spot on the podium.
That's a valid point. Go put a number up, and then the chase is on.
Because you have 5 in a seeded heat, so there's going to be somebody out of those unseeded heats that are going to get in. And who knows? They could replace one of the teams in the seeded heat. You never know. That's the thing about these championship meets.
Portsmouth wins that heat in 1:51:55. Maybe an outside shot to get some points. Followed by NK at 1:52:93. Prout comes in at 1:54:87. Lincoln 1:55:3. And Smithfield at 1:56:6. And in the second heat, Cumberland's in lane 2. Mount Hope in lane 3. Ponegant's in lane 4. Moses Brown's in lane 5. And Westerly is in lane 6.
And it looks like Westerly with the top time in this heat, 1:51:48. But all of the teams around the same in that range.
All the teams in the first 2 heats, Steve, were within 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
So on any given day, you never know what can happen. Full crowd on hand here as well at the PCTA. We are stationed high above it. As we await the start of the 4x2. Second heat is off in the 4x2. Stagger start. So you do 1 lap around 200, about another 50 meters or so, 25 meters or so when you get to the break. Clean exchanges on the backstretch. You drop the baton. You are out of the race. Coming around the first break, it's Moses Brown, Ponegant's, Westerly, Cumberland,
Yeah,
and Mount Hope.
The one thing you got to be really mindful of is passing in the zone, because sometimes teams pass out of the zone, and that could get them out of there too.
Officials have white flags for good exchanges and red flags for bad exchanges. It's been all white so far.
And your nerves are at a high point at a championship race like this, so it's going to happen here more so than at any other type of meet.
Here's a move by Cumberland now. Grace Blyer moving up. Westerly still out front. Followed by Moses Brown. Clean exchanges for the first 3 teams. And that's the other thing, too. Sometimes you have to navigate that handoff area with somebody peeling off that you might bump into as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially at the beginning is when you see that happen a lot.
Westerly, Moses Brown, Ponegant's, Cumberland, Mount Hope in order in this heat. 151.55 was the time in the first heat. Wesley gets in at 150.15.
This time we're going to present our
Moses
first
Brown at
medal.
150.58. Pontigan's at
2024
152.42. Cumberland 154.19. Mount Hope at 155.70.
In seventh place with a time of 10:39.81, Portsmouth. In sixth place with a time of 10:29.91.
So 150.15.
In fifth place with a time of 10:26.64.
Westerly now kind of jumps into that as we look at the weight cage and a throw down there in between heats. As we await the third relay here of East Providence in lane 2, West Warwick in 3, LaSalle in 4, Classical in 5, and Cranston West in 6.
2024 girls 4x800 meter champions, the team of Jaden Donner,
Robert Palazzo down there in the weight cage in the front, the National Hall of Famer.
from LaSalle Academy with a time of 10:01.6.
Next thrower in the cage from Classical High School. We'll watch this thrower and then go back to some track action. Good throw, measurable throw. And we're getting to our top seeded heat. 150.15 is the time to beat here, set by Westerly.
Yeah, so Classical winning this last year in 146.62. I think we're going to have a team in the 145s, or two teams in the 145s today, possibly faster. It is tough to do it on a flat track, but with the two teams you got that are battling for that first place position, it could happen.
Alani Sutherland, the senior sprinter, very talented, way out front early for Cranston West as well.
Yeah, and this is how Cranston West usually starts off there, really, with their fastest leg first, not Alani as the anchor.
And they drop, so Cranston West is out, which puts Classical up front now, followed by LaSalle. Out front for Classical on this leg is Zeta DePina, very good sprinter. Unfortunately for Cranston West, a bad exchange and you are out.
And like I said, it's so crucial that exchange. That's what makes a difference.
And somebody else now in the other heat will grab points as well.
Absolutely.
Classical way out front. LaSalle and West Warwick in a battle.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a solo effort for Classical throughout this race now, with Cranston West out.
The last exchange, a very large lead for the purple. Bringing it home for Classical is Shakiri Arroyo. So it will be Classical, LaSalle, East Providence, West Warwick. Classical goes 147, I believe. Waiting for the official time. Everybody in this race gets in under 155. Let's see an official time here as the clock is still running on my app that I'm using. So Classical will go first. Wesley came in leading at 150.15.
With 18 athletes. The state record was set by Maddie Ferguson of Classical in 2014 at 9:47.35. The meet record was set by Haley Amaton of LaSalle in 2021 at 9:54.79. One heat of the girls' 3,000-meter run next up on the track.
So we're just waiting the final results here of the 4x2 relay. And as you see, we pan to the high jump pit. Good timing. Great job once again by Davio DeLuca, the young man working our board today. He's a lot smarter than I'll ever be doing all this stuff. Thank you for smiling, Davio, as there's a miss. We are located just to the top of that pan shot as now we line up for one of the feature distance events, Steve, the 3,000 meter race, the 3K. In
Yeah.
this race, in reverse order of seeding, Lily Shabbat of EWG, Bridget Casey of LaSalle, Jessica Shin of Cranston East, Maura Gravina of Barrington, Evelyn Lafort of Barrington, Emily Clark of East Greenwich, Mackenzie Lickert from St. Raphael's, who was healthy after being hurt during the cross-country season, Jackie Mados of St. Mary's Academy, Maeve Casey from LaSalle, Allie Call from Portsmouth, Rose Tomisto from Cumberland, Jay Champlin from Moses Brown, Maddie O'Neill from Narragansett, Jessica Deal from Mount Hope, Grace Doyle from Classical, Abby Ty from North Kingston, Kylie DeFusco from Cumberland, and Erin Von Hausen from Charahoe. Holy cow.
Yeah, so Aaron Van Heusen, the odds-on favorite to win this, a heavy favorite to win this. Her seed is 10:15, but she actually ran 10 minutes flat at the Yale Track Classic and then came back and ran a 257,000. She's the one to beat. It's a matter of is she going to go for the facility record, which is 9:54? You know, is she going to try to break 10 minutes, or is she just going to run just to win because she's doing 1,000? I think she's going to try to go for a time. She's a senior. This is her race, and I think she's going to want to do a really fast time because it's probably going to be the last time she runs at 3,000, and then let the chips fall on the 1,000. I think I'd be surprised if she doesn't, go all out. But I could be wrong. She might just run just enough to win. But either way, she's a heavy favorite, and I look at Kylie DeFusco as a strong contender for that runner-up spot. She comes in with a 10:19.
Yeah, right. Kylie coming off a great cross-country season where she finished fourth and helped lead the Clippers to their first state championship in 42 years in cross-country. Self-promoting shout-out there.
Yeah,
it had to come at some point, right?
Under you as the head coach, absolutely. It's all the coaching, right?
Oh, 100%. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's, just very gifted athletes, and you just hope to not screw it up, as they say. Classical did win the 4x2, followed by LaSalle, East Providence, Westerly, Moses Brown, Portsmouth, West Warwick with 2 points, and Pontigansett with 1. So those are your top 8. So there were teams in the slower section, Steve, that moved up to get points.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we're going to have to start right now for the 3K. We'll know right away if Erin's going to go for that time. I mean, she's going to do at least probably like a 240 in that range at the 800, and right now it does look like she's holding back. So I guess she's not going for the time.
Well, it is a 15-lap race here at the PCTA. And it's Von Hausen, DeFusco, and Ty and Doyle right out front. Here's another thing, too. If you're a Classical trying to get points, you need a good finish here out of Grace Doyle.
Yes.
If you're going to try to grab someone who's
Yes.
a very gifted runner.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, the two runners that are in those first two positions, and that is Grace Doyle, right in third place.
Yes, it is. And they went out in 45, so it's DeFusco, Von Hausen, Ty out front right away, followed by Call. Just Deal, the very talented Mount Hope runner, is in fifth.
Yeah,
Followed by Matty O'Neill from Narragansett. So this, again, you said it. This is a race more of tactics at this point in time.
Yeah, like I said, I thought she might try to go for a time, but it does look like she's just going in for the win. A lot of these girls in this race are doing multiple events. I know Kylie is. I know Grace is. Jessica Deal. Basically, all of our top runners in this are also doing other events.
Yeah, so if at the beginning here, right? It's almost like your cross-country race. You don't lose it in the beginning. You don't burn out in the beginning. It's more of a tactful, hit my numbers, hit my pace, my coach's instructions, and the middle half of the race you manage, and the back half of the race you pick up. And Von Hausen sitting on DeFusco. We are 3 laps in, 12 to go here in the 3,000-meter race.
And pretty much right now for these girls with the talent they have, this is a very easy pace for them. It's especially for Erin there.
See Von Hausen now pushing to the front. DeFisco going with her along with Abby Ty. Packs haven't changed. Second pack has Grace Doyle in it. Rose Tomisto. Among others. You see the pace starting to pick up a little bit now. We are 240.
Okay.
That's a good clip.
You know, that's about a 10-minute 3K, so they have picked it up.
You know, you're talking about records. Maddie Berkson holds the state record, 9:47.35. Maddie went around at Stanford as we. No, oh no, did she? Yes,
She did.
she did go to Stanford. Whew. Kaylee Armitage, the very talented one who started at EWG and ended up at LaSalle, holds the meet and facility record at 9:54.79. And Reese Faze, the gifted East Greenwich runner, who is now at Brown?
Providence College.
Providence College, excuse me, was our champion last year in 10:16.60.
Yeah, and that was a very emotional win for Reese, who was having some struggles with various different health issues. In winning that, you could see the smile on her face when she came across the line.
So Von Hausen has opened up about a 10-meter lead on DeFisco and Ty.
I'm very surprised at that 240 at the 800 because it does look like they're really taking it easy, but it just shows the how well their form is.
The eaves that they're running with.
I mean, you know, I had a teammate at Cumberland, Ron Galuli, who looked like he was running 6-minute miles, and he was like running 4:30s or whatever he was running.
And it's like he could run in a phone booth. He was
Yes.
no wasted effort. Trevor Crawley was the same. No wasted effort. Everything was right there. Same three out front. Von Heusen, DeFusco, and Ty. Doyle now has worked their way up to fourth, followed by Deal, O'Neill, and Tomisto. Jackie Matos is also in that second pack as well. 4:42, 8 laps to go. Von Hausen is starting to slightly pull away. He's picked up another second or two on the pack of DeFusco and Ty.
Yeah, so they're approaching the mile mark, and it looks like just about
5:20, 5:21.
So they're at she's at 10-minute pace.
That's a good clip right there.
So let's see if she starts to pick it up because, you know, that magic number is breaking 10 minutes. And I'm sure that's on her mind right now.
The other thing here, too, Steve, at some point, when does traffic come into play? Right, when you're starting to catch up and lap other runners. See Von Hausen out by the hammer cage, working her way onto the backstretch.
This is something that Erin's used to.
Right.
She's been lapping runners left and right throughout the season. But definitely no disrespect to anyone else, but she's clearly the favorite and should win this by, you know, a decent amount if she starts pushing it even more these last few laps.
And she has opened up her lead on 5 seconds on DeFusco, who is in second. Ty still running third.
But I'm guessing Kylie was given instructions to, you know, if Erin starts moving away, just let her go and save some energy because I believe she's in the 1500.
She's in the 1500 as well.
So it doesn't make sense to try to catch her.
Long time. She is coached by the distance coach at Cumberland, longtime coach Kerry Carpenter, a very successful coach for the Clippers, who also coaches the boys cross country team there as well. Had the individual state champion in Sam Henderson, who we will not see this afternoon. Sam swims in the winter, but great coach nonetheless, Coach Carpenter. 5 laps to go here in the 3K. Von Hausen comfortably out front. The battle is second place now with DeFusco and Ty.
And that facility record, again, what is it, 954?
9:54.79 could be in jeopardy. The state record is 9:47.35, done by Matty Berkson on January 18th. So it was a meet in 2014. A meet could have been Yale. It could have been somewhere.
I believe it was Yale.
It could have been somewhere in Boston. It could have been because it was not here.
Yeah, I believe it was Yale. And that facility record is also the state meet record, right?
Correct. It was the meet record, right? 9:54.79. So she's coming up with about 600 meters left at 7:53. Has an outside shot here, Steve.
She's had a great season. I mean, she ran 4:37 for the 1500 2 weeks ago.
600 meters to go, clears it 8:08, a legitimate shot if she wants to go for it or not. DeFusco in second, Ty in third. Running effortlessly in the very bright yellow spikes. You and I were talking about Oregon waffles before. I think we're talking to a certain demographic of people who own those shoes.
Yeah. So last spring, Erin won her first individual title by winning the same race at the outdoor state meet. So it looks like she's going to get state title number 2.
400 meters to go. She's at 8:55. It would take some work to get under 10. As you see her right there, lapping Bridget Casey, I believe. DeFusco now has opened up a lead in second place over the talented freshman Abby Ty. A lot of youth on the girls' side when it comes to runners. There's Lickert, I think, on the lead lap. Doyle is also coming through right now. We're on the bell lap.
Yeah, it's very important that Grace holds that 4th place. I don't think she can get 3rd. It looks like Abby's too far, but getting that 4th place will help.
Doyle's in 4th, O'Neill's in 5th, Jess Deal is in 6th. Right, every single point matters there, and if you and Bobby are doing the math and come within 1 point of each other, every single point matters. Erin Von Hausen, you see here wearing number 24, coming down the home stretch, will be your 3K indoor state champion out of Charahoe High School. Congratulations. She finishes at 10:09, I believe, 10:07.70, which beat last year's state champion Reese Face by 9 seconds. DeFusco second and Ty third.
Just a very relaxed effort for Erin. So she's going to have enough to come back and be competitive in that 1,000 when she comes back.
DeFusco comes in at 10:15. Everybody faster than their seed time. Ty comes in at 10:18 for third. Grace Doyle did finish 4th there, Steve. Maddie O'Neill 5th. Rose Tomisto 6th. So good points for the Clippers out of this in the distance with DeFusco 2nd and Tomisto 6th. Jess Deal finishes 7th. Jackie Matos from Bayview finishes 8th. And those are your point scorers for the 3K. Why don't we now, if we can, move over to the weight cage and see some throwers in action. Great job switching that over there by you, Davio, once again. You see at the bottom a bunch of coaches, including Paul Rayo, Bobby Palazzo, and the young lady from Classical now throwing.
And it does look like we had a throw of 47.4, so a very good, very good throw.
So that will be a wash. So the 3K is done, and we have a short break here before we get to hurdle trials, which will start at 10:50. So we'll leave it on the weight cage. Very good throw right there.
And your
I think that's
2024
the young lady out of
girls 4
Woonsocket,
by
Coach
200
Piet's
meter
daughter,
champions with
who
a time
threw
of
that.
Yeah, Isabella Piet,
146.09.
who
The team of
had a
Shakira
PR last week.
Arroyo,
I
for
believe
Monica
48:10.
Bryant, Jasmine Berganza, and Zeta Del Tipina from Classical High School. Your girls 4 by 200 meter champions.
As we can now zoom to the award ceremony where we can see the champions in the 4x2 getting their medals. LaSalle first, right up front, in front of the RIL logo. Top 8 teams earning points, top 8 teams earning medals. Excuse me, Classical finished first in that race, followed by LaSalle.
With the top 8 athletes in the girls 3,000 meters, please report to the infield for the award ceremony.
So after 3 events, team scores, LaSalle is out front with 18, Classical in second with 15, Cumberland in third with 11, Moses Brown and Charahoe each with 10, tied for fourth, North Kingston in sixth, Prout seventh, East Providence eighth, Barrington, Wesley tied at ninth, Portsmouth, North Smithfield, Narragansett, West Warwick with 2 down at 14. But they have a lot of events coming up. It's your three events scored in, and you got to grab your points when you can, as we talked about.
The next event on the track.
So you said West Warwick has 2 points?
West Warwick has 2 points. They picked up 2 points.
Yeah, they need those 2
in the
points,
relays.
and they could grab some points in the high jump, and then like we said, the Ray sisters will take over from there. But they need those other points. Everyone's going to play a factor in them winning a title if they're going to do it today.
By Mary Sidakowski. The meet record was set in 2008 by Edie Drewsby. The meet record was 8.36, and the
And we're back on the weight cage.
Next event on the track.
We're back on the weight cage. I believe Isabel Piet is now back in the cage. Good throw. It's amazing now what technology can do with the laser sighting system. That did not get measured as it was a foul. Steve is heading downstairs, and there's another. You can tell the rotation and the spin. Sometimes your balance gets you in the cage. We hope that young lady's all right down in the hammer cage. They're setting up the hurdles on the far side of the track, which we don't need to see right now. We're also waiting for the high jump final scores to come in as well. Throw wide into the cage. You are watching live on the NFHS network coming from the Providence Career and Technical Academy in Providence, Rhode Island. This is the 2024 coverage of the Rhode Island Scholastic League Indoor State Track Championships. Marty Crowley, Steve Mazzone's been beside me for a while. Davio DeLuca, who's running the board over there, doing a phenomenal job. Maddie Britt's on camera. And on the high side and the far side, Sully Cummings is our crew here from the PCTA. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning here in Providence. Start out with a little snow and gray skies, but nonetheless, it's warming up in here. This is the first of our state broadcast here on the NFHS network. Boys and girls basketball will be coming up as well shortly. Swim, you can watch swim. The divisions are going on today. If you're a swim fan, you can watch a little swim on the NFHS network also. Wrestling will be coming up on the NFHS network. So a lot of championships coming up. It's a membership, as you're watching, worth having for all your state championship needs, not only here in Rhode Island, but out of state as well. Out of state as well. So this lull will Let's take a moment and watch the girls' weight throw from the cage.
When you're driving, reaction time is very important. If you're drinking, if that impairs your reaction
drugs and alcohol. Now, if you add drugs to that, at times more.
Welcome back live to the PCTA. Marty Crowley coming to you as we're looking at the weight throw. A great toss there. From Classical. $43 and change. I think that could have been Gifty Badaiko or Chibuzo and Acho. Tough to see numbers down there. As now we switch over to our first heat in the hurdle trials. Set the tip off right about now.
This time we're going to present the awards in the girls' 3,000-meter run. In 8th place from Bayview Academy with a time
Before we do that, we'll look at the awards for the girls 3K.
In 7th place from
Your winner was Erin Van Housen.
In 6th place from Cumberland with a time of 10:31.
You see Rose Tomiso getting her medal. Also remember that Clipper State Championship team.
From Narragansett with a time of 10:31.71, Madeline O'Neill.
Maddie O'Neill finishes 5th in the 3K.
In 4th place from Classical with a time of 10:27.42, Grace Doyle.
Grace Doyle finishing 4th.
In 3rd place from North Kingstown, a freshman with a time of 10:18.5, Abby T. And
Abby finishes 3rd.
Time of 10:15.24, Kylie DeFusco.
Kylie DeFusco with another great run.
Your 2024
Finishing 2nd. And your state champion in the 3K, Erin Van Housen.
Erin Van Housen.
A very gifted runner who was also coached by her mother as well at Charahoe High School. So it's a good win for Erin, a good win for her mom, and so in the girl, now we go to back to the 55 prelims. Sydney Lang in lane 1, Trinity Johnson Carter in lane 2, Emily DeConto in lane 3, Emily Brown in lane 4. Lane 5, it's Reese Vitale. Lane 6 is Kiera Mullen. Lane 7, it's Kitty Wang. And in lane 8, it's Mia Tavares. The 55 hurdles we follow by the dash trials. The 1500 will go off at about 11:15, followed by the hurdle finals, dash finals, 600, 300, 1K, and 4x4. We also have, after the weight throw, the shot put will be contested right below us. We are awaiting the high jump results as well. Currently, it looks like Sierra Thompson of SK is, Caitlin Krushank of Middletown is leading the high jump at 5.5. That was their seed, excuse me. First heat, coming right at you. Cranston West is out front. Nope. Emily Brown from Charahoe runs an 8.81, followed by Reese Vital, Emily DeCanto, Kitty Wang, Mia Tavares, and Sydney Lang in Heat 1. So remember, this is just heats trying to qualify. Brown runs 8.81, came in seated at 8.94. So she did much better than her seed job. Vitali goes 9.12, a little slower than her seed time of 9.01. But this is kind of, and DeCanto runs a 9.66, a little slower than her seed time as well. Second heat seat set to go in lane 2. It's Deslin Robles of Rogers. In lane 1, it's Deslin Robles of Rogers. Lane 2, it's Avery Karen of Cumberland. Lane 3, Thea Jackson of Mount Hope. Lane 4, Sierra Thompson of South Kingston. Jordan Roskowitz is in lane 5. Anna LaFontaine from Pontiganset in 6. Colby Joachim from Smithfield in lane 7. And Abigail Kilday from North Kingston in lane 8. Thompson's from SK, Roskowitz from Barrington, and LaFontaine from Pontiganset. And there's a false start. Somebody went a little early. So again, we'll reset the lane for you. It's lane 1 to 8. Lane 1, it's Robles, Karen, Jackson, Thompson, Roskowitz, LaFontaine, Joachim, and Kilday.
3 heats in the girls 55-meter dash. The
Top 9 athletes will get through to the finals. The top 9 athletes will get through to the finals. 8.81 right now is the time to beat, set by Emily Brown of Charahoe. They'll put them back on their mark. See the other athletes there holding the back of their starting blocks for them. And in lane 1, Robles chooses not to use starting blocks. Some athletes do that. They'll go right to their mark. And they're off, and right away, taking off in lane 3 is Thea Jackson from Mount Hope. I think it's Barrington SK. Oh, Sierra Thompson runs an 8.81. Jordan Roskowitz runs an 8.92, finishes second. Thea Jackson with 9.11 finishes third. So Thompson at 8.81 ties the mark set by Emily Brown of Charahoe in the first heat. Roskowitz at 8.92. Has an outside shot here. As we get ready for the third heat. In lane 1, it's Jalen Huffman from West Warwick. Lane 2, Frances Tyner from North Smithfield. Lane 3, it's Cameron Salea from North Kingstown. In lane 4, it's Lisa Ray from West Warwick. In lane 5, it's Nini Olawawi from Exeter West Greenwich. Lane 6 is Lola Silva from Mount Hope. Lane 7 is Phoebe Cannell from Moses Brown. And in lane 8, it's Alice McEugan from Moses Brown. Lane 1 through 8, Huffman, Tyner, Salea, Ray, Olawui, Silva, Cannell, and McEugan. All eyes should be on lane 4 here, Lisa Ray. State record is 8.21, set by Mary Sherdowski back in 2002. Last year's champion in 8.67 was Bethany Marcella from North Smithfield. You know, I should be in the middle of this track with justification, and there, like a walk in the park, goes Lisa Ray, the sophomore, nationally ranked, runs at 8:35, which just shattered the meet record in the prelims. Lisa Ray comes in first at 8:35. Sella was second in 9:24. Olawawi was third in 9:39. Tyner 9:83. Huffman 10:05. Silva 10:32, and McEugan in 10:33. Cannell was a scratch. So Brown will get in. Thompson will advance to the finals.
An unofficial time of 8.35. That would establish a new meet record. The old meet record was set by Edie Juzmi in 2008.
So a 16-year record, meet record, is just broken right there by Lisa Ray of West Warwick. Congratulations to her on a new state record. The very gifted sophomore right there throws a state record down in her prelims. We'll see her shortly now in the 55 dash, where she holds every record in the state known to man in the 55 dash. 3 heats again. First heat, one of 3. In lane 1, it's Eniola Youssef from Classical. Kendra Daniel from East Providence is in lane 2. Kiana Pezzer is in lane 3. She's from Cranston West. Alani Sutherland from Cranston West, the senior, is in lane 4. Thea Jackson, the sophomore from Mount Hope, is in lane 5. Jordan Hendricks from Mount St. Charles is in lane 6. Alana Somnick from Lincoln High is in lane 7. And June Merchant from North Kingston is in lane 8. So Lisa Ray, exciting stuff, just sets a state record in the prelims in the 55-meter hurdles. As we get ready for the first meet of the 55 dash, state meet facility records all set by Lisa Ray. 6:93 is her championship time. Runners, as you can see, are on their mark. The gun is up, and we're off in the first of 3 heats. You just going to do enough just to qualify here. And right away out front, Cranston West, Alani Sutherland, I believe, finishes first in with 7:31, match her seed time. Second is Thea Jackson at 7:39. Third is Jordan Hendricks from Mount St. Charles at 7:63. Kriana Pezzer is fourth. Kendra Daniel, fifth. June Merchant, sixth. In this heat, Alana Somnick is seventh, and Eniola Youssef is eighth in that heat. So Sutherland puts up a 7:31, a pretty good time in the prelims. Second heat. In the second heat, we have Candace Daniel of East Providence, Nabel Noriega, of Glasgow, Grace Blyer from Cumberland, Xenia Ray from West Warwick, Nazray Phillip from East Providence, Zeta DePina from Classical, Stalia Boyce from Cranston West, and Grace Palmieri from South Kingston. Gun is off, second heat, and right away it's Xenia Ray out front. No surprise right there, and she's going to win this heat easily going away. Joining me now, and the other part of the Ocean State running broadcast team here, is Vanessa Malloy. Vanessa, thank you for coming up this morning.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Am I turned on?
There you go. You're all set.
I'm good. Already an exciting meet.
Yeah. Any early impressions
That
right from the
3K
jump?
was so good.
It was good. We
I mean,
talked
you look at the list of PRs.
Oh,
Yeah.
PRs and the talented field that the
Deep.
distance community has
Yeah.
here in Rhode Island, especially, and a lot of talented underclassmen
Yeah,
as well.
Abby Teague, like her time as a freshman, like there's your future.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. So here in the
Also, sneaky points for West Warwick in that 4x2.
That's right. They grabbed a couple, and at the end of the day, two here or there, Steven just talked
It's going to
about
come down to that, yeah.
could make a difference. So Xenia Ray goes 7:09. Nasray Phillips 7:43. Grace Byer third at 7:58. Fourth in that heat was Zeta DePina at 7:62. Should get through. In this heat, we have Amelia D'Erico from Cranston West in lane 1. Precious Adefusi in lane 2. Jasmine Berganza from Classical in lane 3. Lisa Ray from West Warwick in lane 4. Alexis Caggiano from LaSalle in lane 5. Lillian Racine from Ponteganza in lane 6. And Catherine Garvin from Moses Brown in lane 7. And Vanessa, after this heat, you and I will talk about the importance of
7:09 for Xenia Ray. That's a huge PR.
That's
She's
amazing.
itching closer and closer to breaking that 7-second barrier too.
And here's Lisa Ray, just another walk in the park for her. Nobody within 2 seconds of her at least, and she cruises in the third heat. We're just waiting for the time to come up here on In Stride Timing, powered by MileSplit.
They're doing some fancy stuff over there. They have splits for races, for the relays. They had relay splits. What they do is
technology
amazing.
is an amazing thing. So let's talk about, Steve and I were talking about points and trying to figure out the meet by season. Lisa Ray goes 7:03, which is 1 full second off her 6.93. No, it's not a full second. It's 9.3, 7/10.
Yeah.
It's 1/10 of a second.
She's saving her energy.
Off.
She's got a jam-packed day as always.
Yep.
So.
Second was Alexis Caggio in 7:47. Jasmine Bergana from Classical 7:59 should get through. Lillian Racine from Ponteganza. So talking about this, even in the prelims, like if you're Classical going against the West Warwick girls, you have to advance to grab points.
Yeah, so that's why I was talking to Dan O'Cleeskey, the Classical coach, earlier in the weekend. That's like those are big points for them. He needs to be grabbing those maybe 6th, 7th, and 8th. Even if it's just 6th, 7th, and 8th, that's still points, right? You got.
That's a point or two.
3, 2, and 1, right? That's 6 points you can grab. So he's like, it's huge that they make it into the finals. So I know it really is going to come down to the last event probably, which is so exciting for us, nerve-wracking for a coach, but I've been there.
You have been there.
Yeah.
Award-winning coach Vanessa Malloy, sitting to the right of me. Next up, we are going to have the 1500, which will come roughly in about 9 minutes or so. But team scores. Let's go in reverse order.
Yeah, so Classical did actually get their 2 girls into the final, so that's huge.
So there you can grab some points there
Yeah.
as well. So in 17th, Bayview Academy has 1. East Greenwich has 1 in 16th, tied with Ponteganza. Tied for 14th, West Warwick and Mount Hope have 2, but that will change shortly. North Smithfield and Narragansett tied for 12th with 4. Tied for 9th, Barrington, Wesley, and Portsmouth with 5. East Providence in 8th with 6. Prout in 7th with 8. North Kingstown in 6th with 9. North Kingston in 6th. Let me back this up. Prout in 7th with 8. North Kingston in 6th with 9. Tied for 4th. Moses Brown and Charahoe with 10. Cumberland in 3rd with 11. Classical in 2nd with 15. And LaSalle in 1st with 18. But that is only through a few events.
Yeah, we don't have any of the sprint events up where those race sisters are going to rack up the points.
All we have is the hurdle and the dash finals are done. All that's scored is the 3K, the 4x2, and the 4x8.
Is the high jump actually? The high jump is over.
The
so
high
I'm
jump
wondering,
is over,
scored?
but
Let's
is
see.
not scored.
Not
It says
yet.
upcoming.
Yeah.
And it only has C times in there. There is no.
Oh no! It looks like actually we've got one person left. Sierra is left.
Sierra Thompson from
5'6" she's on.
Kingston.
Yeah. So she's the lone jumper over there. And I also do want to mention that we will have a live stream of the weight throw. So for those of you watching at home, you'll be able to catch that. It's going to be an amazing competition. Oh, close.
Very gifted jumper for the Rebels.
Yeah, and she would have just come from, it's a tough situation. She would have just come from the hurdles.
Right.
So getting that tiredness in your legs is tough when you're trying to go for those higher heights.
Well, that's the other part of it too, right? You have these very gifted athletes who not only compete in sprints but jumps.
Yeah.
And so, right, you have to really listen to your body and just how do you heal, how do you recover, how do you process mentally moving from one station to the next.
So it looks like they're kind of sticking to the schedule, are they?
They're right. We are right on time, which is a good job by everybody involved here.
So the 1500 is going to be another great race. We have some fresh people. Rory O'Sullivan decided not to do the 3K to keep herself fresh for this 1500. Keane Behe, the same thing. Kylie DeFusco's coming back after a school record, I believe, in the 3K. So, but she's tough. Wow.
She just cleared 5.6.
Go.
Much to the joy you heard, as you just saw the throng down at that end. Huge ovation for Thompson as she clears 5.6.
Yeah, there has to be a PR for her because I think 5.5 was the state lead coming in.
5.4 was her seed coming in. 5.5, Caitlin Cruikshank of Middletown.
It's which is funny, like, because I think in dual meets they do odd numbers and in championship meets they do even numbers. So I don't know why. And then outdoor they do it different. But that's a great jump. I wonder will she call it a day now and just focus on the rest of her events, because she'll do the hurdles. She's probably on their 4x4.
Well, she's putting her sweats on, so she's going to take her 5.6 state championship and run. Of course, they're chasing every record set was by Dakota Daly Harris, the very gifted athlete from LaSalle, who not only ran track but was also a great basketball player under Coach Sean Reddy at LaSalle Academy. Amazing athlete she still is as well. And so now as we focus on the weight cage, great throw.
Yeah.
Out of the cage. It's tough to see the numbers down there in the weight cage with the netting. So a reminder, you're watching the NFH's coverage of the Round Scholastically with assistance from Ocean State Running. Steve Mazzona's been with me. Vanessa Malloy is with me now. And Davio DeLuca's on our board. Sully coming at the far camera. Maddie Britt doing a great job up here. Right, Maddie, doing a great job? Yep, she laughs and gives a thumbs up. That education at North Kingston is really paying off, isn't it? Full crew on here. Don Boyle's back in our studio at the 2024 Rhode Island Scholastic Indoor Track and Field State Championships. And don't forget, this afternoon, come up at approximately 2 o'clock, we'll be back on the air with the weight and the shot and the 4x8. And we still have a lot of events to go. Only 3 events scored in the books. And now, as a coach, walk us through this kind of lull in between, because, you're waiting and you're on schedule and the throws are kind of off to the side. What's the mindset as a coach going through this part of the meet?
It's a new phenomenon, the waiting, because when they separated the boys and the girls, there was always something going on. So I think it's more pronounced now with the meets being separate. But you just have to try to keep calm so your athletes stay calm. You got to put on that brave face of not really being that nervous, one that's ready to throw up. But
so it's like Isabella Piet is in the cage now from Woonsocket. Very talented thrower, daughter of the coach.
I remember seeing her throwing in those little meets that Tom Kenwood held at Cumberland, and she would be there in the summer when she was a little girl.
Well, they all grown up now and throwing for a state title. A good toss right there by Piet.
Oh yeah, is this going to be 50 something? No.
Throws her hands up. You can see very happy right there. You see all the weight coaches huddled off to the left side of the hammer cage. 48.
Good throw.
Fantastic throw.
The Rhode Island Interscholastic League would like to thank Cox Communications.
48-11.
Media sponsor.
48-11.
Let's see what her PR. I think she's in the 49s.
NFHS Network will be
It's 4
streaming
by 8 as I try to go through my
Yeah,
sheets here.
it's 47-4 here, but they went to Milrose. I know she PR'd there. They've
Yep.
been to out-of-state competitions, which wouldn't be on this performance list. But that's close to her PR or is a PR.
So we're about to start the girls 1500. We'll keep the camera on the cage, but let's talk about Section 1, the first heat. We'll have Ella Maybum of East Greenwich, Anna Bianchi of Cumberland, Alini Drosinos of Portsmouth, Anya Califit of Cumberland, Maeve Casey of LaSalle, Jillian Russell from Barville, Sarah Chang from Barrington, and Sophia Abbott from the Prout School. 3 seniors among that group in the first heat. And I'm not even going to go into the featured heat because you look at the names on that list and we could wax poetically about all of them. But even in the first heat, Maybum, Bianchi, Drosinos, Califat, Casey, Russell, Chang, and Abbott. Maybum is the leader in that pack of 506, but 4 runners have run 506 in their seating and another 508. So
And
the first heat could be anybody's race.
The unseeded heat, it's always a great opportunity for these girls to race their own race and not go out too fast like they may have got used to in other meets. And so a lot of times these ladies will run PRs because they run smart, and then they break into the scoring.
Yeah, that's right. As we've already seen in other events, we had people come out of even a third heat to qualify in the 55 hurdles and in the dash as well to qualify for finals. So a waterfall start, if you will.
The Milrose Games last week, the waterfall start in the 2 mile, and the poor girl who won it, she's young, she cut in straight away, ran the whole race, and they DQ'd her after.
Well, distinct advantage having taken place. So we're off and running in the 1500.
on the track is the first of 2 sections in the girls' 1500-meter run.
White flag is up.
Record was set in 2023.
7 laps to go, excuse me, here in the 1500.
The meet record was set
Early on in this heat, Anya Califat is out front, Jillian Russell from Barville, and Anna Bianchi from Cumberland in there as well, followed by Maeve Casey from LaSalle. A lot of talented runners.
So they went through their 39, which is right on 5-minute pace.
Yep.
So, like we said, this is a great opportunity for these girls.
It is, and if somebody that was a senior, such as Califat, say for Cumberland, who's a senior, you're running your last indoor race, you can go hopefully run smart and grab a PR.
Yeah, she was excited for this meet.
She was.
She worked hard to make it here, so she was really excited. And these ladies have trained together since cross country. They're obviously state champions.
Yep.
And
well,
so they work with each other well.
Yeah, that's a great point, Vanessa, that you bring up, that it's somebody who you train with every day, or you get to push that runner every day, who maybe you know each other's tendencies here, there, and everywhere. And so Califat out front, followed by Bianchi and Russell. 5 laps to go here. They went through at 1:42, I believe. And, of course, I just lost my screen, but that's okay.
But that's a good picture.
Yes.
All right, let's go, ladies.
Again, Califat, Bianchi out front, Russell right behind them in this heat. Drosinos from Portsmouth is next, followed by Casey.
All right, and I'm looking over at the weight, and we are going to finals. I believe Ocean State Running has Instagram live on it. Let's see, he's supposed to be.
So Bianchi went through. It's Bianchi, Califoot, Russell.
The following athletes have qualified for the finals in the girls 55-meter hurdles. LaFontaine.
So Bianchi went through in 40, 40.8, and 42.5 right there.
Thompson of South Kingstown.
It's Bianchi, Califoot, and Russell in this heat.
Roskowitz of Barrington.
That's so great they have the splits, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Of Exeter West Greenwich.
In stride timing in the Beaudettes.
Qualified for the finals of the girls 55.
A little slower on that pace, 44 for the leader, Bianchi. Russell goes through in second, Califoot in third, and that three have really taken charge of this race with 3 laps to go, 900 meters in the books.
I think we should request pace lighting next year. Come on, Greg Beaudette, in stride timing.
We'll work on that.
The following athletes have
Expect to see the pace pick up here as Bianchi has extended a lead on Russell. Califoot's a great closer as well in this heat as now Russell tries to overtake Bianchi. Russell runs 43.7 on that lap. No, she did not. She ran a little slower right here. They're in the 44s and the 45s right now. 400 meters to go in this heat. This heat is Bianchi, Russell, Califoot, Drosinos, Casey, Chang, and Maybaum.
All right, let's go.
A 2-person race now left. About 300 meters, little under 300 meters to go. And here comes Califoot trying to make her move on Bianchi and Russell.
Oh, but we got some speedy girls coming through from behind also.
Drosinos and Casey are now trying to make their move. And we're on the bell lap. Let's see what we have left. And there goes Drosinos now passing Califoot, going to make her move on Russell and Bianchi.
But
Califoot going
Anya's
with her.
not giving up, yeah.
Here comes Califoot, who's a great closer, goes by Russell. Bianchi now turns it on, and it's now Bianchi and Drosinos heading for home. Califoot in third. Bianchi now got tacked by Drosinos. Bianchi's going to pull away and win this heat. Great finish right there. So Bianchi wins the heat, followed by Drosinos from Portsmouth, Califoot from Cumberland, and Russell from Burrillville. Casey is next. 5:09.79 by Bianchi, 5:12 by Drosinos. Califoot comes in at 5:13.32. Russell at 5:14. So you never know, Vanessa, you might get somebody who scores out of this heat.
Because we do have a couple of girls coming back from the 3K. I mean, I know they're such strong athletes, and they've done the doubles at their class meet or division championships. But, yeah, it's a state meet. You never know.
All right, now let's talk about this heat, which we did not talk about because of less respect, but we did not talk about it. In lane 1, Keeney Behe of Pilgrim. Lane 2, Rory Sullivan from St. Ray's. Lane 3, Kylie DeFusco from Cumberland. Lane 4, Alyssa Parento from LaSalle. Lane 5, Sophia Cato from South Kingston. Lane 6, Charlie McHugh from Cumberland. Lane 7, Abby Tao from NK. Lane 8, Grace Doyle from Classical. And lane 9, Jackie Maddles from St. Mary's Academy, Bayview. 2 seniors in a very talented field. And right away, it's Behe and Sullivan right out of the gate at the first 100.
Yeah, Rory, I think, is not going to wait around here. She's fresh, and she wants to win a state title. So to follow up her cross-country, her phenomenal cross-country season. So she's not going to hang around for kickers. She's going to tire out those girls who have already done the 3K, which is smart.
And Behe, once again, though, is fresh also, focusing on this race and the Run K as well. So Sullivan, Behe out front right away, followed by DeFusco.
Parento is always in that second pack there. She's also fresh. She was listed in the pool for the 4x8 but did not run it.
Yep.
They won that title, so they didn't need her. So she is fresh. Also, she's just come off a phenomenal freshman states where she won 1500, 600, 1K. So we know she's fit.
Behe went through at 54.3. Rory went through at 54.6 at the 300. And right away, it's a 2-person race out front. DeFusco in third, Cato in fourth, Here comes Parento on the outside, followed by McHugh and Ty are your top 7.
And McHugh, we have seen over and over again this season, has a crazy last lap.
Right.
So if she's in striking distance, she's dangerous, you know, and she's on fresh legs too. But I don't know what meet it was. Maybe the class meet. She came from so far behind. Yeah.
So right again, it's Behe up front, the talented junior from Pilgrim, followed by Sullivan, the talented senior from St. Raphael Academy.
This is what
Defusco
a great
third.
race. Kaito fourth.
Cato fourth, Parento fifth, McHugh sixth, Ty seventh. Eighth is Classical, is Grace Doyle. And don't forget, even seventh, right, you move
It's
up.
a point.
Every point
Yep,
matters
it's a point.
if you're trying to win this thing.
And she just ran a great race in the 3K, ran a huge PR. But yeah, it's every point. And I think she's focused on those couple of girls ahead of her, and she'll try bring them back in.
So again, Behe and Sullivan, you know, Sullivan just sitting on Behe's shoulder, right?
Who has the better kick?
Right, that's what it's going to
Behe just ran a great 600 last week,
yes,
though.
she did.
So she's proven she has a kick.
Same thing, Defusco, Cato, and Parento, 3, 4, 5, McHugh 6, Ty 7, Doyle 8.
Parento looks ready, too.
2:09.2 at the 7. They go at the 900-meter mark. They go through in about, I would say, the lap splits are about the same here. Behe went 36, 37, 37, 38. Sullivan 36, 37, 37, 38 without rounding down. Defusco's going through at 40. Cato at 41, Parento at 41, Ty at 41. Last lap through.
So those times are times that, that first heat can break in. If you're going through in 41s.
Right.
Wow, Keeney is pulling away a bit.
Yeah, she's trying to push the pace here with 400 meters to go. They go through the 1,100-meter mark. Behe 1, Sullivan 2. Behe's raced a lot of high competition this winter. Sullivan coming back from an injury. They were 38-38 on that lap, 38-7, 38-8.
It's going to come down to that bell lap.
And here comes Sullivan now tacking back on Behe.
This is a great race from Behe, from both of them.
Yeah, here you go. It's a tactician. When do you put your move on? When do you not put your move on?
Oh,
Behe starts to pick up.
Hear the bell.
And here comes Sullivan trying to come back on her. You can see on the backstretch, Behe hits the line. Here comes Sullivan right behind her. There's the bell. We're off and we're running. What do you have left in your tank? Behe extending her stride. Has opened up probably about a half a second lead. And here comes Sullivan now, tacking on her back shoulder. About 200 to go. Sullivan gets in front of Behe. And she's going to pull away from Behe here. Behe trying to stay tight with her. Sullivan is extending her lead. And Sullivan will hold on to win the 1,500. Defusco breaks away from the next pack. Will finish third. Sullivan crosses the line in 4:40.
4:39.31. Wow, great race. All right, here comes Defusco Charlie coming up. So Cumberland are going to go 3 and 4.
Grab more points for the Clippers. 4:39.3 for Sullivan, 4:42 for Behe. Last lap 34.4 for Sullivan, 37 for Behe. Defusco third, McHugh fourth, Parento fifth for LaSalle, Cato sixth. Grace Doyle does finish eighth and does pick up 1 point.
No, she's going to be pushed out by Bianchi.
No, she's Matos finished in front of her, so no points for Classical for that race. So it goes Sullivan, Behe, Defusco, McHugh, Parento, Cato, Ty, Matos, and Doyle finishes 5:10.35. And you were just lamenting, those are the ones that at some point in time may come back to haunt you at the end, Vanessa.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they were hoping to grab a couple of points there. So that's going to be a tough break for them.
So we're setting up for the 55-meter finals. We still have a camera down on the cage. Shot put also coming up shortly here on the NFHS network.
It actually looks like, is the weight over?
So the hurdle finals will be coming up at 11:40.
Yeah, so it looks like the weight championships is over.
We don't have, once we
So,
get a final on that, we
yeah.
will give it to you, but we'll just leave the cameras on. We'll take a short break right here, coming through from the PCTA in Providence. This is the NFHS Network in collaboration with Ocean State Running's coverage of the Rhode Island Scholastic League Indoor Track State Championships. Welcome back to the PCTA here. Marty Crowley coming to you live above with NFHS's coverage of the Rhode Island Scholastic League 2024 State Championship. We do have high jump results in. We'd like to go to those right now. Sierra Thompson is a state champion from South Kingstown. Helena Hyde from Barrington finishes second. Nini Olawuyi from Exeter West Greenwich finishes third. Shayna Carrera and Tatiana Baldellini from West Warwick finish tied for fourth, along with Brooke Sonos from Smithfield and Phoebe Morgan from Smithfield as well. Layla Hopkins from Classical finishes eighth, and Zoe Glover from Pontegansett also finishes eighth, tied as well. So Sierra Thompson is your champion. We go to team scores now through all these scored events. As I scroll through just to make sure that everything is where they're supposed to be, and they are. In 23rd place is East Greenwich with 1 point. 22nd is Pontiganza with 1.5. Mount Hope is in Bayview are both tied with 2 and 20th. North Smithfield, Narragansett tied with 18th with 4 points. Portsmouth and Westerly tied for 16th with 5 points. East Providence and EWG tied for 14th with 6. Smithfield sits alone in 13th with 7. Prout, Pilgrim each with 8, tied for 11th. In 10th place, West Warwick has climbed the ladder with 9. Moses Brown is tied with St. Raphael and Charahoe for 7th, all with 10. North Kingstown has 11 and 6. South Kingstown and Barrington tied for 4th. Classical in 3rd currently with 15.5. And tied for 1st, LaSalle and Cumberland with 22 points each. 4 events scored in. Still a lot of action left here on the girls' side. The events that have been scored so far: girls 4x8, girls 4x2, girls 3K, the girls 1500 meter run, along with the girls high jump. So 5 events in, still a lot to go. West Warwick expected to get points in the next 2 events, the 55 meter hurdles and 55 meter dash. We still have the 600, the 300, the 1K coming up, the girls 4x4. Long jump and shot put have yet to be competed. The weight throw has been completed but not registered yet. So we'll go right to the infield now, where you'll see
in 8th place with a time of 5:04.91, Jackie Cato.
the award ceremony being given out for the 1500.
In 7th place from North Kingstown with a time of 5:02.75, Abby T.
Abby Teague, you see Jackie Matos getting her medal from Bayview.
South Kingstown with a time of 4:56.78, Sophia Cato.
Sophia Cato, you see her getting her medal, ran a 4:56.78. Alyssa Parento ran a 4:56.68.
6.68, Alisa Barreto.
That's Parento. Charlie McHugh from Cumberland runs a 4:56.3, a PR for her.
Charlie McHugh.
Good job by Charlie. Kylie DeFusco finishes 3rd with 4:54.6.
4:54.65, Kylie DeFusco.
And PRs by Keene Behe in 2nd at 4:42.14. A great race, very gifted junior runner from Pilgrim. And Rory Sullivan, your state champion in the 1500 from St. Raphael Academy. 4:39.3, a PR. And her and Keene had a brilliant race, And that is your champion here in the 1500. So now we're trying to get ourselves to the finals of the 55 meter hurdles. In lane 1, as you see the people taking pictures down there, we scroll over to the hurdles. Great job by you, Maddie, on the camera. Getting loose. In lane 1, it'll be Anna LaFontaine of Pontiganza, the freshman, who's seated at 9.43. In lane 2, it's Camera Solea from North Kingstown, the senior, seated at 9.24. In lane 3, from Mount Hope High School, the sophomore, Thea Jackson, seat time of 9.11. Sierra Thompson, who is the state champion in the high jump, the senior, seated at 8.81. Lisa Ray from West Warwick, who set the the meet record, the sophomore at 8.35. Emily Brown from Charahoe, Lisa's from West Warwick. Emily Brown from Charahoe seated 6th, the junior at 8.81. Jordan Roskowitz from Barrington, the senior, rated 7th at 8.92. Reese Vitale, seed time comes in at 8.912, is in lane 8. And Nina Olawuyi from East or West Greenwich, the sophomore, at 9.39. So lane 1, LaFontaine, Pontiganza. Lane 2, Solea from NK. Lane 3, Jackson from Mount Hope. Lane 4, Thompson from SK. Lane 5, Ray from West Warwick. Lane 6, Emily Brown from Charahoe. Lane 7, Jordan Roskowitz from Barrington. Lane 8, Reese Vitale from Cranston West. And lane 9, Nina Olawuyi from EWG. Again, what's expected to be a race between two teams. You can never count other teams out. Funny things have happened. Top 8 will score points here. And in this heat, you have Classical and West Warwick, who everybody have come in as the prohibitive favorites in this seat. West Warwick, obviously Lisa Ray, who ran an 8.35 earlier and set the meet record. The state record is 8.21, set by Mary Stradowski. The facility record is 8.15, set by Ashley Wiggins. Last year's state champion Bethany Marsala ran an 8.67, so Ray has already bettered that as well. Runners are getting ready. We are moving along. 11:40. We are right on time here. Some shot put action coming up shortly too. As the shot putters below us, the long jumpers are also warming up below us as well.
Again, next on the track is the finals of the girls' 55-meter hurdles.
So they're announcing the 55 hurdle finals.
The record was set by Lisa Ray.
Thank you for joining us today here on the NFHS Network.
And the state record was set by Mary Stradowski of Charahoe in 2002. Top 9 athletes in the girls' 55-meter hurdle.
Top 9, top 8 will get points. So if you're in this race, there's a good opportunity for you to grab points as well. What does Lisa Ray want to do here is what it comes down to. The talented sophomore has run all over this winter in terms of high caliber meets. Starter, as you see, coming out, speaking to the athletes in the 55-meter hurdles. We're going to all go from the finish line, and we're ready to start the 55-meter dash. Everybody gave the all clear. A slew of press media down the far end, right kind of where Sully Cummings is down the far side. Sully's up on the scissor lift. All right, the set is clear. Last instructions are given. Again, Ray in lane 5 is the prohibitive favorite. Thompson just directly to her left from South Kingston will challenge. A false start. Our second one of today. The last one was in the 55 dash as well. We also had a false start from there. Unsure who false started, but the yellow flag, as you can see, is up. Print media, local television stations at the end of this. All right, white flags are up all over the place, so we are good to go. Boy, a lot of nerves. You know, you toe the line, you get down, you're in your 3-point stance, you're ready to go. How does that affect your start in this race? If you're the one who false started, Thompson, the last one to lock in. Gun is up. It's a clean start. And there goes Lisa Ray right away. Way out front. Lisa Ray will be your state champion. What is her time going to be is the question. Could be around 8.3, which would break her own record. 8.25 sets a state record and a meet record. Excuse me, not 8.25. Back up. 8.21 was the state record. 8.25, a new meet record set there by Lisa Ray. Sierra Thompson finishes second, 8.72. Emily Brown from Charahoe, third, 8.84. Jordan Roskowitz from Barrington finishes fourth at 8.99. Reese Vitale finishes fifth, 9 flat. Thea Jackson finishes sixth, 9.03. Cameron Solea, seventh from North Kingstown at 9.14. Anna LaFontaine, 9.41 for Pontiganza. So there are your point scorers. Ray, you're a state champion in the 55 finals. Thompson, Brown, Roskowitz, Vitale, Jackson, Solea, and LaFontaine all garnering points. Now, here's the thing, too. So now we go right back to the 55 dash, right? Now we go right to the 55 dash, and Lisa Ray is right back at it. In lane 1, it's Zeta DePina from Classical. Lane 2, Grace Blyer from Cumberland. Lane 3, Nazre Phillip from East Providence. In lane 4, Alani Sutherland from Cranston West. In lane 5, Lisa Ray from West Warwick. In lane 6, Xenia Ray from West Warwick. In lane 7, Thea Jackson from Mount Hope. In lane 8, Alexis Caggiano from LaSalle. In lane 9, Jasmine Berganza from Classical. DePina, Blyer, Phillip, Sutherland, Ray, Jackson, Caggiano, and Berganza left to right. And just like that now, West Warwick has moved up to fourth in the standings with 19 points, right behind SK, LaSalle, and Cumberland through 5 events. A lot of movement still to happen here with the throws still going on. We have long jump, shot put. The weight has not been scored yet. Along with 600, 300, 1K, and 4x4 coming up in about an hour. So in about an hour, we'll know who our state champion is going to be here, or somewhere in that vicinity. Lisa Ray, magnificent, 8.25, a meet record. Broke her own record of 8.35. Gifted sophomore who will run alongside her sister, Alani Sutherland, also very talented in this race as well. Talented field here in the 55, as you see the field there up on the screen. Gun is off. It's a clear start. There's Ray way out front again. Another championship. A lot of cheers. 6.86 unofficially. 6.89 for Lisa Ray in the 55 dash. Breaks her own state record of 6.93. So West Warwick goes 1 and 2. Lisa Ray first, 6.89. Xenia Ray second, 7.11. Alani Sutherland third, 7.26. Thea Jackson from Mount Hope fourth, 7.32. Nazre Phillip from East Providence fifth, 7.33. Alexis Caggiano in sixth at 7.50. Zeta DePina in 7th, 7.53. And Grace Blyer from Cumberland finishes 8th with 7.60. Jasmine Braganza does not score, finishes 9th with 7.67. And now if we're going to pan to the medals section as
in fourth place, there was a four-way tie, also at 410, of Phoebe Morgan of Smithfield.
you see the medals being given out.
Of Smithfield, Tatiana Boldinelli of West Warwick, and Sheena Carrera of West Warwick, all at 4 feet 10 inches. In third place from Exeter, West Greenwich, with a jump of 5 feet 2 inches, Nini Holloway. Your runner-up from Barrington with a jump of 5 feet.
The runner-up from Barrington,
Helena Hyde.
Helena Hyde, and your state champion in the high jump, as we mentioned a moment ago.
High jump with a jump of 5 feet 6.5 inches from South Kingston.
5, 6.5. Sierra Thompson,
Your top 9 competitors in the
your
girls high jump.
state champion in the high jump. So congratulations to them. And now when you go to your team scores right away, things have changed dramatically with the racers picking up multiple points. West Warwick is now out front with 37. LaSalle second with 25. Glasgow third with 23.5. Cumberland in fourth with 23. 22 from distance, 1 from the sprints. West Warwick has 18 sprints, 10 in the hurdles, 7 in jumps, and 2 in the relays.
If I could have the
SK sits in 5th, 21, and Barrington sits in 6th with 18 points.
Lisa Ray, Thompson, Brown, Roscoe,
All right, our next
Jackson, Saley,
field event will be the 600, our next running event will be the 600 meter.
for the 55-meter hurdle.
Will be the 600 meter coming up
The track will be the
for the young ladies.
3 sections in the 600-meter run. The state record was set in 2006 by Sophia Gorriero.
So a new state record as we can
127.02. The meet record was set in 2009 by Aaron Wheeler at 134.08. Next on the track, first of 3 sections in the girls 600-meter run.
All right, the girls 600 getting set to go off in the first heat. Lane 1 is Michaela Senesi from Coventry. Lane 2, Dacia Gingarella from Westerly. Lane 3, it's Hannah Patry from Mount St. Charles. Lane 4, Olivia Wahlberg from LaSalle. Lane 5, Carolina Torlato from LaSalle. And in lane 6, it's Carolyn Resnick from Barrington in the first heat of the 600-meter dash. This is NFHS coverage of the Round Scholastic League State Champions. Hope you're enjoying watching this, family members and friends, wherever you are.
Would we please clear lane 6? Lane 6 on the far turn, please. We are using all 6 lanes of
So
the
they're
track.
just waiting to clear a lane here.
Lanes clear.
So 600 sections will go next, followed by the 300 sections. Followed by the 1,000, and then the 4x4 in a little less than an hour. And then we still have throws going on. We'll pan down to the shot put shortly. First section is off in the 600. And we are underway with our next event. Coventry, Westerly, Mount, LaSalle, and Barrington in this heat. Waterfall start, if you will, when they get to the far corner mark at approximately 300. They hit the brake and they will cut in. 2 laps to go. And going through at about 34 and change is 32.6 is Callan Resnick. Tolado second, 33.23. Dacia Gingarella at 33.8 in third. On the backstretch, it's still Resnick, followed by Tolado, Gingarella, and Wahlberg. Heading down the backstretch, one more turn and they are home. There's the bell, 1 lap to go. Resnick out front. I did not get a 400 time, but Resnick is out front. Now being challenged by Gingarella. She went through at 109. And Gingarella now is making a push in this heat. Resnick says, I will hold you off, and she's going to. Remember, this is a round, this is heat 1. This is a final. And she will put up a time, as you see Hannah Patry finish for Mount St. Charles. Second heat ready to come up. We'll talk about that, but right now we'll go down to the shot put area. Second heat has Emily Brown of Charahoe in lane 1. Sophia Mako, Moses Brown in lane 2. Orla Howard of Classical in lane 3. Calla Bruno of Wesley in lane 4. Indy Lamont of Barrington in lane 5. And Laura Hogue of Rogers in lane 6. And we're back on again. Second heat of the 600-meter dash. First waterfall break hits, and we are good to go. And so it's about 600 meters, a 3-lap staggered start. Hogue goes through in 33 for Rogers. Lamb is in second. Bruno is in third at 32.2. Looking nice and relaxed is Hogue. Lamb is behind her. About 300 meters to go. Nice and relaxed. You can see on the backstretch right there. Hits the bell, rung by Carol Baudet. Nice stride by Hogue from Rogers, who went 30.3 and 33.3 on that lap. Now starting to extend her lead. Here comes Calla Bruno from Wesley, who's going to challenge, followed by Sophia Mako from Moses Brown. Bruno is challenging Hogue, who went out, stayed out, and going to win this heat is Laura Hogue in a time of about 1:41.52 is the final for Hogue. So Hogue 1:41.52 will definitely score points for a team. Orla Howard from Classical runs a 1:42.03. Possible point scoring there. And now here comes the seeded section for the 600. In lane 1 is Greta Dahl from South Kingston. In lane 2 is Karina Lohman from Narragansett. In lane 3 is Sydney Hake from Westerly. In lane 4, Keene Behe was here for the second time from Pilgrim. In lane 5, Skylo Maxwell from Moses Brown. And in lane 6, the very talented senior heading for Stonehill College, Emmy Belvin from Mount St. Charles Academy. Steve Mazzone, you're back online here. You've come back up. Thoughts of the meet to this point?
Yeah, it's the meet's turning out just like we expected. I mean, you saw the 1500 with Rory Sullivan running 4:39 and Keene Behe, like you said, running this event and running 4:42. A great race for her. Yeah, and I just was talking with Sierra Thompson of South Kingstown, 5'6", a school record, a PR for her in the high jump. and I'm hearing Addie Karen winning the weight throw. But this race, we got Emmy Belvin and Skylar Maxwell. And it's going to be, I think it's going to be between the two of them now. Emmy was originally scheduled in the 1500. They scratched her out of the 1500, which I think was a very good move because she can win this event as well as Skylar. I think we're going to see at least a 136 here today.
We're on the bell lap and coming from home. Maxwell being followed very closely by Belvin. Here comes Belvin on the outside, going to put her move on, shoulder to shoulder. Belvin driving hard. You can see it just in her body movements. Belvin hits the last corner, and there she goes. Maxwell does not have an answer for Belvin as they head down the last stretch, 55 meters to go. Belvin, as you said, Steve, will be your 600-meter state champion out of Mount St. Charles Academy in their last ever foray here in the Indoor State Championships.
That's right. I right when I saw the scratch, I said that's a very smart move. She had done, I believe, 138, 139 for a seed time, but she just has that tremendous kick, which you just saw. So if the race is close, Emmy is more than likely going to win it like she did today. And it looks like 136, 68. Is that
136, 68.
136.57 officially.
So finals are in. Belvin wins that heat at 136.6. Second was Maxwell at 138.67. Sydney Hake from Wesley was third at 138.72. Karuna Lohman was fourth at 139.3. Keene Behe fifth at 141.4. And Greta Dahl was sixth in 141.7. So Hogue from Rogers and Orla Howitt may grab points out of this.
So, Marty, you were talking about what's happening to meet so far. How about Lisa Ray?
Oh, two state records.
6.89. And then, you know what? The 8.29 in the hurdles is the one that really was impressive. I mean, that record, I don't know, that state record is at least 20 years old, 8.21. So she's right near it. And again, we have to remember she's only a 10th grader, so she's still got 2 more years.
Right, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
We sat here last year and marveled at her. So finals in the 600 are in. Granting points in 8th points. Orla Howard from Glasgow grabs a point. Greta Dahl from South Kingston finishes 7th. Laura Hogue with a PR of 141.52 finishes 6th. Keene Behe finishes 5th, 141.4. Karuna Lohman, a PR from Narragansett at 139.3. Sydney Hake from Wesley, a PR at 138.7. Skylar Maxwell, a PR at 138.6, finishes second. And Emmy Belvin from Mount St. Charles is your state champion in the 1600. So team scores now. West Warwick sits on top at 37. LaSalle second at 25. Glasgow third at 24.5. Cumberland and South Kingston tied for fourth with 23. And right away, that as you can see, the difference is West Warwick now. They're getting into their strong point.
They're just getting started, too. I mean, you still got 2 more events by Lisa, another individual event from Zenny Array. How did they do in the high jump? They must have got some placements in the high jump, I'm assuming.
Finals from the weight thrower in. Sorry. We're looking at the final, the awards ceremony.
In 4th place from Barrington with a time point 8.99, Jordan Roskowitz.
Looking at the finals of the 55 hurdles.
With a time of 8.84,
Emily Brown, who had a PR at 8.84.
Your runner-up from South.
Here's Sarah Thompson, who won the high jump, is finishing second in the 55 hurdles. A great athlete in her own mind. Here's Lisa Ray with a new state record of 8.25. Lisa Ray. Huge ovation from this crowd here. Well deserved as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, she's just getting started. She's only halfway there. Sierra Thompson set a pentathlon state record, I believe, last month in Connecticut. So she's extremely talented, very versatile. athlete.
we will now do our
Unfortunately, in the
dash.
hurdles, she has to go against Lisa Ray. But I mean, at least she got an individual state title in the high jump. But she's a 17-foot long jumper, close to 18 feet in the long jump, and she's running the 4x400 where she has 58, 57 second speed for the 400.
Yeah, we're a few minutes away from the 300. The shot put in the long jump, and we can go to the long jump now. As we pan over to the long jump, there's a measured mark for Grace Blyer from Cumberland, it looks like. The shot put is also about to start right in front of us. Athletes are still down there warming up. Lacey Grenier now walks into the circle from Cumberland, comes in as the number 1 seed, does Lacey. 69, that mark for Blyer in the long jump. Still the 300, the 1K, and the 4x4. We've got shot put still going on, and the long jump going on. It's a great jump right there. I think that was Kriana Pezza from Cranston West, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, we do have athletes in other events, so we will award the 55-meter dash.
Yeah, as far as the team goes,
Coach we have
Classical
in just a moment.
did suffer a little bit in the weight throw. One of their top weight throws didn't make the finals. Susan Akundi.
Yeah.
I think I said her name wrong, but she was predicted to be in that 3rd, 4th place and didn't make it to the finals, so that could hurt them.
Next up for the long jump is Tatiana Baldinelli out of West Walker. It's Lisa Ray. I can't tell from here. I think that's Lisa Ray, actually.
We'll know once they turn around the
That's
the
Lisa Ray,
distance.
of course, I think.
Yeah, I
We are
believe that's
sitting
right.
at a vantage point. We're high in the corner here. We have a beautiful spot here at the PCTA here in Providence. A great
At
facility
this
to
time,
host this
we'll
event. That was
present
Lisa
the
Ray.
top 8 athletes in the girls' 55-meter dash. In 8th place from Cumberland with a time of 7.60, Grace Blyer. In 7th
Ray, I
place
believe,
from
jumped
Classical with a
18.5.
time of 7.53, Dana DePina.
Again, now as you look at Sierra Thompson at the front of this line warming up, you know,
Alexis Cagliano.
a great decathlete in her own right as well, Steve. And it's just at this point it's about personal best because look at your competition you're in.
Yeah, exactly. So what did we say? Lisa Ray just did 18.5. That probably puts her in the lead in the long jump.
In 3rd place from Cranston West with a time of 7.26, Alania Sutherland.
So if we just
Your runner-up from
pan
West
to the
Walker
right
with
briefly.
7.11, Xenia Ray. And your champion.
And now there's Lisa Ray who just jumped,
State record.
getting an award, another state record. This is for the 55 dash, right?
It's funny, right before a race I said 6.88. That's what she's going to run. So she was close to my prediction.
So what do? You go from, I'll jump and I'll go get my medal, and then I'll jump and I'll go get my medal.
You know, sometimes that's better when you have multiple events. It doesn't give you time to overthink. You just go right to the event, and I think in a lot of times that actually helps you more than hurts you.
All right, so coming up, we got the girls 300 set to go. First heat on the track. Jordan Hendricks from Mount St. Charles, Chatham Wood from Situate, and Jayla Grimes from St. Raphael, the first heat here of the 300-meter dash. There are 4 sections here. There's a false start. And that'll unfortunately pull you out of the event. It's weird, Steve, because we haven't really seen, we don't see a lot of false starts during the year. But because of the caliber and maybe the pressure here,
That's exactly it. I mean, it's these kids are under a lot of pressure coming into these races, so sometimes nerves has an effect on you, and that's where you see the false starts.
yeah, it has a way of manifesting itself. Unfortunately, sometimes at the worst time. So 2 people in this heat. We're off and we're running. No pun intended. So if you're classical too, you gotta hope to get some points back here in the shot put, which has not started yet. The athletes are warming up.
On the track is the first of 4 sections in the girls' 300-meter dash. State record was set by Mary Stern in 2016 at 38.86. The meet record was set by Bashira McIntosh in 2013.
So it's just Wood and Grimes in this heat
First of 4 sections in the girls' 300-meter dash.
of the 300. Grimes is going to win it in 44.26. Does Jayla Grimes. In our next section of the finals, Kate Pierce from Barrington in lane 2. Shakiri Arroyo from Classical in lane 3. Stella Ruff from East Greenwich in lane 4. Nazre Phillip from East Providence in lane 5. And Megan Orby from Smithfield in lane 6. Well, you talked about Steve jumping from event to event. We're going to see Lisa Ray in another minute go from the long jump to jump into 300.
Yeah, it's and she'll do very well there too. She's done 39.94 at the MSTCA Holiday Challenge. I think she could break 40 here on a flat track.
The following athletes in the girls' weight throw report to the awards area. Karen Hoskin, Vidiaco, Jones, Smith,
First 100 in the books.
Viet, and McGinnis.
Pierce is out front. It still looks like it's Megan Orby from Smithfield. They hit the brake and come from home in this heat. It's Orby driving out front, followed by Arroyo from Classical. Here's another thing, too. If you're Classical, man, you need to try to grab some points in this race as well.
Absolutely. I mean, they have Zeta DePina, who's, I believe, a 5 seed later on. She's the one.
Standings after 9
That's
events,
hopefully
girls'
they're probably
competition.
hoping she gets maybe
For
3rd or 4th.
in 6th place with 18 points, Moses Brown.
So
and
Orby out of
Matthew
lane
Pierce.
6 wins this
Back
race
for
at
4th place
44.7.
points.
Pierce from Barrington goes
And
44.24.
3rd place with 24.5 points. Classical.
Arroyo from Classical goes 3rd in 44.79. Phillip
In leading the
5th
girls'
and Ruff,
competition after 9
excuse me,
events
Phillip 4th
with
and Ruff
37
5th.
points, West Warwick.
In this next heat, lane 2, Nabiel Narega from Classical in lane 2. Megan St. Pierre from Ponteganza in lane 3. Mila Falcone from LaSalle in lane 4. Mauricia Bryant from Classical in lane 5. And Jasmine Berganza from Classical in lane 6. Again, if you're Classical here, you have 4 girls coming up in the next 2 heats with an opportunity to finish in the top 8.
And that's what they're hoping for.
Currently, West Warwick is leading with 37. LaSalle second with 25. Classical third with 24.5. We hit the 100 mark with 1 lap to go. White flag is up.
The following athletes in the 600 meters, please report to the awards area.
They hit the brake. And out front, it's Falcone from LaSalle being chased down by, I believe, Bryant from Classical. There's another Classical runner finishing right behind. So LaSalle goes 1. Falcone wins that heat. 42.5 for Falcone. Second goes Bryant in 42.7. And third goes Braganza from Classical in 43.5. So theoretically, right there, your Classical girls are going to grab points because they're going to be in the top 8, irregardless of what happens in this race. I shouldn't say irregardless because guess who else is in this race? In lane 2, you mentioned it, Zeta DePina from Classical. Alexis Caggiano from LaSalle is in lane 3. Alani Sutherland from Cranston West is in lane 4. Lisa Ray, lane 5 from West Warwick, and Xenia Ray from West Warwick in lane 6. Here's another thing. If you're Alani Sutherland, you burst onto the scene and you are the next real deal. And then here come the race sisters.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
she's a very talented athlete.
She's a very talented athlete. And even, you talk about Xenia Ray, she's having a fantastic year. But because of what Lisa's doing, sometimes people aren't necessarily seeing that. I mean, today she ran 7.09 for the 55, which is a very fast time.
Xenia Ray out in lane 6 will hold her lead into the wall for. Chased by her sister Xenia right on the inside is Alani Sutherland from Cranston West, followed by DePina and Caggiano. Who wins it here at 1-2?
Wow, look at this. Look at this. Wow.
Oh, we got to beat it, a win at the finish. A photo finish. 43.7 official. Let's see who the win goes to. Waiting for the official result. Lisa Ray catches her sister 39.59. Xenia Ray goes 39.66. Caggiano 41.6. Sutherland 41.7. And DePina 42.16. So there's 18 more points right there for West Warwick.
And like I was just saying, look at this. Xenia Ray 39.66. And finishing second to her sister. So, I mean, both of them having fantastic years. Not just Lisa. It's both of them.
We'll take a short break here. Let's look down at the shot put.
The next event on the track will be the 1,000
I mean, that's a very good time on a flat track. Go to the track at New Balance, and both of them are running in the 38s. And that's, all these top times that you're seeing in the country, those are run primarily on bank tracks, not on a flat track like you see.
On a flat track. It's Isabel Piet from Woonsocket. You just saw her throw. Shot put.
But so far, both of them PRs in every event that they're doing. So they're, you know what was going to happen, but they're certainly doing their job for West Warwick.
Yeah, here comes, that was Susan Adakunle from Classical who just threw right there.
Yeah, so Classical's hoping for a victory from Gifty Bidiaco,
Yep.
who I believe is the number 2 seed behind Cumberland, right?
Yeah, on Lacey Grenier. 35.01 right there by Adelanca. Here comes Peyton Goulding from Cumberland.
But Grenier, she's really come on strong, huh, the last few weeks.
She has. Good throw. They have double people out there marking. Good job by the officials and the coaches out there volunteering. Goulding with the throw of 33.01.
is the top 8 athletes in the girls 600-meter run.
Here comes Gianna DeCesare from
In
Ponagansett,
8th place
the senior,
from
who came in with a 35.01 seed.
42.03, Orla Howland.
Boy, good throw right there by
In
DeCesare.
7th place from South Kingstown,
Gives a thumbs up to her mom and dad going, hey, that's a good job.
141.72, Grenadal. In 6th place from Rogers with a time of 1.
So team scores, West Warwick 55, LaSalle 34, Classical 31.5, South Kingston 23, Cumberland 23. Rounding out the top 5, Barrington and Moses Brown are tied for 6.
From Narragansett with a time of 139.34, Corona Loman.
It was Gemma
In 3rd place,
Dorazio for St. Ray's.
38.72.
The senior comes in with a 34.09 seat time.
Your runner-up from Moses Brown with a time of 138.68, Skylar Maxwell. And your 2024 champion in the girls 300 meters from Mount St. Charles with a time of 1:36.
Good throw right there by DeRozio.
Emma Belvin.
You can hear the
They're your top
awards in the background as Emmy Belvin gets recognized for her championship.
I'll tell you, a well-deserved victory for her too. A gutsy runner. A couple weeks ago, she beat Rory Sullivan in the 1500 at the divisionals, running 4:49. But just always comes to race, always has a good race. So a well-deserved victory for her.
Here comes Lacey Grenier now from Cumberland in the shot put. Was the top seed coming in.
Now we're looking at the top 8 athletes in the 300-meter dash. Lisa and
Good throw by the senior, first-year thrower, Grenier. She'll be going
the
to
goalie, right, on the soccer team?
She'll be going to Southern Connecticut to play softball. She's a softball player.
Softball player.
Her friends talked her into trying out, and 35:08. It's a good toss right there by Grenier. Up for St. Ray's Academy. Gemma Dorazzo, the senior, came with a seed time of seed throw of 34:09.
Do we know what the lead throw is so far in the shot put?
I do not, because we don't score that lot. That doesn't get a live score.
12:30 p.m. the 1,000 meters.
That does not get a live score. We'll watch the shot, but we'll take a break. We'll take a break. Easy for me to say. We'll be right back here on the NFHS Network in collaboration with Ocean State Running. That's a lot of talking.
Working your way up from the bottom? Instead, how does this sound? Starting in a guaranteed leadership position with people who look to you for guidance because you're trained to give it and make important decisions in critical situations. Skip entry level. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
When you or your loved ones are hurt, nothing's more important than getting the best care fast. Ortho RI Express offers immediate injury care by the specialists at Ortho Rhode Island. Our experienced orthopedists are trained to treat acute bone, joint, and muscle injuries, providing expert care right away, no referral needed, so you and your loved ones can get better faster. Ortho RI Express. Injuries don't wait, neither should you.
Porque los datos sobre la mezcla de varias sustancias son aterradores. De hecho, usted es 200 veces más propenso a provocar un choque que un conductor sobrio. No conduzca borracho, no conduzca drogado.
Welcome back to the PCTA. Marty Crowley, Steve Mazzone. Davio DeLucaron on board. Sully coming on the far camera. Maddie Britt on the near camera right next to us on the shot put. Thank you for tuning in to the NFHS Network's coverage of the Rhode Island Interscholastic League State Championship Girls Track Meet. You just saw a great throw by Gifty right there. Steve, you talked about how they need points out of her, and she just had a great throw there. The talented junior, Gifty Bediaco from Classical.
Once again, looking for the girls in the
34:10. So the 35:08 from Grenier has been the longest throw I have seen to this point. Here comes Goulding from Cumberland now, set to throw. That's a good throw, as that's out there as well. Probably about the 33, high 33, low 34 change as well.
Yeah, you got to figure 36 or 37 feet is probably going to win the shot put, because that's basically what our two top seeds have been doing.
32:11 for Goulding. Yeah, now from Pontigansett once again is Gianna De Cesare, who had a great throw first time up and has even better throw there, I think. Maybe 32 range-ish. Any surprises out of this meet yet so far, or is everything going according to script? Other than people not getting points. But has anybody jumped out at you and said, oh, I didn't expect this to happen?
Right now, from what's in my head,
Yeah. Well, no, I think, it's tough when you come into a race like this. I mean, everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yes.
All your stars are rising. The people who we thought would win are winning. So maybe that was an unfair question that I asked you. What's it going to come down to for Classical or LaSalle to catch West Warwick?
How many points is LaSalle behind? Because that would be the difference.
So right now they're 19 points behind. Classical is 23.5 points behind.
Yeah, I think it's beginning to look more and more difficult for Classical to come back. But I think LaSalle does have some decent people in the
1K,
and a good relay team. Because you're going to get West Warwick has a team in the 4x400. I believe that 4th or 5th ranked, but those could be a few more points that they get. I think they're almost at the peak as far as their points, but LaSalle is still going to be able to score some points. So if they can come up big, who knows? But I think right now West Warwick is certainly in the driver's seat for the team title.
Yeah, it was Grenier. Once again, you see down the shot put area. Could throw something that you or I could never do would be throw the shot put. We always used to come out across country and goof around with high jump. That was the extent of our field events.
Yeah, my claim to fame is I had the distance man's high jump record at Cumberland at 5'1".
There you go. 33.10 for Grenier on that throw. Yeah, distance man. Yeah, because that's right. We were the distance guy. And then they would set the pits up, and what'd you do? The first thing you did was you run, and you'd Fosbury flop too. You wouldn't none of this, or you'd hurdle it.
I went over it like you're normally supposed to do.
God.
Back then they had the metal poles that were like a triangle. So if you landed on it, it hurt.
It left a mark.
And I had no form. I just ran as hard as I could and just jumped. But my coach, longtime Cumberland coach, Tom Kenwood, he actually put me in a high jump relay during one of the meets, and I jumped 5 feet. I was proud that I did that in a competition.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
But this 1,000 that's coming up, it's going to be very interesting because you've got a lot of athletes that have already run an event or 2 events. But there's one runner that's fresh, and her name is Allison Pankowitz from Tollgate, who's going to be, I believe, the 4th seed. But last week ran 3:02, a 7-second PR for her in the 1,000. So that could be a surprise. You never know, just because she's fresh-legged and the rest of them.
Another person who's fresh is Chandelier Boyce from St. Ray's, who ran 3:12. It comes in as a seed. However, she would really need to turn it up as well, right? In that heated event.
But I think
Alyssa, there's a lot of people. Alyssa Parental's had a long rest. Pankowitz, you're right. That's her one event. So she's the only one in that with fresh legs.
Yeah, because she was originally entered in the 1,500, and then when the scratches came, Coach Norm Bouthelier took her out, which I knew he was going to do. I even told him. He called me up later, and I said I knew you were going to do that because it makes sense. She has a chance to possibly win because I think low 3 minutes could win. Somebody could possibly break 3 minutes because it is a state meet and you got these talented kids at the line, but I think definitely a low 3 minutes can win, and that's what Allison did last week, and she could do it again this week.
So the people throwing the shot put right now are Gifty Bidako from Classical, Peyton Goulding from Cumberland, Gina De Cesare from Pontigansett, Samantha Supersinski from St. Ray's, Lacey Grenier from Cumberland, Gemma DeRazzo from St. Rayfield Academy, Taylor Schneider from North Kingston, Susan Adenkuli from Classical, and you just saw Isabella Piet from Woonsocket throw right there. And the 1K should be starting at 12:30 in a couple of minutes. We'll continue to watch the shot put. As you see some of the 4x4 relay teams coming, there are 3 sections of the 4x4. And you know, going into that last race, 2 of the 4x4, they're both West Warwick and Classical are in the same section. So at that point in time, I think you're going to kind of know what you need to do.
In 7th place from Classical with a time of 42.74.
And what seed do we have LaSalle for that 4x400?
In 6th place from LaSalle.
Reminder there also this afternoon out here on the NFHS Network in collaboration with Ocean State Running, we have the Boys State Championship meet. We'll be back on the air, probably close to 2 o'clock or so, maybe 1:50, 1:55 with live action. The high jump starts at 1:30 and then the weight throw and 4x8 and we're, I know I keep saying this, but we're off and running. I just can't get away from that.
With a time of 41.6, Alexis Cagliano.
We're over at the awards ceremony.
West Warwick with a time of 39.66, Xenia Ray. And the champion in the 300 meters.
You see the 300 meter. There's Lisa Ray.
Championship with a time of 39.59, Lisa Ray of West
3 titles for Lisa Ray.
3 titles, and I think she's leading in the high jump, but it might even be done. Is the high jump done? Or
High jump is done. She did not score on the high jump. Sierra Thompson from South Kingston won the high jump.
Oh.
Oh, you mean the long jump?
The long jump, long jump, long jump.
Long jump, unsure.
Who knows? Lisa probably could do the high jump, though. I wouldn't doubt it.
I think now we're sitting here waiting for the results of the shot put as well as. Or the first flight is done of the shot put possible. Excuse me, the first 2 flights are done and they're waiting for the finals. And now we talk about the 1K. Here's the first heat of the 1K. I just had it in front of me, and here we go. In lane 1, Alicia Chen, the senior from East Greenwich. Lane 2, Mia Bettis, the senior from LaSalle. Lane 3, Chandonay Boyce, the senior from St. Raphael Academy. In lane 4, Orla Howitt, the junior from Classical. In lane 5, Faith Perry, the junior from St. Ray's. In lane 6, Grace Doyle, the senior from Classical. In lane 7, Jessica Mastrandrea, the senior from Prout. In lane 8, Samantha Mako, the freshman from Moses Brown. And in lane 9, Ellie Jackson, the sophomore from Parnagansett. Another thing here, too, Steve, you want to grab points. Like, if you're Grace Doyle, this is your last race, go put up a time.
You have to. She definitely has to take charge and not hold back, and she has to run a fast time. She's got to run at least. I'm looking at the seats now. I'm thinking she has to run at least at 3:08 maybe to place. But if she can run faster, it'll be better. And there she is.
Yeah, and unlike other races where she's kind of sat back, she has the opportunity to get out and lead this one and kind of run her kind of race. Good stride, good form, very talented runner. As you see heading down the backpack, Doyle leading that pack. 4 laps to go.
Yeah, it looked like around 37 seconds.
On the track is the first of 2 sections of the girls' 1,000-meter run. Our state record was set by
I think Sophia Gararian does have the state record. I don't think that's going to be even close today. As Shen now from East Greenwich has jumped out of front in the 1K. No split times have come up yet.
Yeah, and speaking of Sophia, yesterday, 2:01 in the 800, I believe at BU.
Holy cow.
So she that qualifies her for the NCAAs.
Not a shock.
Yeah, I know.
So Shen's out front, followed by the pair from St. Ray's, and then Doyle from Classical sitting in 4th. That's Perry and Boyce for St. Raphael's. Cannot get up any splits on my in-stride timing, which I have been using, thanks to them. At 38.5, according to, they're going up on the board over there. Perry ran a 37.7 that lap.
Yeah, for Doyle to get any points, or at least some, high points, she's going to have to run faster. Is that her?
That's her in sixth.
Sixth. Okay.
Out front, it's Perry and Boyce from St. Ray's, followed by Shen of East Greenwich, who you see making her move there, just passing Boyce on the outside. Perry in number 5, Boyce number 3, and there's Shen turning the last corner with 200 meters to go. And coming down the backstretch now, Shen, a very talented cross-country runner as well, the senior from East Greenwich, now being chased down by, looks like Mako from Moses Brown. Excuse me, no, it's Jackson from Pontiganset. The sophomore is going to beat Shen at the line in 3:11.5, it looks like.
There's a chance that can sneak in because, again, we're going to have a lot of tired legs on that line. Yeah, this next heat's going to be interesting.
Let's talk about this heat right now, Steve, seeing you brought it up. Rory Sullivan will be in lane 1. Erin Von Hausen will be in lane 2. In lane 3, to start, Allison Pankowitz, as you mentioned, fresh legs from Tollgate. In lane 4, Keene Behe from Pilgrim. In lane 5, Emmy Belvin from Mount St. Charles Academy. In lane 6, Alyssa Parento from LaSalle Academy. In lane 7, Rose Tomisto from Cumberland. In lane 8, Allie Call from Portsmouth. And in lane 9, Charlie McHugh from Cumberland. Who's who?
Yeah, there's a lot of different runners that could do well. I'm looking at Erin Von Heusen, who ran 10 minutes and then 257,000 at Yale. She definitely had enough rest that she can make this, break 3 minutes. So that might be my favorite. But just, again, look for Allison Pankowitz. She could be up there. There's a number of athletes. I think Rory could do something. What they're going to do is exactly what you're seeing right now, is everybody's just going to run in a pack. Nobody's going to really take control. Thinking Pankowitz might try to push it, but I don't see her in there.
McHugh's out front early, smiling as she's doing it, followed by Tomisto. Sullivan on the outside, and this Pankowitz right in between. Keene Behe now making her move on the outside, along with Sullivan, Pankowitz, and Von Hausen right behind there. Passes McHugh. Coming down on the backstretch, here comes Behe, just like she did in the 3K, trying to set the tone early, Steve. Let's see if it holds off this time. And there's Pankowitz, as you said, fresh, sitting on the shoulder of Sullivan.
But I'm looking right now at Erin, and she is running very comfortable. She is running very relaxed. Watch for her in those final few laps. And Keeney's going to do her thing. She's going to try to push the pace, too. And she deserves a state title. She's a hard worker. She's got second in the 1500, so who knows? This could be, I think, what the 4 people you're seeing here right now could be, but where is Emmy Belvin? Because that's what I'm curious about.
The back of the pack right now.
Okay. So she doesn't seem like she's going to be a factor. She, probably felt that from the 600, because then again, she just ran the 600, so that's going to take some speed out of her legs. But I think these 4, well, it looks definitely like it's going to be these 4 who it's going to be one of them. And again, I'm looking at Erin. Erin looks extremely comfortable and
running very efficient, Steve, as we would say.
Yeah, and back at Yale, she ran 10 minutes and came back with a 2:57. Today, she ran 10:08. So she's capable of breaking 3 minutes.
There's the lead pack of Behe, Sullivan, and Pankowitz, and Von Hausen.
Yeah, and you can never obviously count out Sullivan, our cross-country state champion who won the 1500 earlier.
Parento sits in 5th, followed by a pack. Belvin now has moved up. We're on the bell lap. There goes Pankowitz.
And there she goes. Yep, that's exactly what I thought would happen, but she really needs to push it here because she's got some
Oh,
Very talented runners behind her. Look at Keith
here comes
Bayhead.
Bayhay driving
But-
along with Sullivan and Von Hausen. Von Hausen now trying to come up on the outside. This is going to be a sprint to the finish.
Yeah.
Pankowitz, can she hold on? Here comes Sullivan now. Turning on Bayhay. Bayhay and Sullivan pushing on Pankowitz. Von Hausen trying to push through on the outside.
And Allison
Pankowitz
There
holds
it is.
on. Boy, you called it. What a race. You know, Coach Norm Bouthelaire giving her a hug there at the end.
And it looks like I'm looking at, I think, just over 3 minutes. Smart move. Just have her in this race because, you know, Norm knew what was going to happen. He knew there was going to be some tired legs. But, again, all these girls ran very good times considering what they did before.
So Pankowitz, Sullivan, Von Hausen, Bayhay. Belvin ends up finishing 5th. Call 6th. Oh, here it comes. It finally came up. So Pankowitz wins in 3:00.967. Her last 200 was in 33.7, Steve.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what.
Yeah, she
Norm
went
was
37,
hoping for.
37, 37, 35, 33. Raleigh Sullivan finishes 2nd, 3:01.6. Von Hausen 3rd, 3:01.69. Bayhay 4th, 3:01.71. Belvin 5th, 3:12.9. Good finish by Belvin. Call 6th, 3:13.7. Parento 7th, 3:14.1. McHugh 8th and 3:14.85. And Tomisto finishes 9th and 3:16.37. So the 1K is done. And I believe we're into the shot put finals. Thanks, Steve. As Steve and I will head down to do some of his duties for Ocean State running.
Yeah, I don't want these kids to take off on me, so I'm going to get some interviews.
Steve and his partner Vanessa Malloy, Ocean State Running, do a great job of coverage here, not only in Rhode Island, in Massachusetts as well. Steve, a longtime track enthusiast, ran at Cumberland High School. Actually, I ran against Steve in high school a day or two ago. We used to be in a lot of the same races together, very talented. His brothers were both great sprinters as well. And now we're into the shot put finals. Let's see if we can grab who's down there in the shot put finals. If I clip upcoming. Alyssa Yankee was the last year's champion from Cumberland. She now throws down at URI. That's a fault. No score. Last scored, West Warwick still has 55 points to LaSalle's 34. Classical now with 31.5 still. Cumberland with 23. South Kingston with 23. The scores have not updated. We still have long jump, shot put to score, and of course the 4x4. Here comes Peyton Goulding from Cumberland. Dual sport athlete, played basketball last night for the Clippers. A senior night home victory for Peyton. Good throw. We're going to get a fault, though, by Goulding in the shot put. That's going to get a mark as it landed right on the line.
If we could have the following 8 athletes to the awards area for the 1,000 meters. Pankowitz, Sullivan, Von Hausen, Bayhay, Jackson, Chen, Belfin, and Perry. Those 8 athletes, please report to the awards area for the 1,000 meters.
So we saw the Cesare throw for Pontiganzet prior to that throw.
There are your team events. Here are your team scores after 11 events with 3 left to score.
Here comes Grenier from Cumberland.
In 6th place with 22 points, Charahoe. In 4th place, a tie.
Girls' long jump is still going on as well.
With 23 points. In 3rd place with 31.5 points, Classical. In second place with 34 points, LaSalle Academy. And leading after 11 events with 55 points, West Warwick.
Throw is landed by Grenier. 34.08, I think, is the biggest mark I have seen so far. And unlike other meets, coaches are not allowed on the deck. You see people after they throw, they come out to the side. 34.08 for Grenier in the final. She did come in the number one seed at 37.10 for the Clippers. Now throwing for Charahoe. Wico Thompson. Wico using the spin technique. The senior from Charahoe.
8 athletes in the 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters looking for our top 8 athletes. And we are moments away from the 4x4.
That's Madison Pellegrino, I believe, from Westerly, who's going to get a mark.
Lane 6. We'll use all 6 lanes. So those of you along the ropes, please step back away from the track.
Ava Pildarian up next. 32.01. The throw right there. Here comes Pildarian. She'll be followed, I think, by Gemma DeRazzo, if I'm not mistaken. Or Samantha Suprasinski is. Good throw. Right there by Pildarian.
Next event on the track is the first.
It is Samantha Suprasinski, the senior, who will throw next. 31 flat.
By LaSalle at 3:56.36.
Here comes Suprasinski for Saints now, who's going to be our next thrower.
2023 with a time of 3:59.84. On the track, the first of 3 sections of the girls 4x400 meter run.
She was set. She went back. She loaded. Good throw as well. The grid area you can see marked off in white. Coaches are down there. They have 2 markers. They use the, as we pan over to the long jump pit, which is getting raked. Up next is a see Rory Sullivan getting interviewed right there. On the track. You see Goulding back to throw now. Puts a mark up there. And now we're into the first heat of the 4x. We're getting ready to go. The 4x2 in first heat. In lane 4, it's Hope. Lane 5, Prout. And lane 6, Smithfield. Good job by you, Maddie Britt. As we get to the last running event. Again, Hope in 4, Prout in 5, Smithfield in 6. Hope's runner is Alania Silva. This is the Mad Dash and usually the penultimate of the track meet. And out front, Silva, the freshman for Hope, has taken the lead in this heat. Here comes a big push now on the outside. By number 271 from Prout, who we don't have. So Prout will take the lead on this first heat. Hand exchange is clean. Smithfield second, Hope in third. Second leg coming through. Prout, Smithfield, and Hope. Heading down the backstretch. I think that's Tina Cross, I believe, from Smithfield. Good view. Great crowd, as you can see, up along that back rope here on deck, here all the way. This is, again, a great event. I believe that's Trina Cross from Smithfield behind her, heading on the backstretch. Kenzie Moniz will grab the baton for a Prout. She's off and running, being chased down immediately by Smithfield's Phoebe Morgan. So it's Moniz and Morgan out there currently, out front 1-2 in this heat, followed by Hope. Aaliyah Barber, the junior. Usually when you get handoffs too, that initial mad sprint, that mad dash, if you will. And Kenzie's done a really good job. Kenzie Moniz has done a good job of holding this lead. Nice. As you see the exchange in the baton hand to hand. Coming on to anchor this leg for Prout is, I think it's Maddie Williams, I believe. And you see a good battle now between second and third. And here comes Hope. Here comes the blue wave. I think that's Lana Weah, who's chasing down Brooks Sonas for Smithfield. No correction, 241 for Smithfield, who we don't have. Prout's going to win this heat. We got a battle going on for second and third, though, between Hope and Smithfield. Good form right there by, I believe that is Alani Sylvia, 106. Sylvia is going to finish second. And Prout's going to win this in 4:24.97. 4:24.98. The Prout School. Hope is second in 4:28.8. Third is Smithfield in 4:31.02. Second section of this in lane 1, Mount St. Charles Academy. Lane 2, East Providence. Lane 3, Cranston West. Lane 4, Charahoe. Lane 5, Portsmouth. Lane 6, Narragansett. So again, Mount St. Charles in lane 1, East Providence in lane 2, Cranston West in lane 3, Charahoe in lane 4, Portsmouth in lane 5, and Narragansett in lane 6. As we get to the break, out early. Portsmouth is out front. Claire Hook out front for Portsmouth.
In 7th place from Woonsocket with a throw of 45 feet 5 3/4 inches, Isabella Piet. In 6th place
Gets
from
pushed back.
with a throw of 45
And
feet
Hannah
8
Patry.
3/4 inches, Jillian Walters. In 5th place with a throw of 46 feet 3.5 inches from
First exchange coming is
In
clean.
4th place from Tollgate with a throw of
Charaho and Mount
4
out
inches,
front.
Vanessa Jones.
Allison Cole up front for Charaho.
From Classical with a throw of
The break is done.
48.5 inches,
And from Cranston West,
Padico. Your runner-up,
excuse me,
from
yes,
Coventry with a
Stalia
throw of
Biosi is out front
48 inches,
for
Claire
Cranston
Hopkins.
West. This Biosi, you see her alongside
Champion in the girls'
Riley
race
Soto
from Woonsocket.
from East Providence.
51 feet 3.25 inches, Adelaide Karen. Here are your top 8 competitors in the girls' weight throw.
One lap to go out front in this second heat. Out front, as you can see, is Cranston West. Stalia Biosi. I'm joined now by multiple two-time All-Stater from Cumberland High School. Ran a couple events today. Rose Tomisto is not on the microphone with Charlie McHugh. Charlie, how do you think your day went today?
The 1500 went well, but once we got to the 1K,
It was a situation?
It was a situation, yeah.
Talk about your experience. You guys have had a great year, distance-wise as well. State meet atmosphere, any different between, say, let's cross country and indoor? Any different vibe?
Yes. 3 miles versus 7.5 laps is much different, and I like track a lot better.
You do. Well, don't tell your cross country coach that.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. Don't look at Rose for answers. You're doing well so far. Let's talk about not the difficulty or the challenge of either doubling or tripling.
Doubling and tripling.
Of doubling or tripling.
Yeah, it's very hard. In the 1K today, we could see how tired I was.
People were.
Yep. We were in the front at first. I don't know why.
You were laughing the whole time you were doing it.
I know. I was like, why am I in the front? But then they passed me. I was like, okay.
Well, my broadcast partner initially for the 1500, Steve Mazzone, saved. He kind of gave like Allison Pankowitz a chance because she had fresh legs in that race.
Oh, yeah. She did
The
good.
difference between coming in with fresh legs or a 2-hour break between races, is that different than shorter rest, in your opinion?
Yes. That's much different.
Okay, very thoughtful answers. Thank you, Rose Tomisto, for stopping by and laughing. Charlie McHugh, All-State from Cumberland High School sophomore. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Carly.
You're welcome. That was Charlie McHugh and Rose Tomisto from Cumberland High School. High fives on top of it. Thank you for coming up to the broadcast booth and stepping in. Good job today. You guys did awesome. Well done. So meanwhile, back to this heat. Here's the second heat. And here's Alani Sutherland, the talented senior from Cranston West, who's going to bring this home for them. Oh, does she get nudged out at the end by Narragansett? Unsure. Narragansett, 4:16.81. Yes, the Mariners grabbed that. 4:16.89.
Track is our final section of the 4x400 meters.
In our last heat, West Warwick in lane 1, South Kingston in lane 2, Westerly in lane 3, LaSalle in lane 4, Classical in lane 5, Moses Brown in lane 6. Team scores have not been updated in a while. West Warwick still sits out front with 55. We are waiting for scoring still in the shot put, the long jump, once we get those, we will pass them along to you. believe Isabella Pieta from Socket did win the shot put. I see her being interviewed there down on the call. So again, lane 1, West Warwick. Lane 2, South Kingston. Lane 3, Westerly. Lane 4, LaSalle. Lane 5, Classical. Lane 6, Moses Brown. The long jump is still being contested as well. Boys action. We'll be back in a little over an hour, close to an hour or so, once at the conclusion of this meet. Seats getting ready to go, as you can see on the backstretch. And it's a good start. The stagger will come at about 100 meters. Once they hit the backstretch. It's a good start for the purple. Good leadoff leg right there by Mauricia Bryant, who's being chased down, it looks like by Alana Parento. So Bryant's out front. West Warwick currently sits in 6th. Handoff is clean, and now taking it is Nabiel Noriega for the purple out front. Being chased down, I believe, by Mia Falcone. Some of the numbers initially didn't match with what we had been given. Apologies for that. See, Westerly, Addison Serra is in 3rd place for Westerly. Her number is correct. Right now it's a 2-team race out front. And West Warwick very quietly, of course, working its way back into contention. Zena Ray now is challenged on the backstretch going into the handoff. We're halfway home. Leg number 3 coming up. Classical still holding this lead over West Warwick. Jasmine Berganza out front. Sarah Payan, I believe, is the runner out there for West Warwick, has moved into 2nd. Classical's really opened up this lead here in the 4x4. Running all by herself. Now here comes a push on the backstretch now by Westerly, moving into 2nd place. It's a great leg by Sydney Hake. Great leg by Sydney Hake for the Bulldogs. And she's going to get past, and here we are, last leg coming home. It'll be Zeta DePina for Classical, who flies out of the gate. And she's being chased down. In 3rd is Westerly. .200 meters to go. DePina still out front. LaSalle 2nd, Westerly 3rd. South Kingstown 4th. Moses Brown 5th, and West Warwick 6th. And Zeta DePina will take home the 4x4 for Classical High School in 4:04.56. 4:04.56 for your state champion classical purple in the 4x4.
At this time, if I could have the top 8 athletes in the girls' shot put. Hideko, Grenier, Isasar, Golding, Adagnol, Irazo,
So now with almost everything scored, West Warwick has 55, Classical 45-5, Cumberland 36, LaSalle 34, SK 23. I think we're just waiting for the girls' long jump finals to be put in there. As right now, you're looking over at the shot put. Contestants being ready to see what happened here. We have the final results of the shot put, and Madison Pellegrino finishes 8th with 32.4. Abel Pedarian finishes 7th at 32.10. Gemma DeRazzo finished 6th with 32.11. Susan Adencule finishes 5th with 33.11. In 4th is Peyton Goulding for Cumberland, 34.8. In 3rd, Gina DeCesare, 34.11. In 2nd, from Cumberland, Lacey Grenier, 36.11. And your state champion is Gifty Bediaco with a PR of 38.275 on her very last throw to clinch the state title in the shot put. And right now, if you look at the team scores, Classical has 55.5 to West Warwick's 55. LaSalle has 32. Did Classical hold on to win this state title? I believe everything is scored but the long jump. I think we're just waiting on the long jump. But currently, Classical has a half a point lead over West Warwick.
I'd like to present the awards for the top 8 athletes in the girls' shot put. In 8th place from Westerly with a throw of 32 feet 4.5 inches, Madison Pellegrino.
You see the award ceremony now. Pellegrino getting her medal.
With a throw of 32 feet 10 inches, Ava Bildarian.
A lot of action now as the girls' meet is wrapping up and the boys' meet will start within the hour.
In 6th place from St. Rayfield with a throw of 32 feet 11 inches, Gemma D'Orazio.
Gemma DeRazio.
In 5th place from Classical with a throw of 33 feet 11.5 inches, Susan Adokunle. In 4th place from Cumberland with a throw of 34 feet 8.5 inches, Peyton Goulding.
It's Peyton Goulding from Cumberland.
In 3rd place from Parnassus with a throw of 34 feet 11.5 inches, Gina DeCesare.
Gina DeCesare in 3rd place.
Runner-up from Cumberland with a throw of 36 feet 11.5 inches, Lacey Grenier.
Lacey Grenier finishes 2nd.
Champion from Classical with a throw of 38 feet 2.75 inches, Gifty Bediaco.
And you see Gifty Bediaco,
Finishes in the girls' shot
your state champion in the shot put. Very talented field. Congratulations to Gifty.
If I could have the following athletes from the 1,000 meters, please report to the awards area. Bankowitz, Sullivan, Von Hausen, Bayhay, Jackson, Chen, Belvin, and Perry. Those 8 athletes, please report to the awards area.
So again, we're just awaiting the finality of the scores.
At this time, the athletes in the boys high jump can come get their
So the
mark.
boys high jump, they're calling them over already. We're
Come
just
down
waiting for a
to the
team
arena
score here,
area.
and once we
We're also looking for the top 8 teams in the 4x400 meter relay. Classical, LaSalle, Westerly, South Kingstown, Moses Brown, Narragansett, Cranston West, and Portsmouth.
the
Those
state
8
championship
teams
trophies are
win
still
reward area.
over on that far scorers table. You see Jane Headley walking toward the
Coaches, just a reminder that to advance to the New England Championship, we will have it posted on RI.Milesplit for coaches to make their entries based off of today's performances. That will open tonight at 6 o'clock, and it will close on 6 o'clock on Monday, so that you will have time to talk with your athletes on Monday. So remember, you need to make sure that you put your entries through on Milesplit if you have athletes that you would like to see move on to the next level of the New England Championships. Also at this time, just want to take a quick moment to thank all the officials and our volunteers that
you can see all the boys warming up in the backgrounds. Again, we're trying to figure out the girls score final team trophies here. But currently we have Classical in with 55.5, West Warwick in with 55.
At this time, we're going to present our top 8 medals for the girls' 1,000 meters. So, ladies, you can go stand by your podiums, please, in the 1,000 meters. In 8th place, with a time of 3:13.15.
You see the 1K awards.
Faith Perry. In 7th place, from Mount St. Charles, with a time of 3:12.9, Emma Belvin. In 6th place, from East Greenwich, with a time of 3:12.07, Alicia Chen. In 5th place, from Pontiac, with a time of 3:11.55, Ellie Jackson.
Awards being given out. A great race. That was won by Allison Pankowitz. So now West Warwick has 61, Classical 55.5. So I believe everything has been scored.
Your runner-up from St. Rachel Academy with a time of 3:01.6, Rory Sullivan. And your champion from Tollgate with a time of 3:00.97, Allison Pankowitz.
Allison Pankowitz.
And the girls, 1,000 meters.
So West Warwick now sits at 61, 36 in the sprints, 10 in the hurdles, 13 in the jumps, 2 in the relays. Classical has 9 in the sprints, 6 in the distance, 20 in the throws, 0.5 in the jumps, and 20 in the relays. And I believe West Warwick will repeat as state champions here in indoor track. 4x4 awards, excuse me, easy for me to say. 4x4 awards will be given out next.
Athletes in the long jump, Teza, Thompson, Ray, Olawuni, Blair, Ford, Hyde, and Silva. Those 8 athletes in the long jump, please come down.
Last awards are being handed out. No team hardware given out yet. As currently, we believe West Warwick has one, but we're not sure yet.
All the 4x4 teams come stand behind the podiums, please.
So all the 4x4 teams are gathering as you see them walking on your screen. Along with a couple of Cumberland weight throwers in there. Why not? Get some screen time.
3, South Kingstown 4, Moses Brown 5, Narragansett 6, Cranston West 7, Portsmouth 8.
You also see down there Brendan McGee, a longtime bottom right-hand corner for the Woonsocket Call. Pawtucket Times talking to Emmy Belvin, who wraps up her interscholastic league career here for Mount St. Charles in indoor track.
In sixth place with a time of 4:16.81, Merrick Genseth. In fifth place with a time of 4:13.35, Moses Brown. In fourth place from South Kingstown with a time of
South Kingstown finishes fourth.
South Kingstown. In third place with a time of 4:08.95, Westerly. Your runner-up with a time of 4:07.32,
LaSalle finishes second. And Classical wins that 4x relay.
The team of Jasmine Berganza, Zeta Tatina, Marika, Bryant, and
4:04.55. They won the 4x4 relay.
with a time of 4:04.55. Your 2024 4x800 meter champion.
And that's the award ceremony for the 4x4.
At this time, we would also invite the teams and parents of Classical High School and West Warwick to join us on the infield for the team award ceremony. Classical and West Warwick, if you could join us on the infield.
So as they call the teams to the infield, we'll leave the camera on, but we will get rid of the audio as we recognize the state champions and the runner-up. Classical High School is your runner-up. West Warwick is your Rhode Island State champion for 2024 here in indoor track. For Sully coming on camera, Maddie Britt on camera, Davio DeLuca, an awesome job running our board here. For Don Boyle back in our studio, for my broadcast partners, Steve Mazzone and Vanessa Malloy. We'll be back in approximately 35, 40 minutes for the Boys State Championship. I'm Marty Crowley coming to you from the PCTA. We'll see you soon with the Boys State Championship.
Si usted supiera que mezclar drogas y alcohol puede hacerle 200 veces más propenso a provocar un choque que un conductor sobrio, ¿lo haría? No conduzca borracho, no conduzca drogado y trate de detener a alguien que lo está.
Hey, manita, ¿qué pasó? Hey, no se te olvide de la pizza.
When you're driving, reaction time is very important. If you've been drinking, that impairs your reaction time. Now, if you add drugs to that equation, even marijuana, you are decreasing your reaction time even more. How do we know? Because the numbers don't lie. The data about mixing multiple substances is scary. In fact, you are 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver. Don't drive drunk, don't drive high.
When you're driving, reaction time is very important. If you've been drinking, that impairs your reaction time. Now, if you add drugs to that equation, even marijuana, you are decreasing your reaction time even more. How do we know? Because the numbers don't lie. The data about mixing multiple substances is scary. In fact, you are 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver. Don't drive drunk, don't drive high.
If you knew that mixing drugs and alcohol might make you 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver, would you not? Don't drive drunk, don't drive high, and try to stop someone who is.
Hey girl, what happened? Hey, don't forget to pick up the pizza.
When you're driving, reaction time is very important. If you've been drinking, that impairs your reaction time. Now, if you add drugs to that equation, even marijuana, you are decreasing your reaction time even more. How do we know? Because of the dead and injured who tested positive for multiple substances. In fact, you are 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver. Don't drive drunk, don't drive high, and try to stop someone who is.
Events are being played according to the rules adopted by the Interscholastic League to promote good sportsmanship. Please show respect for all participants, coaches, officials, and spectators. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask you to rise for the playing of our national anthem. As a reminder, it is customary to remove your hat and place your right hand over your heart. Military members and veterans may render a salute. Please hold your applause until the conclusion of the national anthem, which will be sung by Chris and Wes Paxton Mays.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Providence Career and Technical Academy. As the NFHS Network, in collaboration with Ocean State Running, bring you live coverage of the Rhode Island Scholastic League 2024 Indoor State High School Track Championships. We just saw a great girls' meet this morning take place in which Warwick was crowned, repeated as indoor track champions as they they barely edged out Classical High School. Joined by me is my broadcast partner early on. He'll be in and out because he has Ocean State Running stuff to do. But again, in collaboration, Steve Mazzone. Steve, welcome back.
Certainly great to be here. And what a girls' meet we just were able to see. I expect similar results here today in the boys' meet this afternoon. We're going to have some great competition.
First event out of the day is the 4x8 relay for the boys. And in Heat 1, I scroll down, apologies for that.
So, Marty, it definitely looks like a team competition. You know, Bishop Hendrickin's the favorite, but you can't count out Barrington, which has a very strong team, a lot of depth, and LaSalle Academy could sneak in. Primarily spurred by Marshall Vernon, who's entered in 3 events.
Very talented distance runner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he can definitely win a couple of them. He's entered in the 3,000, the 1,500, and the 1,000. I'm thinking they need at least 26 points from Marshall to even have a chance. I think it's going to be more of a Hendricken-Barrington thing. And if Barrington wins, it'll be the first team title in the school's history.
A lot of jockeying going on. As you can see, just one heat here in the boys' 4x8 relay. Barrington, Hendricken, Classical, Moses Brown, Cumberland's, Prout, Charahoe, Pilgrim, Tollgate, East Greenwich, St. Ray's, LaSalle, North Kingston, Portsmouth, and Mount Hope are the teams competing in the 4x8. The first lap went through in a close to 38. And right away, it's Moses Brown out front along with Charahoe. As we head to the first 400, they're going to go through in about 62, Steve.
Yeah, not a bad split, an opening split. Usually your first runner is going to do in that 2-minute range if you have, the top team here. But
Here's the other thing, too, Steve. We talked about points and point differential and things of that. And, early on, even for, say, a team like Hendricken here, you can't afford to give points away early because they may come back to haunt you later.
yeah, absolutely. And it also mentally can throw you a little off if your team doesn't do so well in an event like this that they're supposed to do well.
Coming down the forefront, Moses Brown, Classical, Hendricken, Barrington, Prout, Charahoe, Pilgrim, Tollgate, East Greenwich, East Providence, South Kingston, St. Ray's, Cumberland, and LaSalle, back of the pack. But that could quickly change with you don't know who's on your relay, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And like the girls' meet, you're going to see a lot of athletes in this race that are also running other races throughout the day.
Right.
So they're going to try to conserve as much energy as they can. Even the top teams, you're not going to see record-breaking performances usually in a relay like this because they're all trying to hold back.
Classical still remains out front, although as we see Moses Brown make a push to go by. Leg 2, Moses Brown, Classical, Hendricken, Barrington. The high jump is also started, so sometimes you may see we pan far. You may get some high jump action in the weight throw. We will get to there later.
Yeah, and speaking of the weight throw, that's going to be an unbelievable competition. This year we've had 5 new state leaders. That's how talented it is. It could be one of 5 guys winning the weight throw. So we will be switching over to there throughout the meet because it's something that can't be missed.
Moses Brown, Classical, Hendricken, Barrington, Prout, Charahoe, Portsmouth, Pilgrim, East Greenwich, coming up on the halfway point with 351, 352.
So I'm looking right now, and you got Hendricken in 3rd and Barrington in 4th. I think this is an event, Barrington's ranked number 1 in this event. I think they would need to get, first place to really help them potentially pull off this victory here today as a team.
Exchange is clean. We're on to leg 3. Remains the same. Moses Brown, Hendricken, Classical, Barrington.
So, Marty, what's your opinion on them splitting up the meet, having the girls first and the boys second?
6 of one, half a dozen of another. I think that, again, looking at the size of the crowd here for the boys meet and having the girls meet at the same time, I don't know as big a facility as it is if they could hold it.
True.
From that perspective.
A good point.
To have boys, girls, alternate, more rest in between, you may get, I don't want to talk about more quality performances, but you may get Ben O'Sullivan, as you see there, out front, now being challenged by Jake Green. But back to that point, it's just, again, it's logistics. PCTA is a beautiful facility.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah, no, I kind of agree with you, but I also I like them both together because I think it creates more excitement. It really makes it more of an exciting meat. Not that it isn't right now, but I mean it does add to it. Adds to the flavor of the meat.
Oh, it does. That was going to be my point. That it would bring not a sense of more, but you have a son or a daughter running or anything in that sense.
The interesting thing about Rhode Island is they have these two relays at the beginning. Meets in Massachusetts, they have all the relays at the end.
I think it's wiser with splits you up because if you are a guy or a young lady, if you're a guy doing this, right, then you get the opportunity to get some rest in between. Like if you're doing this in the 1K, you get a good 2-hour break.
Yeah.
Instead of backloading everything. Classical now is overtaking the front. It's Classical, Moses Brown. Still on the girls' meet. I'm looking for the feed to refresh itself at some point in time, but from the eye, it's Classical, Moses Brown. Excuse me, Barrington.
Yeah, Barrington really coming on strong.
Yep. Classical 1, Moses Brown 2, Barrington 3, LaSalle 4. St. Ray's 5, maybe Hendricken 6. I don't know if St. Ray's is still on the lead lap.
And again, this would be 10 big points that Barrington could use today.
Let's see. Again, a battle out front between Classical and Moses Brown. Of course, the numbers don't match up again. I apologize for that. I don't want to mislabel anybody. That could be Mike Markarian out front for Moses Brown, who's now taking the lead. It's Moses Brown, Classical, Barrington still on the lead lap. And it's going to be Moses Brown, Barrington, Classical, third, Hendricken 4. Here comes a kick to the finish. EG 5, Charahoe 6, Prout 7, Tollgate 8. So right out of the gate, a victory. The top seed was Barrington coming in. Moses Brown came in at 8:25, ran a brilliant race there, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do believe Barrington's actually going to get DQ'd from this. They dropped the baton, and it went off the track. So I don't think that will stand.
All right, Dave. Davio DeLuca, oh my God, you're amazing. We did not see that.
So that will give Barrington the victory. Wow. Yeah. Good call.
So Moses Brown dropped their baton.
Barrington.
Barrington dropped their baton.
Yeah, Barrington did.
So Moses Brown then would go 1.
In 2017,
We're having slight technical difficulties with the live feed coming in from In-Stride Timing. We don't have it.
They do still have them up there, but that could change.
So it's Moses Brown, Barrington. Trying to work through that right now.
Just gonna hurry up and get the sandwiches.
Moses Brown, Barrington Classical, Hendricken, East Greenwich, Charahoe with the top 6, followed by Prout, Tollgate, Pilgrim, LaSalle, St. Ray's, North Kingstown, Mount Hope, Portsmouth, and Cumberland.
Coaches, once again, just a reminder, there are no calls today. Athletes should check in 20 minutes before their event.
Our next event coming up. So once we get a ruling on that, thank you, Davio, for that. Greatly appreciated.
Time on your schedules.
Is the 4x2 relay coming up next.
Hey, maybe I'm the only one that saw that.
Well, I didn't. Did we see? Did you see any white flags go up or anything?
I didn't notice.
So as you know, W, sometimes they would run. They finish the race and disqualify for them, and
Right,
sometimes they would
right.
disqualify them right there as well. So depending, but I mean, you could finish the race even if you are disqualified, and that's your choice, obviously. So here comes the 4x2 now, getting ready to go, and in heat 1, which we will see shortly. In lane 2, it's Hope. In lane 3, it's South Kingstown. In lane 4, it's Tolman. In lane 5, it's Shea. And in lane 6, Westerly. State record is 1:29.05, set by Central back in 2017. The meet record is also 1:30.19, set by Central back in 2017 at the state meet. Facility record is all held by the same squad, DeGero, O'Connor, Wallow, and Malay, all in 2017. State champion last year, LaSalle, went 1:32.19 for the victory.
Any female athletes who are still here from the earlier meet, we ask you to go upstairs to watch the boys meet.
So we're still awaiting the final results
For the boys meet.
of the boys 4x8, and it is scored. So Moses Brown does finish first. Barrington drops to second with that drop, Davio. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so I mean, they did have a pretty solid lead at, I think it was the second, or no, it was the final handoff. It was the third handoff, and that's when the drop occurred, and then they ended up having to go back and get the baton, and ended up third, and then their anchor passed one more person to bring them up into second. But yeah, if that's the final results, it looks like they're not going to get DQ'd. Is that correct?
And so Moses Brown finishes first, correct. Barrington does finish second, correct. Classical third, Bishop Hendricken fourth, East Greenwich fifth, Charahoe sixth, Prout 7, Tollgate 8. All your point scorers in the 4x8.
Interesting.
Up next now is the 4x2. There'll be 3 sections. First section, it's lane 2 Hope, lane 3 South Kingston, lane 4 Tolman, lane 5 Shea, and lane 6 Westerly. Awaiting the start of our first heat, 1 event in the books here. Thank you for joining us here on the NFHS Network. Coming to you live from the Providence Career and Technical Academy in Providence, Rhode Island. Beautiful facility, multi-purpose facility. You got a hammer cage, you can do a shot, you can everything you need, high jump, everything you need to do, you do right in here. There's also a pole vault pit because New England's will be coming up. Pole vault is contested at the New England's, not here at the state meet. So I don't know what the delay is here because we're right on time, and that's what the delay is. White flags are up, and we're good to go. That'd be interesting, Davio. I did not see that baton drop on the far side, but you have 1, 2. You have 7 angle cameras up, and you're very astute. Our first time working together, and Davio is already the star of the show. Carries us everything.
Yeah, it's a little easier to see things when I can look at all the cameras at once. So.
Camavora with an attempt at the high jump bar from East Providence. Did not clear. On the far side. And the gun is off. Again, Hope in 2, SK in 3, Tolman in 4, Shea in 5, Westerly in 6. Shea has already made up the stagger in lane 5 and is out quickly here in the 4x2. This is a 200-meter track. Everybody gets to run around at once. When they come around to roughly the 300-meter mark, 250, they split. And out front, it's Shea right from the jump. Eddie Soares now out front for the Raiders. Good handoff coming. Still maintaining the lead in this opening heat of the Raiders, but here comes Hope closing in quickly in this first heat of the 4x2. 3 heats. This is a final. Everything gets scored. Shea out front still. Here comes Westerly, who passes Hope. Very strong leg right there by number 620, who unfortunately is not on our roster. Good job by Shea. Holds on, I believe, for the win at about 135.7. Shea did win at 135.73. Wesley was second at 135.83. Hope third at 136.74. Very tight race. Good finish by Westerly. Second heat. Second heat is up, and St. Raphael's in lane 2. Tollgate in lane 3. Classical in lane 4. Central in lane 5. And Cranston West in lane 6. The sun is coming out here in Providence, a little from our vantage point. The sun is coming through. Reminder that thanks Sully Cummings and Maddie Britt for doing yeoman's work on cameras today. Davio DeLuca, the rock star over there, our on-site engineer. Don Boyle back in our studio. Thank you, Don. Steve Mazzone and Vanessa Malloy also from Ocean State Running. Steve is wearing 4 hats today.
I just want to point out real quick. The Barrington anchor ran a 2:02 split and went back about 10 meters to get the baton and then started running again and still ran a 2:02 split.
That's crazy. So you figure he lost 5-6 seconds at least, if not more.
So, yeah.
If not more, right? Yeah, 2:02.59. So he beat the third leg guy. Still even going back and getting the baton. That's fantastic. Second heat is off, and we are live. Cranston West out front on the stagger, Classical, Tollgate, St. Ray's. We are 200 meters in the books. Good handoff. Cranston West is out front. Ryan Stoloff on this leg for the Falcons. Saints runner almost went down, kind of lost his balance on this turn. Stoloff's going to hand it off, and the Falcons are going to retain this lead heading into the third leg. 4 laps around, each guy goes once. Here comes Classical now with the surge pushing. I think that's Ryan D'Erico out front, the freshman. Classical now moving up. Good push right there by 604 Mason Tanner from Tollgate. And here comes the ankle leg. This could be a close finish, Steve.
Yeah, it really does look like it's going to be a close race.
Cranston West, Tollgate, Classical, St. Ray's. The Falcons are going to hold on to win this heat in 1:35.03.
Next on the track is the third and final.
That is the fastest time yet, so they have no worse than a 6th place finish. Tollgate 1:35.44 will also join the podium, knocking out Westerly and Shea from the first heat. Coming in third was Classical at 1:36.85. So Classical will not get any points in this event. Third heat has Portsmouth in lane 2, NK, North Kingstown on lane 3, Barrington in lane 4, LaSalle in lane 5, and Hendricken in lane 6. And, you know, I know you had mentioned it too. It's kind of like, I mean, is everybody chasing Hendricken? Is that what what we're down to?
It's I didn't hear.
Is
you.
everybody chasing Hendricken? Is that what we're down to?
To an extent, I think Barrington is better than people might expect. I think but yeah, I would say that they're a slight favorite. I wouldn't say they're an overwhelming favorite. Here's a race that's gonna. We were talking before about handoffs. It's gonna be crucial in this race. LaSalle's the #1 seed, but I mean, one bad handoff could make a difference. And I think Hendricken's right behind him as far as seeds go.
All right, everybody's on the track. Everybody's ready. Good job by you. Not only are you filming, doing color, you're also eating your sandwich by Chick-fil-A. I'm allowed to say that. They are a sponsor of the Rhode Scholastic League.
Yeah, I think I'm wearing like 5 hats today. That's the way I operate, though. Yeah. I need to keep busy.
I think I have the easiest job today. I'm just sitting here talking. Gun goes off. Hendricken in 6, LaSalle in 5. Out front early. Barrington in 3. So again, this is a mad dash. I do not see North Kingstown entered, Steve, so there must be a late scratch. They were listed in here, but I do not see them participating. Only 4 teams in this heat. It's the Rams, the Hawks, the Eagles, and the Patriots.
And that's what we expected.
That's Amani Montero, the junior, out front for LaSalle. Montero still running strong down the backstretch. Handoff complete to 463, who of course is not listed. Hendricken and Barrington close by.
And I know that's Ethan Knight from Barrington who's going to be favored in the hurdles. And he's got some speed. He's a 52nd 400 guy.
You just caught him, so Barrington's in second. It's LaSalle, Barrington, Hendricken. This is exciting stuff right from the jump.
It really is.
Here comes Barrington chasing down Jared Lesk, trying to chase down the lead runner. Will he get him? Coming down the stretch.
It is going to be close. Wow, look at this race.
Oh, that's close at the line. Not sure if Jared Lesk ended up getting Garrett Giroux Pizzulo at the final. LaSalle 132.45, Barrington 132.50, 5 1/1000ths of a second, if my 5th grade math teacher was correct. Oh boy. So LaSalle 132.4, Barrington 132.5, Hendricken 133.7, and Portsmouth 135.9. Cranston West goes 135.03 and will end up taking fourth overall, Steve, coming out of another heat.
So they got fourth. Wow.
In fourth place.
So with a short break, about 4 or 5 minutes, why don't we switch our camera view over to the weight throw and see what's going on over there. I don't know if they're still warming up or not, but we can take a look at that.
18.41 Barrington, and your 2024 champion with a time of 8:13.48. Moses Brown with the team of Tucker DeWolf, Thomas Walsh, Xavier Rowe, and Eli Zeller. Sorry, Eli.
So currently Barrington sits in fourth with 16, Hendricken with 11 after a few events scored. Moses Brown and LaSalle both have 10. Classical has 6 in a very competitive race early on.
So Barrington's starting off just the way they wanted to. I mean, the points they scored is pretty much what you expected out of them, and that's what they need to do. They need to score those points that they're expected and maybe get a few surprises here and there.
So up next for us, Steve, is the boys 3K in about 4 minutes. We'll talk about the field here right now. Marshall Vernon of LaSalle, Jason Padula of Smithfield, Jack Moretta from Hendricken, Will Olson from Hendricken, Sean Gray from Portsmouth, Jeremiah Rocha from St. Raphael's, Sam Zabo for Hendricken, Gavin Shipley for North Kingston, Luke Allen from East Greenwich, Jake Green from Hendricken, Nolan Rogalski, the salutatorian, by the way, from Cumberland, Emmett Ratty from Bishop Hendricken, Jacob Silva from Bishop Hendricken, Colby Flynn from Bishop Hendricken, Mike Morera from Bishop Hendricken, Jake Shanoff from Cumberland, Tristan McDonough from LaSalle, and Samuel Barber from Barrington. So obviously, Steve, what jumps out right away is Hendricken has 7 guys in this race.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, but yeah, this is where they usually score a lot of points. But today, I mean, you got Jack Moretta. I think he's gonna finish in the top 3. But today, I think LaSalle's Marshall Vernon is the guy. He ran 8:38 at the Yale Track Classic. He got 2nd overall, almost won the race. But he's been really hot throughout this whole season. He's going to try for the triple, too. He's going to try the 3,000, 1,500, and the 1,000. You're going to see Marshall probably go out in the lead. He likes to lead. He likes to be the guy dictating the pace. And you're going to see everybody else behind him. Jack Moretta hasn't really run the times he's accustomed to, but he usually comes to race in these races. During the outdoor season, he ran 8:42 or 8:41 to finish 2nd to Devin Kipiego in the 3,000, and his best going in was 8:56. He's kind of at that level right now. I think his best this year is about 8:55. So that's the guy you got to watch out for, and he can get those points that Hendricken needs. But again, the guy to look at is going to be Marshall Vernon, who's going to try to win and not use as much energy as he needs because he's got those 2 other races to go.
Well, that's the other thing that we've talked about. As a matter of fact, I had Charlie McHugh on from Cumberland in between she came up during the 4x last. We interviewed her and we talked about doubling and how did it feel and rest. And yeah, your legs sometimes go by the time. And the stuff you do all year, you're trained by highly skilled coaches in every sport that you do. But at the end of the day, they're kids and did you not sleep last night? Did your nutrition, everything leading up to it, your rest, your sleep. Where are you mentally today? If somebody, and in state meets, and no matter what sport you're in, crazy things can happen when the big lights go on.
Absolutely.
Because if you look at the crowd here, this isn't a dual meet crowd. Guys who go to Yale or went to Boston or do those sort of invitationals, not that they're used to the lights, but they've always done it. For like in cross country, when you go to big invitationals, you prepare yourself for the state meet and the crowd, and they're the crowd runners. You see in other sports, and you have to, if you can stay within yourself, not expend a lot of energy, and still put yourself in a position like at the 1,500 in this race, I think you're going to be successful.
Yeah, and somebody like Marshall, he's a very smart runner. He knows that he can't go crazy. You know, as excited as he probably is to win it, he knows he's got to, tame it down a little bit as far as, when he starts running. He can't just flat out try to win the race right away. Just stay right. He's confident enough that he'll stay within the pack throughout the race. But I guarantee he'll lead. That's what he does. He leads all the time. And that's where he feels comfortable. You got front runners, you got guys who like to follow people. He's a front runner.
There's a look at the field. A good look at the field. Ready to go at the far side here at the PCTA. 15 laps equals 1,500 meters. The gun is off and we are off. The 1,500 is up and running. The stagger is made up. White flag is up, and we are good. And right away, the other thing too, Steve, is like, you may end up with a rabbit at some point in time who decides to go out and do something. And Sean Gray from Portsmouth, not that he's a rabbit. Sean Gray's out front. Vernon right behind him.
That should have been my nickname in high school. Because
the rabbit?
Races, but I wasn't the winner at the end.
So Gray went through the 200, 33.4. 33.6 for Vernon. Roach is in third. Another talented runner, too, Jeremiah Roach, don't forget, the talented senior from St. Raphael Academy, followed by a slew of Hendricken guys, along with Nolan Rogowski, the talented senior from Cumberland, as well as Jake Shanoff.
And seeing Sean Gray out there, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think he has a 9:01 best coming into this race, but he's talented enough to be doing that, and they're not going crazy right now. So he wants to make the race honest. But you're going to see Marshall. He'll just stay behind him, but at one point he's going to take the lead. But I think he feels comfortable right now where he is, so that's where he's going to stay.
Yeah, you went through at 68 at the 400, Steve. 33-34, 33-34, 33-34, 34-34. Moretta's in fourth. All the leaders are kind of just going about the same pace right now. As you see Gray slightly pull away, but again, with 12 laps to go, I don't think anybody's really pulling away from anybody in this race. This is kind of like those races you would see in the Olympics when Dave Waddle, when you and I were kids, used to run in. You see that pack of all those guys would stay together. And the last 4 to 800 was a mad dash.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you're going to, I think, once we hit the mile mark or around that range to 1,500, you're going to start seeing a little bit more movement than we're seeing right now. Right now, they're just, flowing into the pace that they want to do, but they're gonna pick it up. I think by the 1,500, you're gonna start seeing, things move a little bit quicker. But maybe not too quick, because again, Marshall's gonna say, you know what? I just want to run enough to win. Which 8:45, that might be what he needs to run today, or 8:50.
They were actually slower that lap at 35, so they went 34, 33, 34, 34, 35, and everybody's kind of on the same pace, 34-1, 35-3, 35-2, so everybody's kind of in the same ballpark of running. They've kind of settled into this race. 10 laps to go, 9 after they hit the mark here,
But that's such a familiar sight, seeing all those green jerseys, all those green singlets right there up in the front. Look, what does Hendricken have? It looks like they have 4 in the top 6 or 7 places.
Yeah, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 in the top 7. There's a little move on the outside now by Jason Padula of Smithfield.
Yeah, and that's a runner you have to watch out for too. Jason won the Class B title. He won it by 50 seconds, and he ran. I can't remember. I think it was like an 8:50 or just over 8:50. But he won the race by 50 seconds. He can run an 8:45 if that's what this race is gonna.
Again, you see him move. Didn't mean to cut you off, Steve. Apologies. You see him moving up on the outside now, working his way into 5th place. Sean Gray still leading at the 1,200 mark. He was at 3:29, still lapping at 35. But Padula now is really the one kind of picking up the pace on the outside. Now some of the Hendricken guys going with him. Gray has extended his lead maybe to about 3 seconds at the 1,400 mark. 8 laps to go here in the 3K. Same pace, 35, 36, 36. Actually, they're going slower. I thought they were going quicker.
Give it time, though. It's going to start picking up pretty soon. And I'm sure Sean knows that. Sean knows, I'm going to have this lead, but they're going to be behind. They're going to be creeping up from behind me pretty soon, as they're doing right now. Yeah, just judging by their strides, judging by their arms, they all look pretty relaxed at that lead pack, or the chase pack, I should say, behind Sean.
All right, we just went through the 1600 mark here, Steve. In 441 for Gray, Vernon 443, Rocha 443, Padula 443, Moretta 443, and Will Olson 443. So they're all right on pace, and we had talked about it here, Steve. Once you hit the 1500 mark, you can see a lot of racing going on now in that lead pack. That Gray probably has about a 2-second lead as we cross the 1800.
I'll tell you though, Sean looks strong. I think he's going to be able to at least hold this up towards the end too, and maybe if he pulls out a win or if he gets in the top 3, 4 runners, he's definitely there. But look at Marshall Vernon and
Will Olson.
Jason.
And
Is
that's
that
Will
Will
Olson.
Olson?
That's
Okay.
Will Olson. Yep. Again, you look. You mentioned it, and here they go now. 5 laps to go, 4 laps to go, right? We're through. And now Gray, you said he's comfortable, but here goes Vernon with Olson hot on his heels and running very relaxed. Looks like Marshall Vernon, Steve.
Yes, he is. But now he's like, all right, I've had enough. I need to be the guy doing the lead. I need to be dictating this pace.
And their seed time, they're picking up a little bit from 35, 35, 35. They're now down 34, 34-1, 34-1.
And I see Jason Padua just moving into 4th. He can't let that pack get too far ahead of him because these are 2 or 3 talented guys, and if he lets them get too far ahead, he's not going to be able to catch them. And I know he wants to get a shot at trying to win this.
Marshall Vernon, last lap, 33-2, along with the chase pack behind him. They draw 33, 34, 33. So the lead pack is now putting some work in here, Steve, with approximately 600 meters to go.
Yeah, it might be too early to call, but I think it does look like it's the way it's working out right now. It does look like it could be Vernon and Olson.
We look at Vernon, how relaxed he is. Gray's working. Not that that's a bad thing, right? But as you said, Vernon is very, very relaxed. With Will Olson in 2nd, Sean Gray in 3rd, Padula in 4th, Jeremiah Rocha in 5th, Jack Moretta in 6th, and Sam Zabo in 7th. Lead has opened up a little bit here for Vernon over Olson by about 3 seconds. So it's Vernon, Olson, and Gray, still 1, 2, and 3. Padula in 4th, Rocha in 5th.
I give Sean Gray a lot of credit. He dictated the pace at the beginning. He's hanging in this race too. He's not too far behind Olson. I think Marshall is making the move that's going to make it hard for anybody to catch him.
Well, running relaxed. And right now here, you looked at Olson looking over on Gray. Gray's putting a move right here to move into 2nd place. Olson deciding not to go with him.
Now, a very gutsy race by Sean Gray. I really like the race he ran.
Marshall Vernon, your state champion. Sean Gray finishes 2nd. Will Olson 3rd. And a young man from Hendricken finished 4th. I don't know if he was on the right lap or not. Yeah, Jack Moretta, put a surge on, finishes 4th. Jeremiah Rocha 5th. Jason Padula 6th. And Vernon, Steve, his last 3 splits, were 33.8, 34, and 31.5.
Wow.
Right? That's doing some work.
And that's exactly the way he wanted to run. He wanted to hang back a little and then just pick it up at the end and win the way he did. But Sean Gray, that's I think a 15-second PR. Well, what did he run? Did he run 8:45?
8:45.6.
Yeah, he came in with a 9:01 seed. So a great race by Sean Gray, who just came out, or actually ran his first cross-country season this past fall. So I think the cross-country season, it definitely helped him in running track.
Well, once the bug gets you, as you know, you just it doesn't get out of you.
But that's the way Sean runs. I've seen it before. He likes to. He's always going to make that race honest when he's in it.
All right, well, we got a few minutes here. Why don't we just put our camera back on the hammer cage as we starting getting ready. We're taking measurements. See a throw from Lincoln. It's very tough to pick up the numbers down there.
The record was set in 2015 by Nathan Narcisse at 7.5.
And then we'll go back to the track. So
the top 9 athletes, based on time, will advance to the finals. Heat 1, the preliminaries, and the boys 55-meter hurdles next on the track.
huge toss down in the hammer cage. Excuse me, the boys' weight throw. I call it the hammer cage. Still, it's the weight throw.
At this time, we're going to have the top 8 finishers in the boys 3,000 meters report to the infield.
It was no score, 65-3.
Rocha, Padula, Shipperly.
This is either Mitchell, Murther, Tyler Durang, or Ravi.
The awards for the 3,000 meters.
Good toss right there. That was Mitchell Murther, I believe, from Lincoln High School. Before we go any further, Steve, while we're here waxing poetically, how about a shout out to our officials? Justin Silver and Lisa Silver are the media coordinators, along with awards with Jane Headley, Judy Callahan, Justin Silver, and Lisa Silver. Steve Turgeon is our announcer. Vin O'Grady and Dionis Camacho are umpires. Our head umpire is Janice Tatro. Long jump, Wayne Masochi, Ariana Stanton, and Christopher Ferreira, along with the high jump, same trio. The weight throw and the shot put, Russ Bodette, Karen Thompson, and Ed Tarzuk. If there is a jury of appeal, it's something that has to be appealed. Clark Lowry, Varnum Elliott, Ken Skelly, Bob Behe, Todd Behe. Cara Bodette's at the finish line. Ken Skelly and Todd Behe are doing the high tech. In Stride Timing does the links. The clerks are Stephanie McKeon and Kate Elliott. The starter is Clark Lowry and longtime starter Varnum Elliott, both of them. Keith Lawton is the field and track referee, and our meet directors are Ken Skelly, Bob Behe, and Todd Behe. This meet doesn't go off without them.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to give those guys a lot of credit for what they do. The reason these meets go smoothly is because of them. You mentioned Keith Lawton. I put on a meet. I made sure I had Keith Lawton there in charge of all the officials because I knew it would be run right.
Same thing. We used to run what's now the Ski Carter Cross Country Invitational in Barterville, and before that the Bronco Invitational. And we always went to Keith, and he would say, "What do you need, Marty?" And he always comes through for you. He's that guy, like Tommy Kenwood, the guys who do unto others. And also shout out to Coach Kenwood. Tom Kenwood has been recognized by the Rhode Island Scholastic Athletic Administrators Association, the RII AAA. He's going to get our Lifetime Achievement Award at our banquet coming up this April 11th. Well deserved for Tommy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He was my track coach in high school. I knew him since then, even when I was coaching high school, and then became part of the media. He's one of the hardest working guys I know, by far.
All right, now in the cage, you'll see from Exeter West Greenwich, Owen Spira stepping into the cage as we're getting ready for the 55 prelims, which will start in a few moments. Spira with a great throw. Whew. You know, it's interesting, watching these guys throw, how people like Tarek O'Sullivan O'Hagan, how he has elevated, they have elevated the rest of our throwers. Not that they weren't good anyway. We have a lot of great, as Rhode Island, as you know, has been a great weight.
Yeah, absolutely. They put us on the map. And then, like you were talking about Tarek, I mean, winning a world title, not only a national title,
Right.
but he won a world title.
Yeah.
And he's doing very well in college. I mean, he got third, I believe, in the weight throw last year as a freshman at the NCAA indoor, and I believe he placed in the top 3, I think, in the outdoor meet too.
Yeah, we have Cole Hooper out competing at
That's
Wisconsin, right, for a Big Ten school, and
we had Barrington's Bobby Colantonio.
Colantonio,
Yeah, he won a national title the same year that Tarek won a national high school title. The same day, I mean, and year.
So the throwing community, great coaches, great athletes here in the state of Rhode Island.
You know what? And you gotta, it all started too with Bob Gorley, the late Bob Gorley, who really elevated the weight throws here in Rhode Island. A wonderful guy. He's definitely missed. He's definitely. He kept me on my toes. If I misspelled a name or didn't put the right distance, he made sure I knew. And he always apologized at the end. He'd always say, "Steve, I'm sorry." I'm saying, "You don't have to apologize."
You see the bottom of the hammer cage, 6603, that last throw. There's a picture of Bob Gorley. It is the Bob Gorley throwing cage in memory of him. The hammer cage here at the Providence Career Technical Academy. You're watching high school. I almost said basketball, but I didn't. High school state championship in indoor track and field on the NFHS network in collaboration with Ocean State Running. And so while there's a break in the hammer cage and we're getting ready, why don't we go back over to the 55 hurdles, which are scheduled to start in about 2 minutes here. And let's talk about our first field.
Marty, I was going to say, we're going to give a shout out to you. I believe the athletic director of the year, right?
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate
Congratulations.
that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's, I don't know. I don't know about that. It's about the kids and our coaches, and that's the culture we try to create. But it's an important. It comes from my peers, so that's why I appreciate the sentiment, Steve. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Lincoln was the school of the year. Also well deserved by Greg O'Connor over at Lincoln High School. It was the school of the year. Jimmy Venolino gets an award of merit from the NIAAA. Well deserved by Jamie as well. And Media White Award goes out to Ian Steele from Channel 6. As you know, it's just a lot of good people doing a lot of good things here in the state.
And Marty, I was talking before about how I wear many hats. You do too. I mean,
I
cross-country coach, a softball coach, athletic director, announcer.
Keeps me like you. I got to keep going. And I'm lucky. I married the right girl. My wife Jill is an amazing human being.
And the thing is, it doesn't really feel like work when you're doing something you love.
I love it.
And I absolutely love this.
Right, and that's why you and your state OceanStateRunning.net do a great job. We cover not only Rhode Island high school athletics, Massachusetts athletics as well, and you're entrenched in both communities. And when you show up and meet, whether it's a meet like this with hundreds of people or a dual meet with 5 people here, irregardless, you treat the athletes with respect and they get the same coverage, and that's important for your readers and your listeners as well. So let's set the field here for the 55. In the first heat, Rylan Barbardo from Hendrickens in lane 1. Elijah Girton from Hendrickens in lane 2. Ryan Martin from Barrington's in lane 3. Aiden Bienvenu from North Smithfield is in lane 4. Landon Rodriguez from Portsmouth in lane 5. Tristan Jordan from Hendricken in lane 6. Jalen Mosley from LaSalle in lane 7. And Jacob Kelly in Coventry in lane 8. Now this always got to me too, Steve. Like, it's always tricky in your prelims. Like, you're better off going in the high so you know what you're going to get. These guys, how do you approach this?
Yeah, I know. Well, you got to run hard, but towards the end, if you realize that you got to ease up a little bit. So hopefully it saves something for you later. It's hard. But in plus today, without having the girls meet together with them, I mean, they're giving them the right breaks. I guess they're taking the time, but that can be tough too sometimes. It's just waiting around for the finals. But this year, for the first time in 3 years, we're going to have a new state champion because Jared Gibbons of LaSalle Academy graduated. He won 3 straight titles, so we're going to have a new champion this year. That's the one thing we can guarantee.
Also, it's not weird by me, but North Smithfield all of a sudden has become like a hurdling hotbed.
Yeah, absolutely. They really have. They've won a few state titles, and they have the number 3 ranked hurdler today, right?
Yep. Aiden Benview is 7.78.
But that event is going to be the event. This event right now is going to be the event at Barrington. Is going to score quite a few points because they have the top 2 seeds in Ethan Knight and Bobby Wynn. Ethan Knight, the defending state champion, but they also have, I believe, the number 4 seed or number 5 seed in this race. So that's where they're going to score some points.
Bienvenu goes through in 7.75. Lyndon Rodriguez second in 7.89. Ryan Martin third in 8.27. So a good start right there. If you're Bienvenu, as you said, he comes in seeded, highly seeded. Top 9 will get through here.
That might be is that a PR for him?
Yes, it is. I don't know if it says, no, it didn't say PR next to his name. If I go to the next results screen, it might. But that's his season best. He came in 7.78 and went through in 7.75. Heat 2 in lane 1, Andrew Logan of West Warwick. In lane 2, Ben Williamson of Bishop Hendricken. In lane 3, Jack McEntee of Ponteganset. In lane 4, Ethan Knight of Barrington. In lane 5, Jared Lesk in Barrington. In lane 6, Matt Fontaine from Cumberland. In lane 7, Owen Gervelis from Portsmouth. And in lane 8, Nathan Tarlew from Hendricken. We just saw Lesk with a phenomenal closing leg in the 4x2.
Yeah. And but the guy here, Ethan Knight, defending champion, ran 7.49 to beat Bobby Wynn, his teammate, by 0.01. So that's the top time, 7.49 in the state. I know the seed sheets say something different, but they don't. The East Coast meet doesn't count as a state qualifier.
It should.
It should.
Everything's timed, right? Everything's on the up and up.
Electronically timed, yeah.
We're waiting for the white flag is up from the finish line. Both white flags are up from the finish line. White flag is up from the starting line. We're in Heat 2 of the 55 hurdles qualifying. After this will come the 55 dash. It's kind of a short break in between. Not a short break, but there's usually some time before we start the 1,500 meter run. Steve at some point will leave his duties up here and go down and continue his job working for Ocean State Running.
That's going to come shortly.
Yeah, Maddie Britt's getting a nice little break here, right,
Yeah.
Mad?
A well-deserved break.
Mad nods her head. Hey, you had a Chick-fil-A sandwich and a Dr. Pepper. You're good. Right away, the Barrington guys in the middle, very fluid going through here.
Yeah, and that's Ethan Knight way ahead of the field.
Not even breaking a sweat. 7.66 for Ethan.
Yeah, and it looks like Bobby Wynn, his teammate in this next heat, he's the number 2 seed.
Jared Lesk goes through in 8.09 for second. Jack McEntee goes through third for Ponteganset in 8.20. In fourth place, Matt Fontaine in that heat, 8.41. Ben Williamson in fifth, 8.48. Owen Gervelis was sixth in that heat, 8.71. Andrew Logan seventh, 8.77. And Nathan Tarlew for Hendricken, 8.96, finished eighth in that heat. So 7.66, the fastest time so far. So 7.75 and 7.78 on the cusp in the first heat. Here we go, Heat 3. Teddy Wallace from Classical in lane 1. Colin Roderick from North Providence in lane 2. Sean Wilkie from Portsmouth in lane 3. Bobby Wynn from Barrington in lane 4. Devin Tavares from St. Raphael in lane 5. Masij Tabak from Portsmouth in lane 6. Grady Hazlitt from Barrington in lane 7. And Brody Thacker from LaSalle will be in lane 8. So you said it, see, Barrington might get 3 guys through here to the finals with the opportunity to grab points.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Bobby will win this heat. And it looks like they got 2 from the last heat with Ethan Knight and his teammates. So they'll have at least 3 or 4 in the finals. That's what they need to win, to have a chance at winning this meet. They need to score big in the hurdles. That's their event where they're going to score a lot.
I was talking to Bobby Palazzo in between meets, and he said the Glasgow girls, they had to be perfect today. He said they were almost perfect.
Yep.
But if you're Barrington, you're going to grab your points where you grab them.
Yeah, and as expected, Bobby Wynn right there in the lead by a lot. He might have run the fastest time.
7.71 for Bobby Wynn, just behind his teammate Ethan Knight. And it's funny now, Bobby's a left-footed. He's a goofball. He goes with his left foot first instead of his right foot.
I didn't even notice that.
I noticed that. I just noticed that. He's not a goofball. Isn't that surfing? They call that a goofball if you lead with your left foot and not your right. Aren't you a surfer, Matty? If you lead with your left foot and not your right on hurdles, right? It's different. Usually everybody leads with the right leg. He jumped with his left leg out front. Or maybe he's more comfortable leading with his left. Maybe he's a lefty. I don't know. So Bobby Wynn, 7.71. Colin Roderick, 8.17. Devin Tavares, 8.32. Sean Wilkie, 8.42. Teddy Wallace, 8.57. Masish Tabak, 8.59. Grady Hazard, 8.59. Brody Thacker, 9.09. Steamer Zone's now going to go down and do some work. We're going to put Maddie back to work as we head to the 55 dash. 3 heats. The high jump is still going on down the far side. We'll get results for that once we do. State record 6.34 by Eric Osei back in 2006. Here we go. Heat 1 in lane 1 will be Jonathan Peguro from Woonsocket, the senior. In lane 2, Maycall Reynoso from Hope, also a senior. In lane 3, a senior, Tyrell O'Connell from Shea. Jeremy Seide from Hendricken in lane 4. Joseph Forbes from Central in lane 5, a junior. Ronald Figueroa, a senior from Central in lane 6. Charlie Part of the 6th, a junior from Barrington, lane 7. And Jackson Weber from North Kingstown in lane 8. So that sets up the 55 dash heat number 1. To our right, the weight cage. And Steve said it, we have a competition this year for the first time ever. I shouldn't say for the first time ever, for the first time since some of the heavyweights graduated. It's a good throw from Exeter West Greenwich once again. Good throw by Owen Spira. See Lincoln throwing out into the cage, but first heat of the 55 dash is awaiting us. No, they gave him a break. There's a huge throw down in the cage. By one of the Lincoln throwers. I think it was Mitchell Murtha. Dash is on the line. No, they have to hold off again. A second time we had to hold them. We got to pull them off the line. We got a foul by the Eagles throwing into the side of the cage. As we'll try this heat again for the 3rd time in the 55-meter dash. Unsure what's going on. I think we could have some gun issues. See Varnum Elliott over there. He's handing some new blanks to the starter. Talking to a few of the coaches earlier, nothing you can do as a coach either because, your work's already done by now. It's just get you guys here and try to keep everybody healthy and stay in the right mindset this week, keeping everybody sharp. Gun is off, and we're off and running. In the middle lane, it looks like Sadai from Hendricken. And it was Jeremy Sadai from Hendricken, 6'6", right around his seat time. Marco Reynoso from Hope, second. Tyrell O'Connor from Shea, third. Ronald Figueroa from Central, fourth. Jonathan Paguro from Woonsocket, fifth in that heat. Charlie Part of the sixth was sixth. Jackson Weber was seventh. And we had a false start, hence one of the recalls back on the line right there. So heat one is done. Heat two, in lane one, Nathan Rivas from Hendricken. Lane two, Bobby Wynn from Barrington. Lane three, Cam Miller from Middletown. Lane four, Elijah Gardea from Central. Lane five, Joel Felix from Hendricken. Lane six, Jaden Rodriguez from Lincoln. Lane seven, Akeem Hazel from Rogers. And in lane eight, Ian DeBath from Barrington. Again, look for Bobby Wins to do well here, as he just did very, very well in the hurdles. For the Eagles. Stretching out down there there's the field. You see Rivas, Wynn, Miller, Gardea, Felix, Rodriguez, Hazel, and DeBath as well in there for Barrington. Fastest time in this field is 6:61 by Gardea, according to seeding purposes. We get a false start. Who's it going to be? Unfortunately, the young man got this started a little soon. So there'll only be 7 runners in this heat now.
Like 69.07 on the weight board down there.
Yeah, I saw that, 69.07. Unsure who threw it. Clean start for this heat of the 55 dash. And in the middle, going 1-2, is Elijah Gardea at 6'5'8". Joe Felix from Hendricken at 6'6'0". Bobby Wynn at 6'8'2". Akeem Hazel at 6'8'5". Ian DeBath at 6'8'6". Jaden Rodriguez 6'9'1". Rivas at 7'1'4". And Miller with the false start. So 6:58, the leading time coming in right here. As we get set for the third heat, and after this heat, we'll go down to the cage for some weight action. This heat has Giuseppe Marinaro from Coventry in lane 1. Sean Selden from Central in lane 2. Mason Tanner from Tollgate in lane 3. Alonzo Parker Shop from Cranston West in lane 4. Gabe Tanis from Barrington in lane 5. Garrett Giroux Pizzulo in lane 6. Aiden Prum in lane 7. And Jamie Luna in lane 8. Alonzo Parker Shop has the best seed in this heat at 6.57. See if we can get a clean start. Just waiting for the white flag to come up. You see everybody down there nervously jumping on the start line. Using multiple cameras here today. Runs it to their mark. Varnum Elliott has his arm up. Drops his arm. They're in the hands of the starter. There's almost a false start, but it was not. It looks like 3, 4, and 2. Alonzo Parker Sharp in lane 4, 6, 6, 1. Gabe Tanos in lane 5. Sean Selden in line 2. I was off by 1, 6, 7, 7. 6, 8, 5 for Marinaro from Coventry.
The next event on the track will be
It's 685. So now we're going to go back to the weight throw and see what's happening down there.
1,500 meters will run at 3:50.
Yeah, so like we mentioned earlier, there was a
69.2. Yeah, I saw that. 69.2. Unsure who threw that.
Yeah, but it's top seed in this flight is a 67. So
awesome.
4 by 200 meter relay teams, please report to the infield for your award.
A little too fast, and unfortunately, he left the circle. That's going to be a foul. That young man from Bishop Hendricken. Christian Toro, last year's champion from Lincoln High School, won with 75.625. Christian's in college now as well. Hendrickens out front early with 23, LaSalle with 20, Barrington 16, Moses Brown 10, Portsmouth 9, and Classical 6 to lead the charge here early on.
If we could have our 4 by 200 meter teams, please report at the infield.
Now in the cage from Woonsocket. A lot of clapping going on down there.
If you're long jumping today, please check in at the long jump pit.
Off the side of the wall, and it's you look at the wall, you can tell where some of the weights have definitely hit it a little bit.
Let's go, Matty! 70! 70!
Huge toss down in the cage by number 342. Who, of course, we don't have in our program.
believe that's Giuliano of Bishop Hendricken.
Could have been Matt Giuliano. That's a good call. Here comes Owen Spira from Exeter West Greenwich. He's the only knight in this field. See him wiping the bottom of his feet.
Now at the podium, we are going to
Good toss out there. You liked it himself. Did Spira?
200-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:35.97, Portsmouth. In 7th place.
Yeah, it should be around his PR.
That was pretty good. It looks like this is Murtha coming into the cage for Lincoln now in 470. He has 474 on, but his 471 is Mitchell Murtha from Lincoln. We just mentioned Christian Toro, who is thrown collegiately.
1:35.03, Cranston West.
Ooh.
Huge toss. That might be out close to 70 feet, Davio.
Your runner-up from Barrington with a time of 1:32.5. And your 2024 state champions of the boys 4x200 meters. The relay team of Joshua Aceto, Baden, Leo Menza.
They did not mark that throw prior, so it must have been a foul.
I think he might have stepped over the front edge.
Yeah, he could have stepped out on the bottom. We didn't know that. I think that was Shamrock Toon from Woonsocket who just threw there. Again, the numbers do not match the numbers on our seed sheet, the meet program. This is Joe Adams from Barrington. That I do know. He's the only Eagle in this field. And the chance of Let's Go Joe also enhanced that as well.
Oh!
Woo! Good toss. And they're coming into measure. Good throw by Joe Adams.
Rodriguez of Portsmouth, Roderick of North Providence, and Mark of Barrington. Those 9 athletes have advanced to the finals. At the boys
Adams, 66-9. Good throw by Joe Adams, Dobby. That was pretty good.
The following athletes advance to the finals in the boys.
We're getting some pretty consistent throws. Everyone's getting 65, 66,
Yeah.
67.
Again, Steve and I were talking off the air. I think that's we were talking off the air prior that, the Rhode Island has a great history of throwers, and I think that's going to do it from the weight cage. And next up, we have the 3,000-meter run, the 3K. Excuse me, the 1,500-meter. I apologize, the 3K already, which will start in a few minutes. And this is a star-studded field, as you will find here in the state of Rhode Island when it comes to distance runners. Again, how will fresh legs happen? Will fresh legs prevail? We already did the 3K. I can X that off. Excuse me as I talk to myself. That's why I usually get stuff accomplished, though. Reminder here, you're watching the NFHS's coverage of the Rhode Island Scholastic League Indoor Track Boys State Championship for 2024. Also, what will happen is you'll see that you can access swimming is going on today. Wrestling will be coming up here from the PCTA, which you'll be able to watch. The boys and girls basketball, we had a big press conference yesterday at the AMP where the division championships will be held at the AMP, and the open tournament once again will be down at the Ryan Center. George Bannister and I will have all the action of the division finals coming to you from the AMP and from the Ryan Center as well. My longtime broadcast partner George, outstanding young man as well. So this field in the 1,500. State record is 3:44.52 by DJ Principe Jr., who went out to run at Stanford, as we all know. Has the state record. Meet record is Andrew Springer, who ran for Westerly back in 2009, 3:58.5. The facility is Jack Salisbury at 3:59.3. And last year, Devin Kipyego, one of his 4 victories, came in this event at 4:39. So in this field, we have Cole Francis, the junior from Narragansett, Marshall Vernon, the sophomore from LaSalle, Ethan Fadden, the senior from Mount St. Charles, Brandon Piedade, the senior from Barrington, Will O'Shea, the senior from Cumberland, Jason Padula, the senior from Smithfield, Jack Moretta, the junior from Hendricken, Will Olson, the senior from Hendricken, Owen Klein, a senior from Ponteganset, Sam Zabo, a senior from Hendricken, Jake Green, a senior from Hendricken, Brody Faze, a junior from East Greenwich, Michael Chun, a junior from Barrington, and Tal Liebman, a junior from Classical. So again, we have guys now running their second races for some of these guys, some guys with fresh legs, such as Fadden. As Vernon has already won. He won the 3K as we witnessed already. He's trying to come back and double. Padula has already run. Moretta, Wilson have already run. Cole Francis from Narragansett, the junior, comes in with a 4:03.85. Was a runner-up in cross country to Sam Henderson. And we're off and running here in the 1,500.
The following athletes, please report to the infield for the awards for the high jump.
Right away out front, it's Francis, followed by Will O'Shea of Cumberland, and Vernon sitting right behind in third.
For the awards for the high jump.
Everybody went through kind of close. Francis, O'Shea, Vernon, Zabo, and Piedade from Barrington. There's O'Shea sitting on the corner, sitting on the shoulder, I should say, of Francis, as they are about to get to their first full lap at the finish line around here. Went through at about 52.5 for the 3K. 49.05, excuse me, for Francis. 49.3 for O'Shea, and 49.5 for Vernon. Here comes Piedade moving up on the outside on O'Shea's shoulder. Very comfortable also is Vernon sitting in third and fourth right behind them. O'Shea now up on the shoulder of Francis. As we are now 4 laps to go.
Yeah, you can see the pack still pretty bunched up as the pace isn't too crazy yet.
No, again, 33, 33, 33. They're all about the same, Davio. Like, nobody's really broken out yet. And that's what, that's what happens. And Steve and I were talking earlier in races like this. That's what happens where you just, at some point in time, is it comfortable? Is it not comfortable for you? A little bumping, rubbing and racing going on there. And that's okay, though. I think now once you hit close to the 800 mark, you're good to go here, and then the racing will start. Same pace, 33.9, 33.7, 33.9. So they're all about the same. And don't be surprised, Ethan Fadden, too, has fresh legs from Mount St. Charles on the outside with the red, white, and blue on. He's just moving up on O'Shea. Now O'Shea is going with and putting a move on Brandon Piedade. So O'Shea now goes out front at 2:29 at the 900 mark. In first place, 32.6 that lap. You mentioned it. Still a lot of bumping going on back in that pack. Here comes Francis and Piedade again. 500 meters to go. O'Shea out front. He's working hard. Has Francis and Piedade and Vernon chasing him down, along with Fadden, who has now moved his way up to third place. O'Shea, 400 meters to go. Hits the 1100 mark. 3:02.
That is something you have to be really careful about in these tactical races, is just not getting tied up in the pack and, clipping legs with somebody and going down, because that'll end your day real quick.
So here goes the back of the pack now. You're right. Pulling away from O'Shea goes Francis, Piedade, and Vernon. With the kick, O'Shea and Fadden now 4th and 5th. 1 lap to go. Here comes the bell lap, and out front it's Cole Francis of Narragansett being chased down by Marshall Vernon. Piedade is in third. What does Vernon have left in his legs? Francis is sprinting. He's making Vernon work. Vernon's looking nice and relaxed. Piedade is now, he's struggling. Here comes O'Shea and McFadden, and Fadden out back on the backstretch. Will Vernon hold on to win? Yes, he does. What a great race by Vernon, outdueling Francis at the finish line. You see Brandon Piedade there with his hands on his head. This was a phenomenal race. Vernon wins in 4:01.73.
You can see Francis went out wide, coming off the turn to try to hold him off.
Right.
Just couldn't get him.
No, he couldn't, because you could tell they almost kind of bumped into each other in that last turn. He tried to push him out, and Vernon very wisely he held his ground. And that little stutter step, as you know, being a racer, is that the difference right there. So Vernon wins in 4:01.73. Francis 2 in 4:02.15. Zabo Francis second in 4:02.15. Third is Zabo in 4:04.42. Piedade finishes fourth in 4:05.24. O'Shea finishes fifth. Great race by Will, 4:06.04. Great race by Ethan Fadden from Mountain as well. Finishes finishes fifth. So the
Vernon
board
closes with a 58 last 400, a 28.6 200.
That's crazy. Yeah, 58, 59, 62, 63, 63. So the board has changed at the top. Vernon Francis O'Shea now finishes fourth. Fadden fifth. Klein sixth. Padula seventh. Thought they had somebody else up there initially, but they didn't. So anyway, Vernon's your champion, followed by Francis, Piedade, O'Shea, Fadden, and Klein. Padula and Will Olson also grabbed points as well. Take a quick look at the team scores. LaSalle has 32.5, and Barrington has 27.5. Hendricken 24.5 scored through all the events scored. So we get a minute here. The hurdle finals will be coming up at about 3:40, followed by the dash finals. And with that being said, we'll take a break. Audio-wise, you can still watch the video here. You're watching high school track and field state championships coming from the PCTA in Providence right here on the NFHS network. We'll be back shortly.
Your 2024 high jump champion with a jump of 6 feet 4, Demetrius Outland. Here are your top 8 competitors in the boys high jump.
What do you expect from that first job out of college? Working your way up from the bottom? Instead, how does this sound? Starting in a guaranteed leadership position with people who look to you for guidance because you're trained to give it and make important decisions in critical situations. Skip entry level. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
When you or your loved ones are hurt, nothing's more important than getting the best care fast. Ortho RI Express offers immediate injury care by the specialists at Ortho Rhode Island. Our experienced orthopedists are trained to treat acute bone, joint, and muscle injuries, providing expert care right away, no referral needed, so you and your loved ones can get better faster. Ortho RI Express. Injuries don't wait, neither should you.
Porque los datos sobre la mezcla de varias sustancias son aterradores. De hecho, usted es 200 veces más propenso a provocar un choque que un conductor sobrio. No conduzca borracho, no conduzca drogado.
Si usted supiera que mezclar drogas y alcohol puede hacerle 200 veces más propenso a provocar un choque que un conductor sobrio, ¿lo haría? No conduzca borracho, no conduzca drogado y trate de detener a alguien que lo está.
Hey, manita, ¿qué pasó? Hey, no se te olvide de la pizza.
When you're driving, reaction time is very important. If you've been drinking, that impairs your reaction time. Now, if you add drugs to that equation, even marijuana, you are decreasing your reaction time even more. How do we know? Because the numbers don't lie. The data about mixing multiple substances is scary. In fact, you are 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver. Don't drive drunk, don't drive high.
When you're driving, reaction time is very important. If you've been drinking, that impairs your reaction time. Now, if you add drugs to that equation, even marijuana, you are decreasing your reaction time even more. How do we know? Because the numbers don't lie. The data about mixing multiple substances is scary. In fact, you are 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver. Don't drive drunk, don't drive high.
If you knew that mixing drugs and alcohol might make you 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver, would you not? Don't drive drunk, don't drive high, and try to stop someone who is.
Hey girl, what happened? Hey, don't forget to pick up the pizza.
When you're driving, reaction time is very important. If you've been drinking, that impairs your reaction time. Now, if you add drugs to that equation, even marijuana, you are decreasing your reaction time even more. How do we know? Because of the dead and injured who tested positive for multiple substances. In fact, you are 200 times more likely to cause a crash than a sober driver. Don't drive drunk, don't drive high, and try to stop someone who is.
Welcome back to the PCTA here in Providence, Rhode Island. Marty Crowley with a host of others. Davio DeLuca, who's really doing all the work. I just get to talk. Sully Cumming on the far camera, Maddie Britt on this camera. Steve Mazzone's been with me for the boys. Vanessa Malloy jumped on during the girls' state championship meet. But it takes an army to get this done. Shout out to, obviously, the Rhode Island Scholastic League office and all the athletic directors who volunteer their time here. It's a huge undertaking. Mike Lundy, Tom Marcello, the executive director and the assistant executive director are all over the place today as swimming is going on, as well as divisions are going on, Division 2 and 3. Chair, I believe, is going on as well. So they are spread thin all over the place. Carolyn Thornton is the multimedia coordinator for the Scholastic League. I already spoke about this. They did a good thing yesterday at the AMP as they were, as we are moving back basketball back to downtown Providence. Right now you see the shot put getting ready to continue, and coming up is 5:37 from Coventry. This is the first flight. And of course, I do not have a 5:37 in my program. Actually, I think it was Jacob Broad from Portsmouth. I apologize. That was Jacob Broad from Portsmouth. Next up, you see from Lincoln. Left-handed thrower, which can mean only one thing. I believe that's Mitchell Murtha. Well, next for Hendricken, I believe, is Alex Arnold as well. This is the first flight. I apologize. That was Ravi Kapadia for Lincoln who threw there. Here from Hendricken now goes Alex Arnold, who fouls, comes out. It's tough when your momentum is carrying that way. Here comes Kobe Moa from LaSalle. State record 69 feet by Tarek Robinson O'Hagan, meet record as well.
16.67, Will Olson. In seventh place from Smithfield.
No throw here from Smithfield now is Ben Ciccatelli.
In sixth place from Bonneganza with a time of 4:07.8, Owen Klein. In fifth place from Mount St. Charles with a time of 4:06.5.
Throw is good for Ciccatelli.
From Cumberland with a time of 4:06.04, William O'Shea.
Here comes Nas Berry from Central up next.
With a time of 4:05.24, Brandon Padate. Your runner-up from Narragansett with a time of 4:02.15, Cole Francis.
While we watch Berry toss, you hear the winners getting announced. Some guys are out warming down. Marshall Vernon, now a two-time stand champion, winning the 3K and the 1500. we're back on the shot put. This is the first slice. Seamus Considine from SK coming into the circle, and followed by Brady Golan of Cumberland. After that, it's Arthur Porto from North Kingston. This is the first flight of the shot put. Good throw right there by Seamus Considine, who came in seated at 45.01. Also, shout out to the volunteers who are downstairs working those boards. Seamus throws 41.02. Here comes Brady Golan, senior from Cumberland. Also plays football for the Clippers. Seat time 44.03. Did Golan.
Attention, we are looking for a pair of white Brooks.
Pretty good toss by Golan there. Unsure what that is going to be. Up next comes Arthur Porto from North Kingston, and then we're back to Jacob Broad from Portsmouth. So 41.03 for Golan, too. Identically matching the throw of the athlete before him. Good toss by the young man from NK. Well, it's very close at the top team score-wise. Hendricken has 37, Barrington 35.5, LaSalle 32.5. Moses Brown next with 16, Portsmouth with 13, and Central with 10 points. While we were away, as we watched this throw, let's the high jump medals, where we just right after we took the quick break, were awarded. In 12th place was Jacob Reyes from Bishop Hendricken. Tied for 12th, there were a Damien Ocampo from St. Raphael, Daniel Akandisu, Liam Sagal, Ephraim Abulmi, Dylan Slavic, Kenaz Okajuwu, and Jacob Reyes all cleared 5-10. Cameron Avora, the senior from East Providence, cleared 6. In 9th place was Chucky Potter, the 5th from Barrington, at 6 feet. Cole Shotwell from NK, PR 6 feet, got a half a point. Antonio Bearden and Kevin Barker both tied with 6 feet PRs for 7th. In 6th, Aiden Shen from Portsmouth, 6 feet. In 5th place, Shea Paris, 6'2", PR. In 4th place, Gabe Lane from Moses Brown, 6'2", a PR. In 3rd place from North Smithfield, Nick Lamoureux, 6'2". Kim Miller from Middletown finished 2nd at 6'4". And Demetrius Outland from Central is your high jump champion at 6'4" for 2024. Congratulations to those young men on another successful high jump season. We're waiting for the 55 finals. First of the hurdles. Trying to see who advanced here to the finals. In lane 1, it'll be Devin Tavares from St. Ray's. In lane 2, it'll be Jack McEntee from Ponteganset. In lane 3, it'll be Jared Lesk from Barrington. In lane 4, it's Aiden Bienvenu from North Smithfield. In lane 5, Ethan Knight from Barrington. In lane 6, Bobby Wind from Barrington. In lane 7, Landon Rodriguez from Portsmouth. In lane 8, Colin Roderick from North Providence. And in lane 9, it'll be Ryan Martin from Barrington High School. We're still about 4 minutes away from this race. Actually, 5 minutes away, excuse me.
Just a couple of reminders, there are concessions available from Chick-fil-A today. They're serving chicken sandwiches.
A lot of action still going on here at the PCTA.
In the lobby, marketing special promotions is offering official Rhode Island.
In the second flight of the shot put, it's Cole Menning from Pilgrim, Jonathan Cheshire from LaSalle, Joe Adams from Barrington, Brandon Wolfenden from Pilgrim, Tyler Duran and Mitchell Murtha, both from Lincoln, Nicholas Kennedy from Rogers, James Gemma from East Greenwich, and Caden Thomas for Rogers. Right now we're looking at, I believe, Brady Gorlin from Cumberland's.
They are streaming the championships at nf8snetwork.com.
Patrick Conserve last year won the state title in this. Oh, excuse me. No, he did not. He won it in outdoor. It was a measurable throw for Gorlin. It's a bevy of activity here at the PCTA, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere. 42.6 for Brady Gorlin. 44.03 was his season best coming in. So far we have Marshall Vernon, a two-time champion here in the 1500 and the 3K. So in the prelims, looking at the times here in the prelims, Ethan Knight, Bobby Wind went 1-2. They're in lanes 5 and 6. Aiden Bienvenu ran 7.75. Knight 7.66, Wind 7.71, Bienvenu 7.75. Then Landon Rodriguez 7.89. Lesk 809. So those are the guys to watch. And Steve had alluded to this earlier that, you know, here's where Barrington's going to try to grab some points in, which is a very, very tight race to this point. Hendricken with 37, Barrington with 35.5. Hendricken has 13 distance, 13 throws, 11 on relays. The Eagles have 6 distance, 8 throws, 5.5 jumps, 16 relays. And the Rams have 20 distance, 2.5 jumps, 10 relays. But with there might be some throw points coming for Hendricken and or LaSalle, depending on what happens here. Again, this is the first flight of the shot put, which we're enjoying. Thank you for joining us here on the NFHS Network. Also, we do play ads from time to time here on the NFHS Network. The Rhode Island Department of Transportation is one of them. Thank you for all our sponsors here on the NFHS Network for help getting us on the air. Of course, Don Boyle is the main reason why we're here on the air. Thank you, Don. And thank you to Scholastic League for the opportunity to once again call a high school championship, a collaborative effort. Today with the help from Ocean State Running. Steve Mazzone and Vanessa Malloy have helped us out immensely. That's going to be a foul. It's so tough to throw that weight and keep your body under control. Not an easy thing to do because your momentum wants to take you in the direction where you're spinning towards. The 55-meter dash, hurdle finals will be followed by the 55-meter dash finals. See a pretty big throw right there. From Ben, 44-10. From Ben Ciccatelli from Smithfield, the junior. Here's Nas Berry, the senior from Central now. We'll watch him throw. Good Chuck. I'd also be remiss if I didn't talk about the executive assistants at the Interscholastic League. Sue Borges, Julie Mancini, any other partners who work with the league in the office. A lot going on. A lot of positives going on moving forward. A lot of schools moving forward with the Kyle's Cares Foundation as well. So let's go back over now. We're ready for the 55 hurdle finals. We get a clean start, and we do. In the middle lanes, again, it's a three-way race. Barrington's going to go 1 and 2. Bobby Wynn finished second. So Barrington goes 1 and 2 in the hurdles.
All athletes in the second point in the long jump, please report to the pit.
Ethan Knight from Barrington, 7.54. Bobby Lynn, 7.58. Aiden Banvino finishes third, 7.75. Landon Rodriguez, Portsmouth, fourth, 7.91. Jared Les, Barrington, fifth, 8.08. St. Raphael's, Ryan Devin Tavares, sixth. Colin Roderick from North Providence, seventh. Ryan Martin from Barrington, eighth. Jack McEntee from Pontegansett, ninth. So what happens now, too, is in a race like that, look at all the points you're getting. You go 1, 2, 5, and 8. 18. So you basically grab 20 some odd points just coming out of that one event. And they will soon overtake Hendricken for the lead. It is not caught up yet. Ethan Knight won last year for Barrington. So Barrington has back-to-back team champions, back-to-back individual champions in the 55-meter hurdles. All right, next up is the 55-meter dash finals. Nine runners in this. In lane one, Ronald Figueroa, senior from Central High, 6'7" seed. In lane two, Tyrell O'Connell, Shea, senior, 6'7". In lane three, Gabe Tanus from Barrington, 6'7", senior. In lane four, Alonzo Parker Shop, senior, Cranston West, 6.61. In lane five, Elijah Gardea, Central, senior, 6'5", had the fastest qualifying time. Joel Felix from Hendricken, 6.60 in lane 6. In lane 7, a sophomore, Jeremy Seidel from Hendricken, 6.65. In lane 8, Maycol Reynoso from Hope, a senior, 6.75. And in lane 9, Sean Shelton from Central, a senior, 6.77. So Figueroa, O'Connell, Tanus, Parker Sharp, Gardea, Felix, Seidel, Reynoso, and Shelton is your field in the 55 dash. Hendricken does have a couple of guys entered in here along, one with Barrington. So, again, valuable team points are up for grabs here in the 55 dash finals. Coming up, we have the 600, the 300, the 1K, and the 4x4. Along to have the shot put scored, and the long jump scored as well. Officials here doing a good job of keeping this meet moving along. Right below us, the shot putters are warming up for their second.
The Some of those warm-ups getting pretty close to the end of the pit.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, it's those guys that sitting at the end of the pit better watch out for themselves. Well, initially, when I got here this morning, there's some kids sitting, as you see that young lady where that young man just sat. There's the rack that carries all these things. Was over near the track, and I always fret because, God forbid, somebody hits that corner or you get bumped and you go flying into that thing. As you know, Davio, that racing indoors is sometimes a situation. So we moved that cart, and we're off in the finals. It's going to be close, but I believe the young man from Central won that race. .645 was the final, and it was. Elijah Gardea from Central is your state champion. Alonzo Parker Shop finished in second. So we have a first and a second. They're looking at the film for the rest of it. Jeremy Sedey from Hendricken finished third. Barrington takes a fourth. Gabe Tanos. Joel Felix finishes fifth at 6.65. Tyrell O'Connell, sixth. And now we're going to finish Sean Selton from Central, seventh. Mako Reynoso from Hope, eighth. And Ronaldo Figueroa, ninth for...
The next event on the track will be 3 sections of the boys 600 meters.
All right. So nice job by Elijah Gardea becoming a state champion, out of Central High School.
In 2018, and the meet record in 2020 at 120.42.
Next up is the 600, which is supposed to go off in a couple of minutes. My sheets are whittling away here, which means we're getting closer to the end of the meet. Still a lot of great action left to come here, though, from the PCTA with the outcome still in great question mark of who's going to win this thing. All right, I found my sheets as I was trying to talk and do two things at the same time. 3 heats in the boys 600. As you see, as they put the runners back out here. Trying to get you guys an updated team score list here. Hendricken still out front with 37, Barrington 35.5, but that has not been updated since the hurdles. Sometimes it takes a minute, Davio, to try to catch up on stuff. And congratulations, while it would be remiss if we didn't congratulate West Warwick High School on a repeat of their indoor state championship, 61 points. 36 in the sprints, 10 in the hurdles, 13 in the jumps, 2 in the relays. And that was important as they just outlasted Classical, got 55.5, 9 in the sprint, 6 in the distance, 20 in the throws, and 0.5 in the jumps, and 20 in the relays. So congratulations to the West Warwick Wizards, the girls 2024 Round Scholastic League state champions for indoor track.
Which I believe they said was their first indoor championship.
So here we go, getting ready for the first heat. Of the 600. Quinn Matos, the junior from South Kingston, is in lane 3. Jack McEntee, we just saw run the 55 finals from Ponteganza, the seniors, in lane 4. Ben Roderick, the senior from Cumberland, in lane 5. Owen Baroka from Moses Brown will be in lane 6 of the 600 meter.
We are using all 6 lanes in this event. Please move away from lane 6 on the far turn.
Darius Kipiego has every record, state record, meet record, facility record, and it was last year's champion. 122.63 was the winning time here for the 600. we had a huge throw below us. From Joe Adams of Barrington. And we're off here in our first of 3 600 heats. Roderick has made up the stagger. Initially, they head down the backstretch, and it's Roderick out front in this heat from Cumberland. The live feed seems to have a situation going on here. Roderick still out front in this heat. One lap to go. A battle of attrition. What a great race this is. McEntee trying to hold on. Running with everything he has against Baroka from Moses Brown. And Baroka's going to get it. It's going to go Baroka, Matos, McEntee, Roderick in that heat. McEntee finishes third. Roderick finishes fourth at 132. Baroka, Moses Brown, 128.2 for him.
What a great heat.
Yeah, it was very good. He was
They looked like they were sprinting for the line on the backstretch.
Yeah, right. They were going 128.22 for Baroka. Matos 129.16. Heat 2, Jack Smith from Pilgrim is in lane 1. Xavier Ohl from Moses Brown is in lane 2. McKee Ashenify from North Kingston in lane 3. Henry Stockwell from Barrington in lane 4. Brody Shields from SK in lane 5. And John Gingarella from Westerly is in lane 6. Brody Shields from SK had the fastest seed time in lane 5 at 126.04. Remember, they will get to the backstretch and get rid of the waterfall start or the stagger start. If I'm showing my age. And first to the mark is Brody Shields from South Kingstown. Way out front, Shields. Looks like he's trying to sprint this whole race. He's going. He's up on his toes right from the jump. Is Shields. Shields out front being chased down by Gingarella from Westerly. And Ohl from Moses Brown. 200 meters to go. Can he hold on and go wire to wire? And that's what happens sometimes, man. This is still hanging in there, though. I love it. These are races you really have to stay within yourself. Gingarella now out front. Ohl goes by. So Gingarella will win this heat. Ohl will finish second. Gingarella slowed down, goes about 125.34, I believe, 125.36 for John Gingarella. Xavier Ohl, 125.83. Mikey Ashenfee from North Kingston, 126. Henry Stockwell, 127. Brody Shields, 127. And Jack Smith, 130. So 125.36 and 125.83 will get you on the podium. Here we go, section 3 of the finals. In lane 1, Thaden Leomanash from LaSalle. Lane 2, Tommy Flanders from Hendricken. Lane 3, Thomas Breen from Classical. Lane 4, Noah Roberts from Westerly. Lane 5, Jacob Coates from Bishop Hendricken. And in lane 6, Robbie Wade from Westerly. This is the fastest of the 3 heats. White flags going up all over the place. So it's good. Westerly, a pair of guys in this, and Robertson Wade. They're heading around the first turn. It's Leo Mensah from LaSalle, the junior, who's out front, running very comfortably now. He doesn't look like, he's not even struggling, Dario. He's just
he looks really relaxed.
Right, he does. He looks very relaxed. Let's see what happens now in the last 200 meters as Tommy Flanders has put a move on him. And Flanders, or Coates, is now coming around the outside. It's Coates on the outside. So Coates is on the outside, followed by Robbie Wade. Coates, who sat all race long, is going to sprint this out to the final. Coates will win. Westerly will go 2. Finishing 3rd for Classical is Breen. And finishing 4th is Robbie Wade. 5th is Leo Mensah. And just goes to show you, Davia, right? He was so comfortable early on, but the other guys just ran their race. Good job by them.
In 8th place from Barrington with a time of 8.26, Ryan Martin. In 7th place from North Providence with a time of 8.2.
Still having a
in 6th place
problem trying to get live feed up, so we apologize for that currently. Going into this race, Coates wins in 122.8, Wade 2nd, 123, Breen 4th in 124.3, Breen 3rd, Roberts 4th in 124.4, Leo Mensah 5th in 126, and Flanders runs a 128.8.
Yeah, so I think the top 2 guys from the last heat should sneak in there.
Yep,
for
they will.
5th and 6th.
Yeah, Barocca in the opening heat ran 128.2 as well, so I don't know if he'll get on the podium.
Matching the meet record with a time of 7.54, Barrington's Ethan Knight.
So Jacob Coates is your state champion from Bishop Hendricken. Going into this event, Barrington had, well, maybe this event's been scored. So currently Barrington has 63.5 points, Hendricken has 57, LaSalle 34.5, Central has 22, and then there's a slew of teams with 19. Wesley, Moses Brown, Portsmouth is behind with 18.
That will occur at 4:05. We're also looking for the top 8 athletes in the 55-meter dash.
300 dash has not been scored yet. That will come up next, obviously, seeing it's not scored. So why don't we get on to the shot put here while we have a moment and watch some of that action.
For the awards for the boys 55-meter dash.
There's one of Rogers' guys up. Can't see his number, unsure which guy it is. It's 5.55, so I think that would be Caden Thomas, I believe. Here comes Brandon Wolfenden from Pilgrim. We'll throw next. That was 49.01 right there. We believe it was Caden Thomas.
For the award for the 600-meter run, Coach Wade Green, Robert Gingerella.
Just looking at the state record in this is 69 feet.
Oh yeah, Tarek did it.
That'd be on the track.
Oh, it is. He almost when he came up, they moved the barriers back.
That's incredible.
The other one socket. He's at Ole Miss right now.
Yeah, because you can see on the right side of your screen the barriers are probably at about 60-ish feet.
Oh yeah, they pushed.
And yeah, if you go another 9 feet past that, you're in lane 1 of the track.
There's a foul, unfortunately. You're right. You're right. That's exactly what happened. It's Joe Adams for Barrington. Right. That's what Tarek was. He was an amazing athlete. Also played at varsity football for them. Was their quarterback.
Wow.
He's a big dude. There's Joe Adams with a measurable throw. 42.01. Here's Brandon Wolfenden once again. That's the cheers of Come On Wolf. It's a cool nickname to have, Wolf. Whew, great throw. Not happy with it was Wolfenden. That was a pretty good toss, if you ask me. He fouled. Is why.
Our state record in the 300 was set by Stephen Doss in 2020 at
That's Mitchell Murtha from Lincoln
The
with
meet
a measurable
record was
toss.
set by Jarrell James in 2012 at 34.97. Next on the track, the first of 4 sections of the boys 300-meter dash.
.48.8, good throw. Here's Tyler Durang now.
Came out a little low.
Yeah, more of a line drive kind of throw, right? Some guys get height, some guys don't. I apologize again. Some of these throwers, their numbers are not matched to the initial program we have, so apologies for that. We still have 3 field events left, the 300, the 1K, and the 4x4.
Those 8 athletes, please report to the infield.
From Rogers. That was high, but that young man just kind of fell back a little bit. Well, 3 minutes away from the 300. Going to the team scores, Barrington was 63.5, Hendricken went 57. So you got a Barrington guy here in the finals, and imperative that he grabs points here. And if you look ahead to the 1K, which I will.
Ooh, what a good throw.
It's a great throw. It's a great throw by James Gemma from East Greenwich. Both Barrington and Hendricken and LaSalle are in the seeded heat of the 4x4.
Tied for 5th place at 19 points, Westerly and Moses Brown. In 4th place with 22 points, Central. In 3rd place with 34 and a half.
There are 2 sections of the 1K with multiple people in Barrington and Hendricken in there. So this is not over yet. This is a dogfight. We also have the long jump still going on as well. Also using Miles Split, one of our Rhode Island Scholastic League partners. With Max Preps, another great tool for the Rhode Island Scholastic League. You can get all information on www.riil.org for all the great stuff happening in the Rhode Island Scholastic League. A lot of social media run by Carolyn Thornton, who's the multimedia content director once again. She does a great job of pushing out positive things. There was a lot of good press yesterday. Bill Reynolds' room was dedicated yesterday at the Providence Civic Center, now known as the AMP. I'm sorry, I'm showing my age, and a well-deserved honor for Billy Reynolds, and was spoken very reverently of yesterday, rightfully so by a lot of people. Governor Dan McKee was there as well. It was a great day for the Scholastic League. Great day as basketball is now coming back to Providence for the division titles, as we already mentioned, and the tournament starts up in division tournament start up in earnest this week. So all right, we're getting ready for our first heat of the 300-meter dash. In lane 4, Jaden Ivey from East Providence. In lane 5, Elijah Matthews from Classical. And in lane 6, Jonathan Bernard from Juanita Sanchez. Still having a situation trying to unlock the live. I apologize once again for that.
Pretty even at the break.
Yeah, it's a good job. Coming out from the backside is Juanita Sanchez. Is Bernard. So it's Bernard, Ivy, and Matthews. Good form all the way through by all three guys. You called it. Davi, they were tight at the break. They were tight at the finish. Good race by all three guys. Ivy runs 38-2, 38-12 by Bernard from Juanita Sanchez. So he did much better than his 38-2. Time section 2 has in lane 3, Jaden Rodriguez from Lincoln High School. Tyrell O'Connor in lane 4 from Shea. Bobby Wind making another appearance from Barrington in lane 5. And Nick Spainer from Portsmouth in lane 6. And we're off. Two racers in this race. So it looks like we have a couple of scratches. It's Wind and Spainer, a battle of the island schools. Bobby Wind in his third event since we've seen him here today, really extending those legs, driving to the finish line. And Wind's going to cross in 36.8, I believe. 36.7 for Bobby Wind. Will that be good enough to grab some points for the Eagles? Spainer at 37.7. So a couple of non-starts in Rodriguez and O'Connell. Now we go down to heat number 3. In lane 2, Joseph Forbes Jr. from Central High School. In lane 2, Joseph Forbes Jr. from Central High School. In lane 3, Will DiGiacomo from Barrington. In lane 4, Josh Aceto from LaSalle. In lane 5, Nick Lamoureux from North Smithfield. And in lane 6, Eli Wood from the Prout School. All right, as we're getting ready for our third heat, and we're off. Make up the stagger quickly. We're clear. White flag goes up. We are good to go. All the guys are in their lanes. Lamoureux is moved out front from North Smithfield, being chased down by Eli Wood from Prout. Will DiGiacomo now making a move on Lamoureux. Lamoureux pulling away from this field, followed by DiGiacomo from Barrington. And Lamoureux is going to win the third heat in 36-3-4 for Lamoureux. Well, 36-3-4 was first place. 36-7-8 for DiGiacomo. So Barrington now with a chance to grab at least a couple of points here, with Bobby Wynn going 36-7 and DiGiacomo going 36-7-8. 5 guys in the finals, including Jacob Coates from Hendricken in lane 2. Ethan Knight from Barrington in lane 3. Elias Posado from Charahoe in lane 4. Garrett Giroux Pizzulo from LaSalle in lane 5. And Alonzo Parker Sharp from Cranston West in lane 6. A lot of these guys we have already seen today. Everybody's digging in now. We were just kind of waiting on Jacob Coates or Tommy Flanders. It's going to be Tommy Flanders to dig in, and he's ready to go, and so are we. You really have to stay mentally focused. There's a lot going on. Weights being thrown. People are jumping. Just focus on yourself. And it's a good start right out of the gate. Out in lane 6. It's a young man from Cranston West, who I do not even have on my sheet. Heck.
Ooh, that was close.
What a finish. Elias Posado from Charahoe will win. Oh, Alonzo Parker Shop. I apologize. Elias Posado with the win in 35.94. And now right now with all that action at the end, they're trying to figure out. Alonzo Parker Shop did finish second in 35.9. 36.04 for Pizzulo. Ethan Knight finishes fifth at 36.3. So the other part of this is the other two Barrington guys finish in front of Jacob Coates.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty big.
Right? Because they were in 38 and change. All right, they were in 36-36. 36-7, 36-7. So Barrington's going to grab more points here than Hendricken. So now Barrington has opened up a lead on Hendricken. Barrington has 72.5 points. Bishop Hendricken has 57. LaSalle has 41.5. Central has 42. So Barrington has opened up a 14.5 point lead over Bishop Hendricken.
Yeah, they just pulled 9 points out of that 300.
You think about that, right? That's what Steve had spoken about. All right, so we have the 1K going off at about 4:30. Let's go back down to shot put action.
55-meter dash, if you can report to the infield for the award. Coaches, we could use your assistance moving the high jump mats to their proper location. So if we have some coaches on the infield who could come help move the high jump mats, it would be greatly appreciated.
It was James Gemma who you just saw throw. It's one of the Rogers guys. It's either Nicholas Kennedy or Caden Thomas. Here's the other great thing, too, is Davio from being in this world that a lot of track guys root for each other. That guy had that throw, and a lot of guys behind the other weights always clapping for him. It's definitely a brotherhood or a sisterhood, if you will, depending on the boys or girls side.
Yeah, it's definitely, very positive environment. Typically everyone's excited to see other people succeed.
Right. Well, you know what? And here's the other thing. The guy next to you, you finish a race. They do the exact same training you do. They run the same races you do. Huge throw right there by number 474. That is either Tyler Durang or Mitchell Murtha. But again, cross country and track and field lends itself to it. It's a different animal. It really, really is. Is Cole Menning from Pilgrim High School. He hit before the ball did, so that's a DQ right there. That is. That last throw from that Lincoln athlete was 50 feet 3 inches. Good throw right there by Arthur Porto of North Kingston. You look at down the weight guides. It looks like an offensive line in football as well. Those guys are dudes, right, Maddie? Maddie just said that. Said Marty, those guys are dudes, and they are. So our next race set to go off in 10 minutes. We'll take a short break here and be right back to the PCTA. You're watching Ron Scholastic's coverage of the Indoor State Championships on the NFHS Network. All right, welcome back to the PCTA in Providence, Rhode Island. Marty Crowley. Dalvio DeLuca is running the board and chipping in, giving me 30-second breaks of talking. Good job by you, Dalvio. Matty Britt's on camera. Sully Cumming on camera. Steve Mazzone was with us earlier, so shout out to Steve from Ocean State running as well. Don Boyle, of course, back in our studio. We have shot put action going on now. Finals.
Here are your team scores after 10 events. In 10th place, Charahoe with 13 points. In 9th place,
This has got to be, I think, Nas Berry now coming up from Central. Let's recap the boys' score here if we can. Where we're at team-wise.
5th place, Cranston West with 21 points.
Hope has 1 point in 27th. North Providence and Prout with 2 points each. Tied for 25th. And 24th, Pontiganset with 3. North Kingston's in 23rd with 3.5. Mount St. Charles, Exeter West Greenwich, and East Greenwich all with 4 points. Cumberland and Smithfield, Lincoln all with 5 points. Shea with 6. St. Ray's with 7. Tollgate with 7.5. Narragansett with 8. Woonsocket, 12th place with 9. Glasgow with 12 points and 11. Top 10. Charahoe's in 10th with 13. Portsmouth in 9th with 18. Moses Brown's in 7th with 19. North Smithfield and Westerly both in tied for 6th with 19 as well. Cranston West in 5th with 21. Central has 22 in 4th. LaSalle in 3rd with 41.5. Hendricken in 2nd with 57. And Barrington has 72.5 points. Barrington does have a thrower here in the shot finals. They also have a young man, it looks like, left in the long jump. Which we'll switch to briefly right now. Some mark in the long jump. Sure who that was, as there are no numbers down on the long jump side. We apologize for that. Well, that was on the front. That's Antonio Bearden, I believe, who just made that jump at 19.2. Remarkable jump for a Barrington runner. Barrington has 2 guys in the finals here, so it's going to take a lot in the 1K for Hendricken to overcome this 15-point deficit. You're going to have to get a victory, something else, and Barrington really fault is coming down the stretch here in order to grab this title. Remarkable jump again for the Eagles. I'll go back to the shot put. Oh, you already had a camera on that. Look at you go. I don't even know why I'm here. Whew, big toss. Big toss right there. I believe that was Tyler Durang from Lincoln. .49.6. Great toss right there by Tyler Durang. And that'll wrap up the shot put. All right, coming up here at 4:30, we have
8 athletes in the boys weight throw for the awards.
the 1K coming up here.
Adams, Boudry,
And as we talk about points,
Durang, Spiro,
every point matters.
Charnley,
There are 2 heats here in the 1K. The second heat was fastest, although we have seen people come out of the second heat
for the awards in the boys weight throw.
and do that. If Barrington were to hold on, they would be the first public school champion since 2011 and 2012.
Wow.
Where Hendricken and LaSalle, and prior to that, Hendricken had won going back a long time. Mount Pleasant was the last public school champion prior to that in 1992, 1993. So if Barrington were to hold on, there would be only the 3rd public school champion in the last 32 years. Excuse me, yeah, Charahoe in 2011 and 12. Mount Pleasant won it in 92, 93. Hope won it in 91, 92. So Bishop Hendricken has won this state title 30 times, LaSalle 25. It's doing a lot of work right there. So the first heat of the 1K as we're getting ready, the 1,000 meter run. DJ Principe of LaSalle has the state record. Devin Kipiego won this race last year in a sprint to the finish in 2:33.17. Let's look at the first heat. David Hayes of East Greenwich came in with the sophomore. Jack Moretta, senior, Bishop Hendricken. Sam Zabo, senior, Bishop Hendricken. Excuse me, Moretta's a junior. Colby Flynn, a freshman, Bishop Hendricken. Owen Denon, a senior from Cumberland. Marius Bonard, a junior from Barrington. Arthur Ferris, a sophomore from Burrillville. Daniel Shun, a junior from Barrington. And Jake Green, a senior from Bishop Hendricken. So Barrington has 2 guys in the seeded heat. And in this heat, Hendricken has 4 guys. Barrington's got a pair. There's 9 guys in the top field, including Miles Napolitano from Barrington and Brandon Piedade from Barrington. Not sure what he's going to have left, but so if you're going to try to stave off Hendricken, you got to make sure those Barrington guys beat those Hendricken guys here in this. And it might come down to the 4x. Who knows? Who knows? We're going to have Barrington 14.5 points ahead of the Hawks. Only thing not scored are the 1K, the 4x4, long jump and shot put. And here we go, first heat, we're on our way. And right away, jumping out front right away is Jack Moretta from Bishop Hendricken, I believe. Trying to grab some points here for the Hawks. Went through in about 32 and change. Owen Denons from Cumberland sitting on his shoulder. Now Denon.
On the track as he burst in 2 sections for the boys, 1,000 meters. The state and meet record are held by David.
Picking up the pace, and Denon moves out front for Cumberland.
The state record is at 2:27.
Denon followed by Ferris from Burrillville. So Denon and Ferris have kind of separated for themselves from the pack. With, I believe, Zabo and Moretta in chase. You see on the backstretch, good picture of the senior, Owen Denning, wearing number 417. Coming up on one lap to go. Coming up on the bell lap when he hits that corner. Out front, it's Denning and Ferris, and here comes a late charge now by, I believe, that's Moretta from Bishop Hendricken. As Denning hits the bell lap first, in hot pursuit from Arthur Ferris. And here's Ferris now putting a move on Denning. Denning kind of waiting maybe for the last 100 to make his move. Lets Ferris pass him. And now here comes Denning trying to come up on the outside. Meanwhile, back here, there's a race between Barrington and Hendricken. Here comes Denning trying to hold off Ferris. Ferris will win the heat and hold off Denning. I think that's Colby Flynn possibly finishing third. Ferris wins. Denning second. Colby Flynn finishes third. Moretta fourth. Marius Bonard fifth with 2:50.77. Hayes finishes sixth in the heat. So 2:41.76 by Arthur Ferris. Good run by Ferris. Denning at 2:42.09. And Flynn third at 2:49.6. So in this heat, we have Marshall Vernon from LaSalle, sophomore, 2:35.16. Can he go for a three-peat? Eli Ziegler, Moses Brown, senior, 2:35.28. Cole Francis from Narragansett, a junior, at 2:36.21. Jeremy Rowe, a senior from Pontegansett, at 2:36.8. Brandon Piedade from Barrington, a senior, at 2:37.9. Ethan Fadden, a senior from Mount St. Charles, 2:38.49. Connor McGill, the dual sport athlete out of Cumberland, at 2:38.8. Michael Goodson from Smithfield, 2:39.7, the junior. And Miles Napolitano from Barrington at 2:40.49. False start. Nice. Everybody going back to the line. So unlike in sprints, I don't see anybody walking to the track out of this field. Still a huge crowd on hand here at the PCTA. Everybody's back up on the line. And right away you see McGill jumping out front. McGill also on the varsity hockey team at Cumberland High School. And they hit the break and Connor McGill jumps out front. Wearing number 421, and he's closely followed by Jeremy Rowe, the very gifted distance runner from Pontegansett. So early on out, it's McGill followed by Rowe. And of course, Vernon sits right there very comfortably in third. So it's last year too with Devin Kipiego, where Devin would just kind of, in 4 races, would just sit on people and kind of make his move when he had to. Rowe jumps on front, followed by McGill, Vernon, and Ziegler from Moses Brown. Cole Francis is still up on that lead pack right behind. Three laps to go, 600 meters, 600 meters to go. And again, it's a three-man race. McGill sitting on the shoulder and going to make his move on the backstretch here with 2 laps to go, 400 meters to go. Connor McGill has jumped out front of Rowe. Let's see if Vernon has anything left. So it's McGill, Rowe, Ziegler, Francis. And now Rowe has jumped in front of McGill. Ziegler going by McGill. Rowe's out front with 1 lap to go. Here's the bell lap. Here's the sprint to the finish. Rowe out front, the senior from Pontegansett, followed by Ziegler, Francis, McGill. Jeremy Rowe from Pontegant's going to pull away. Here comes Francis with a late charge toward the finish line, and Rowe's going to win. Rowe, Francis, Ziegler, Vernon, McGill. See the pain right there on the face of some of these guys who finish in. And I'll tell you this what, Davio, I'm just speaking to myself. The running indoor, the air you breathe in, it's different than running outside in outdoor and in cross country, no matter what you do.
Yeah, especially if you've already done a couple events today. Your throat starts burning towards the end of the meet.
Yeah, the dry heat gets to you after a while. That's what it is. It's the same conditions for everybody. But so Rowe goes through in 2:33.5, Francis 2:34, Ziegler, Vernon 2:35 and 2:38 respectively. McGill 2:39, Goodson 2:39, Fadden 2:40, Piedade at 2:40, Napolitano at 2:43. So Ferris from Barville at 2:41 will grab. Does not qualify. So the top 8 there are your point getters. 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Rowe, Francis, Ziegler, Vernon, McGill, Goodson, Fadden, and Piedade. So another very important point if you are the Barrington Eagles, who now have 78.5 points, which they are up by 19.5 points over Bishop Hendricken, with only, I believe, 2 events left. The 4x4, which is the most exciting, which is the exciting of the excitings. The sprint medley is what it boils down to. But I see Barrington still has 2 guys in the long jump competing, so they'll grab points from there. So unless my math is wrong, Barrington could be well on its way to an indoor title here.
Yeah, they've got a pretty decent lead. They're going to get some points from long jump, and they should be able to score in the 4x4 as well. So.
Right, because they're sitting in that last heat with Hendricken also.
Yeah, so they're looking pretty good.
Yeah.
600-meter run. Please pick up your medals at the table. Top 8 athletes in those 3 events, please pick up your medals at the table.
3 heats of the 4x4 will be contested. In lane 4, Portsmouth. In lane 5, Hope. And in lane 6, North Kingston. And we're off. Hope in the white jersey. You see Portsmouth in the red. And that's it. North Kingston was a late scratch, I assume, because I don't see him in there. So it's a 2-team race between Hope and Portsmouth. Always a lot of energy on relays, I find that out. That's Will. Somebody very vehemently screaming down there. .446 for Hope, I believe, is Sean Wilson being chased down by Will Kitzmiller, I believe, 537. There's Keel Washburn out there for Hope. And I think that's Sean Wilkie out there for Portsmouth, I believe. Much of the whole faithful here are very boisterous, as they should be. Good push here by Keel Washburn now coming down to the stretch.
Coming back. The handoff almost even.
Yep. Again, it goes to you. Do you want open hand or do you want hand up? You know, that's.
We are now going to present the medals for the boys shot put.
Again, my numbers don't match up. Portsmouth's out front.
45 feet 2 1/4 inches. Ravi Kapadia. In 7th place with a throw 45 feet 3 1/4 inches.
1 lap to go.
Nass Berry. In 6th place from North Kingstown, the throw of 45 feet 7 1/2 inches. Arthur Schwartzel. In 5th place from Smithfield with a throw of 40.
Last handoff is clean, and Portsmouth jumps out front.
In 4th place from Barrington with a throw of 46 feet 11 inches, Joe Adams. In 3rd place from East Greenwich with a throw of 37 feet 2 3/4 inches, James Dillon.
That could be Will Kitzmiller out there for Portsmouth.
51 feet 2 3/4 inches.
What these teams do is you list eight athletes, and then you pick your 4 based on, you know, where you're at in that meet or who you're going to run. Or
With a throw of 52 feet 9 3/4 inches, Tyler Duran. They're your top 8 competitors in the
that is
boys.
Sean Wilson out there for Hope High School, 4:45. That is definitive. Both these guys are working hard. Crosses in 3. I can't see that board either.
337.
337, I believe.
Get it up on the screen there.
337.18, and Hope is 338.68. So
That's
Portsmouth.
pretty quick.
That's pretty quick.
That puts them ahead of most of the seed times in the second section.
Yes, it does. I think St. Ray's is the only one. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. Here's the other thing, you know, you only get another guy you're racing against, so you're not chasing 3 or 4 guys. So it's basically it's a head-up race, is what it is. Okay, in this second heat of the finals, we have Coventry in lane 1, Cranston West in lane 2, Tollgate in lane 3, Pontiganton in lane 4, St. Raphael in lane 5, and Moses Brown in lane 6. Again, that's Coventry, Cranston West, Tollgate, Pontiganton, St. Raphael, and Moses Brown in that order, lane 1 through 6. .20.5 lead for the Eagles, and then we'll see them in Hendricken in the last event here as well. Had a false start. So we'll bring this back. I don't see anybody getting taken off the track. Again, shout out to Ken Skelly and the rest of his crew here. We mentioned them earlier. Bob Behe, Todd Behe, the Rhode Island Scholastic League meet directors. They do this all year long. This is the penultimate weekend here at the PCTA for track and field. Many more championships to come here on the NFHS Network. Make sure you stay tuned and follow us all the way in our other sports. St. Ray's out quick. Stagger is broken. Portsmouth goes through first. Excuse me. Tollgate went through first. Could be Gabe Lane out front, unsure. Right now it's Moses Brown, Tollgate, St. Ray's, the ever-important first exchange. Went through at about 53, 54, good pace. Thomas Walsh now out front for Moses Brown. They're all sporting the same haircut. I think they all went to the same barber overnight. Walsh leading. Pontigan's at second. St. Ray's third. Here comes Jeremiah Rocher on the outside. Pushing Jeremy Rowe, who we just saw run. And now Rowe heads to the outside, takes the lead. As we head into the third leg, good exchange, about 150 at the exchange mark. Moses Brown back out in front. That could be Xavier All out front. So it's Moses Brown, Pontiganzet, St. Ray's, 1, 2, and 3. Moses Brown extending its lead here. 337.18. It's a good number to put up in the first race by Portsmouth. Hope was 338.6. 242 at the exchange, 243. Moses Brown out front, followed by St. Ray's and Portsmouth. Excuse me, Tollgate. Moses Brown's going to win this heat very, very fast. Oh, one more lap, excuse me. 3:11. St. Ray's putting a late charge on here. And finding another gear. Moses Brown wins in 3:36. So again, that Portsmouth time from the first race still looking pretty good.
Hold up.
As St. Ray's says, when it came in at 3:38, right? So Moses Brown at 3:36.69. St. Ray's second in the heat at 3:38.02. Jumps ahead of Hope. Tollgate at 3:39.22. Coventry 3:39.61. Cranston West at 3:44.04. Pontiganzet at 3:45.86. So barring disaster, Portsmouth will at least get points out of this at 3:37.18 out of the first heat. All these schools were within 8 seconds of each other from top to bottom. South Kingston, 3:35, lane 1. Bishop Hendricken, 3:33, lane 2. Glasgow, 3:33, lane 3. Barrington, 3:33, lane 4. LaSalle, 3:27, lane 5. And Westerly, 3:30 in lane 6. Barrington still with a 20.5 point lead. High jump, long jump has not been scored yet. And we're just waiting on that. Barrington in the finals did have 2 athletes. And here we go. Westerly and LaSalle jump out front. Barrington and Hendricken on the rail. Classical and South Kingstown. Excuse me, Westerly. LaSalle, Barrington, Westerly, Hendricken, Classical, South Kingston. I had it right the first time. Getting ready for the exchange. Barrington out front now. He turned at about 52 again after the first 400. Looking to close this out in style. Classical, Westerly, LaSalle, Hendricken. That's the other thing is, when you get an exchange, don't burn yourself out right away. Do not do that when you get that baton.
Yeah, you do see that a lot. People get the baton and just take off, and then kind of comes back to haunt them the last 100 meters.
Yep. And here you go. Is LaSalle putting a charge now on? Has moved into second place behind Barrington. He was buried here, turning around early on.
Yeah, LaSalle closed that gap pretty well.
Yeah, made up a lot of ground, Davio. I agree. Now it's Barrington, LaSalle, Westerly, Classical, Hendricken, South Kingstown. Nice and relaxed at the 200 mark, 211. 600 meters to go to determine our last state champion here of the day. Barrington, LaSalle, Westerly, Classical, SK, Hendricken. The third leg's always the toughest because you got to make sure you put your team in contention to close it out. Barrington with about a 1.5 second lead on LaSalle. And what do you have left in your tank at this point in time? Barrington, LaSalle, once again. Here comes Classical now moving up into third place. 200 meters to go. LaSalle putting a move on. Here comes Classical moving up as well. Barrington, LaSalle, Classical, Westerly, South Kingstown, Hendricken. Barrington will hold on. Barrington will win this race. Classical second, LaSalle third. And your Barrington 4x4 are state champions.
That's a good way to cap it off right there.
Yeah, right. If you're going to get coronated, you might as well do it the right way. Go out with the win.
We could have the final of the 8 athletes in the 1,000 meters. Please report to the awards area. Rowe, Francis, Ziegler, Vernon, McGill, Goodson, Fadden, and Padane. Those 8 athletes in the 1,000 meters, please report to the infield.
So Barrington now with the long jump score has 87.5 points. LaSalle's 58.5 and Hendricken 57. And right there, Barrington wins at 3:30, 3:31. So Hendricken, who finished 6th in that heat, will be pushed down to 8th as Moses Brown's 3:36 will push them down even one more.
Facility management crew as they put away that long jump bid. Thank you very much.
Just waiting for this last event to get scored here.
Once again, we're looking for our
Still says in progress.
topping
There were no other section results up in Section 2 and 3, only Section 1, where Portsmouth went 337.18. It's pretty safe to bet, though, that your Barrington Eagles are going to be your state champions on the boys' side. LaSalle will finish second. Hendrickens in third. Great showing by Moses Brown in fourth. Central fifth. Cranston West sixth.
It was pretty close there for a while, and then just the last few events, Barrington just poured it on.
Yeah, Hendricken usually thrives in the distances, but they had displacements, and then Barrington did well in the throws. If we look at Barrington's scoring, not counting the last race, they had 14 in the sprints, 23 in the hurdles, 7 in the distance, 13 throws, 14 and a half jumps, and 16 in relays.
So
and
really spread out.
Yeah, so
That's good.
they had points in every facet. As a football coach who used to be the coach in New England said, we played well in all facets of the game, and that's what you need to do. Well, theoretically, it does take West Warwick girls out of it, because
yeah,
you know. But
Michael Goodson in fifth place from Cumberland with a time of 2:39.
When you're getting points in all 7 of your disciplines.
In fourth place.
So it is official. Your Barrington Eagles are your state champions with 97.5 points. LaSalle finishes second with 64.5. 7 in sprints, 27 in distance, 14.5 in jumps, and 16 in the relays. And finishing third is Bishop Hendricken, 10 in the sprints, 23 in the distance, 13 in throws, and 11 in the relays are your top 3. Moses Brown was 4th. Central was tied for 5th with Classical and Westerly. Cranston West, Portsmouth, and North Smithfield round out your top 10 schools. A great day of track as you're looking now at the winners from the 1K. Getting their award ceremony in the back. By the way, there's Steve Mazzone, who was with me earlier, speaking with Brendan McGare off to the right of the screen. Steve has the plaid shirt on, so we appreciate Steve's effort today and the collaborative effort between Ocean State Running and the NFHS Network. Do you have to drive back to New Hampshire tonight?
I am staying in Boston for the USATF meet tomorrow.
Oh, are you running?
I'm not. Coaching.
All right, attaboy. Good job, Davio.
Abaloo, Potter, Miller, Shabel, Lane,
Good job. We'll stay with you for a few more minutes. And
Bearden, those 8 athletes.
you see, again, Brendan McGare and Steve Mazzone ready to get to do interviews with some state champions. Ethan Fadden off to the right saying, yep, I don't want to leave my spikes here. They cost a lot of money. So I guess we'll wrap it up as well here. Well, a lot of interviews going on. Barrington are your 2024 Rhode Island Interscholastic League Indoor Track Champions. For Sully Cummings on the far camera, did a good job all day. For Maddie Britt, right there, Maddie Pound, good job. Maddie Britt on our local camera. Steve Mazzone joined me early on this broadcast. Thanks, Steve Mazzone from Ocean State Running, and for all their assistance today in helping us here at the NFH Network. For the man without, we could not get this done. It was absolutely amazing. Davio DeLuca. Davio, first time working with you. You are a rock star, my brother.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you. And
it was a good day.
Hopefully, yeah, it was a great day for track here in the state of Rhode Island. For Don Boyle back in our studio, I'm Marty Crowley. Congratulations once again to West Warwick on the girls' side, Barrington on the boys' side. Great day of track here. Have a great night, everybody.